Chapter 649 Chapter 649 Seniors, let me see you off. Chapter 649 Seniors, let me see you off. Seeing Hong Yuye's serious face, Jiang Hao felt somewhat worried. Various things flashed through his mind, but he ultimately decided to stall for time. Senior, please allow me to explain, Jiang Hao said in a calm voice. Hong Yuye looked amused. She remained silent. It's like this. I've been thinking about this matter for a long time, Jiang Hao said. How long? Hong Yuye suddenly asked. Since I met you, Senior, I've never dared to be negligent, Jiang Hao said as he bowed his head. Senior, your awe-inspiring presence, outstanding virtue, combat prowess, and exceptional fame have left a deep impression on me. I've always made buying good quality tea my priority. Hong Yuye glanced at him and laughed. Go on. Jiang Hao lowered his head and glanced outside. Normally, by now, the second day would have arrived, so why hadn't Shangguan Qingsu and the others attacked? The matter with the tea encountered too many unexpected setbacks, which delayed it for quite some time. Otherwise, I would have prepared the best to satisfy you, Jiang Hao said. Oh. Hong Yuye showed a bit of interest. What kind of unexpected setbacks? List them one by one. Jiang Hao lowered his head and fell silent. He couldn't explain further, as that would only get him into trouble. He had no choice but to maintain his silence. Hong Yuye smiled. It seems like someone is looking for you outside. Jiang Hao felt relieved. I'll go outside and check. When he opened the door, he saw 3 people kneeling at the entrance. Their limbs trembled, their faces were filled with fear, and their heads were pressed to the ground. It was as though they had encountered the most terrifying thing in their lives. Seniors, why are you doing this? Jiang Hao held the Thousand Faces treasure fan and fanned himself slowly. We didn't know any better. Please, show us mercy, Senior. Shangguan Qingsu trembled. Jiang Hao smiled. All right. Do you have any other matters to discuss, Seniors? If not, our deal has already concluded. You may leave. The 3 individuals raised their heads and exchanged glances. Would you like it if I saw you out? Asked Jiang Hao. No. We dare not, the 3 of them said in fear. After that, they got up and retreated. Jiang Hao was quite surprised by their behavior. What had these 3 encountered? However, he suddenly realized that he needed to leave as well. Seniors, please stay. Allow me to escort you out, he said as he closed the door and followed them. However, Shangguan Qingsu and the others were terrified. Jiang Hao saw them off downstairs and they left. Only then did they snap back to reality. What do we do now? Asked the pale-faced man. Do you think he can use the ability from yesterday once again? Shangguan Qingsu asked. No one answered. They didn't know these things. When they went after him, they realized their insignificance. There were such powerful individuals overseas, but they rarely ever saw them. Even when they did, these powerful people might not be willing to help them. Smiling San Xing, Shangguan Qingsu frowned and sighed. Let's return to our clan and tell them of this. This was the first time they had felt the curse being successfully suppressed. Jiang Hao watched them leave and breathed a sigh of relief. He was much safer now. He hadn't earned many spirit stones from this interaction. He still needed to by September spring. He was only fulfilling Hong Yuye's task. However, she acted like she wasn't involved in this, and he was just asking for favors from her. It was difficult to predict the actions of the strong. He had taken a stroll around but couldn't find any proper shop. What's going on? If he couldn't find big shops around, he wouldn't be able to buy September spring. He asked the shopkeeper who sold talismans why there weren't any shops near. This place used to be deserted, and the current crowd was only temporarily there. That was why there weren't many large shops here. Jiang Hao tossed a spirit stone to the shopkeeper. Do you know where I can buy September spring tea? You can ask a powerful cultivator. Some high-level cultivators might have a reserve, the stall owner said with a smile. Jiang Hao nodded. Given the proximity to the Abyssal Sea, there were plenty of powerful cultivators around. Some of them might offer September Spring if they wanted to form a connection. He asked around but didn't find anyone selling September Spring. Although it was in high demand, it was uncommon in this area. He thought he might as well go fishing. He had already completed half of his mission, and the rest depended on the changes in the Abyssal Sea. However, that was not easy. The information about the heart of the ancestral dragon had already been circulating for quite some time, yet there were no clear developments. He would have to wait for more information. Jiang Hao's main goal wasn't the heart of the ancestral dragon. It was the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. That object was even more obscure. There was also the possibility that he would have to venture into the Abyssal Sea for it. He had heard that there were new changes there, which made him think of the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. However, the details remained vague, and it would likely cost him spirit stones to obtain more information. Maybe I should look for Tangya. Jiang Hao had already appraised Tangya. Unlike Madame Gong, she wasn't scheming against him. At the waterfront, Jiang Hao happened to see Tangya. She was leaning against a pavilion pillar. Her gaze was somewhat vacant. Beside her was a burly man who sat by the fishing platform. He seemed steady and calm. He was incredibly powerful. Without even sensing his aura, Jiang Hao could guess that the man was exceptional. It seemed that the Abyssal Sea was indeed no ordinary place. The fact that people gathered here indicated that they were all powerful cultivators, or perhaps they had powerful backers. Only strong individuals had the qualifications to compete for the heart of the ancestral dragon. Smiling Sanxing? Tangya's eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Hao. Miss Tangya, Jiang Hao said politely. He had intended to leave because he didn't want to interact with someone so powerful. Mr. Tao also looked over in surprise. Friend, do you want to do some fishing? He appeared calm and friendly. Middle stage of the return to Void Realm? Jiang Hao was a bit surprised that this man had suppressed his cultivation to such a low level. From various signs, it was evident that this individual was extraordinary. He was possibly the most powerful person he had encountered during his time overseas. Thank you, but I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I can't stay, Jiang Hao said politely. Are you really not going to stay? Tangya asked. Mr. Tao knows a lot of things. You can ask anything. It'll be much more efficient and informative than asking around. Besides, if you ask him about Feng Hua, he won't demand spirit stones from you, unlike Shangguan Qingsu. Jiang Hao and Mr. Tao both were at a loss for words. Jiang Hao felt embarrassed to just leave, while Mr. Tao forced a smile and hoped this person would insist on leaving. Chapter 650 Chapter 650 The Fish Takes the Bait. Chapter 650 The Fish Takes the Bait. Jiang Hao wanted to leave but realized that what Tangya said made sense. Moreover, individuals of the caliber like Mr. Tao were unlikely to act recklessly. Furthermore, the way Tangya addressed this man piqued his interest. In the Heavenly Tower, very few were addressed as Mr. If someone as formidable as Tangya was addressing him with respect, he must be someone powerful. Jiang Hao glanced at the robust man who was fishing. He felt that the person might be from the Heavenly Tower, like Madame Gong. However, he didn't know who he was exactly. Well, then, it'd be impolite of me to refuse, said Jiang Hao. If this person were truly a Mr. of the Heavenly Tower, he could provide valuable information. After taking a seat nearby, Jiang Hao took out a fishing rod and began fishing. Aren't you going to use bait? Tangya asked curiously. Anything willing will bite, Jiang Hao said mysteriously. It wasn't that he lacked bait, but he could sense that the fish here weren't interested in it. He didn't know what they liked to eat. Anything willing will bite? Tanya frowned. You're as boring as Mr. Tao. Jiang Hao smiled and remained silent. Did you come here alone, disciple San Xing? Mr. Tao asked. Do you know me? Jiang Hao asked. He knew that this man was well informed, but he needed to continue the conversation somehow. If he just answered this person's questions, he might be led in a certain direction and wouldn't get to ask what he wanted. I have heard of you from many people, Mr. Tao said with a smile. Everyone calls me Mr. Tao. You can call me that too if you don't mind. Jiang Hao nodded politely. He now had a rough idea of who his person was, but he needed more information. Did you come here for the ancestral dragon's heart? Mr. Tao asked. Jiang Hao shook his head. I don't have the ability to compete for the ancestral dragon's heart. Is it because of the new aura that has appeared? It seems to be emanating from beneath the Abyssal Sea. It has grown more active in the past few days, as if something is calling it or resonating with it, Mr. Tao said. Jiang Hao was surprised. Are you saying something has emerged from the Abyssal Sea? It's possible, but no one has ventured in to confirm. It's too dangerous to enter, and those who do never return with news, Mr. Tao said. Could it be that someone from inside is trying to get out? Jiang Hao asked. He remembered that Heavenly King Hai Luo's lover was in that sea, and Hai Luo was doing everything in his power to help her. Perhaps that had some effect. Nobody knows for sure, as no one has seen it themselves. Some people plan to go in with the netherfish. If they find anything, they will communicate the message through the netherfish, Mr. Tao said. Jiang Hao nodded. Those who entered probably wouldn't be able to leave again. Something else has happened, Mr. Tao said as he looked out at the sea. The ancestral dragon's heart also seems to have become more active. Many people have sensed it, and it seems to be related to the sudden changes in the area. If it is related to a person, that's fine, but many are concerned that a true dragon might appear. A true dragon? Jiang Hao looked toward the Abyssal Sea. It wasn't impossible. It was normal for the dragon clan to be there. He had only met a young dragon named Xiao. If he could peacefully communicate with a true dragon, he might be able to ask about Xiao. It's just speculation, though. They say that the blood of a true dragon has been sent out from Chaos Stone Island and will arrive in a few days. That is expected to create quite a stir, Mr. Tao said. Jiang Hao nodded and remained silent. He could sense the presence of a netherfish nearby. He saw one of the fish hovering near Mr. Tao's bait. Can he not see it? Jiang Hao was surprised. He had discovered traces of the fish by extending his senses, but he wasn't sure if Mr. Tao could sense it. By the way, Mr. Tao suddenly said, do you know Jing Fengyun? Jing Fengyun. Jiang Hao was surprised. Do you also know him, Mr. Tao? They say he works for you? Mr. Tao looked at Jiang Hao. Sort of. Jiang Hao nodded. Jing Fengyun was a decent person who had helped him a lot. Then, in the next few days, if you come here again, my people will bring him here, Mr. Tao said. Jiang Hao was puzzled, but he didn't ask more questions. After a while, Jiang Hao put away his fishing rod and prepared to leave. You're leaving? Tanya, who had been leaning against the pillar, asked. How about staying for a while? When you're not talking with Mr. Tao, you almost seem like a normal person. Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head. The fish is taking the bait and it's time for me to leave. Huh. Tanya was puzzled. She particularly disliked people who talked in vague, cryptic ways instead of having conversations like a normal person. Jiang Hao appraised Mr. Tao before he left. He was relieved that he hadn't been discovered. Then, he turned and left. Mr. Tao, what did smiling San Xing mean when he said the fish has taken the bait? asked Tanya curiously. Mr. Tao shook his head. I don't know. By the way, next time, don't be so direct with him. You know either, Mr. Tao. You guys are so complicated, Tanya was surprised. Mr. Tao looked down at the fishing rod and sighed. It seems it's time to leave. Huh. Tanya was confused. In the next moment, Mr. Tao raised his fishing rod. In an instant, a pitch-black fish burst out of the water. You caught it. Tanya was astonished. So, smiling Xingchen was talking about this. He remembered that the nether fish couldn't be detected. Normal cultivators couldn't see them, so how did he sense it? Don't think too much about it. You won't understand it anyway. Let's go and sell the fish. Mr. Tao put the fishing rod away. Tanya, as his guard, was naturally the one who handled such matters. On the road, Jiang Hao stood by the grass with his hands behind his back. He appeared to be admiring the scenery, but his mind was in turmoil. Before appraising Mr. Tao, he had maintained his composure. But after the appraisal, it was different. The information had shaken him. Shifting star technique? Jiang Hao sighed. Mr. Tao holds a high position and possesses astonishing power. He even has the shifting star technique within him. He came here specifically to meet Smiling San. This undoubtedly hinted at one thing. This person might be Lu. I wonder if there were any signs of error just now. Chapter 651 Chapter 651 18 True Dragon Protecting the Heart. Chapter 651 18 True Dragon Protecting the Heart. Jiang Hao never expected that this person would be Lu. He had thought it was just another high-ranking member of the Heavenly Tower, but it turned out to be someone he was somewhat familiar with. He does look similar. I wonder what he's thinking now. Smiling San Xing might not necessarily be Jing. In the future, I need to meet him, so I need to keep my distance and not linger here for too long. The difference in strength was too great, so he couldn't get involved too much. I kind of want to go back. Jiang Hao sighed. Being outside was all well and good, but it wasn't as safe as being in the Sect. With his current cultivation realm, he was too weak in this place. He could go back and tend to spirit herbs or head to the mines as punishment. However, his task was not done yet, which was rather frustrating. I wonder if the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl will appear. If it doesn't appear, should I just go back? If it took a long time, he couldn't stay here unless there was a mine here. Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel that he needed to ask around to find out more. After asking around a bit, he actually found a mine. It was just that the ore was rather common, and the people who needed it couldn't get here, while the people who could get here didn't think much of it. These people are really wasteful. Jiang Hao found the location in the middle of the night. Then, he took out a hoe to start digging. The mine was on a small hill. It was sturdy. He felt that he might find something here. Perhaps he could find more bubbles here. What are you doing? Asked a sudden voice from behind. At the sound, Jiang Hao froze. He turned to see a woman in a red and white gown. It was Hong Yuya. Under the moonlight, she looked stunning in her red and white dress. Her calm gaze seemed to hide a killing intent. It made him nervous. I heard there might be something extraordinary here, so I came to take a look. I wanted to present it to you, Senior, he said. Hong Yuya chuckled. Pack up your things and get ready. The Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl is about to appear. Jiang Hao was surprised. Let's go to the Abyssal Sea, Hong Yuya said. All right. Jiang Hao nodded and put his things away. Then, he headed toward the direction of the Abyssal Sea with Hong Yuya. They traveled very fast. However, it wasn't as close as he had imagined. It took them about half a day to reach the endless darkness in the starry sky. It was as if there was a hole in the parallel lines of the starry sky. The sea flowed and surged and flowed downward. There was no echo in the pitch-black area. Jiang Hao frowned. He couldn't see clearly. There was something interfering with his perception and vision. We have to wait for dawn. If you want to see the appearance of the Abyssal Sea, you need the light of daybreak. The person next to him dropped from the high altitude. It was an old man. Jiang Hao couldn't see his cultivation realm. Do you know this place well, Senior? I have some understanding of it, but what are you here for, Junior? Asked the old man with a smile. I came to see the heart of the ancestral dragon. Why else would someone come here if not for the heart of the ancestral dragon? His goal was the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl, but he mentioned the heart of the ancestral dragon to the old man. The heart of the ancestral dragon isn't visible. The old man shook his head and smiled. Jiang Hao didn't say anything more but stayed in place and waited. If Hong Yuye said the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl was about to appear, it probably would. He was more concerned about the Abyssal Sea. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he could feel a force emanating from within. It was just hard to capture. It was even harder to discern what kind of force it was. I heard that Heavenly King Budong got hold of true dragon's blood. Perhaps when the true dragon's blood comes near, the dragon's heart will appear, said the old man. I wonder when the people of Heavenly King Budong will arrive, Jiang Hao said. The old man thought for a moment. It should be in the next day or two. They will send it over as quickly as possible. Maybe it isn't the true dragon's blood that summons the ancestral dragon's heart. Jiang Hao thought that the heart of the ancestral dragon was summoned by something indeed. It made sense if it happened to be the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. From the looks of it, the appearance of the heart of the ancestral dragon will mean the appearance of the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. Jiang Hao was somewhat concerned. But he soon stopped thinking about it. There were countless powerful people here. There was no need for him to act. Senior, what do you think will happen if the heart of the ancestral dragon appears right now? Asked Jiang Hao. It's impossible. The old man shook his head. If such a situation really arises, the powerful individuals in the vicinity will rush over immediately. Actually, small fries like us might have a chance of obtaining it. There is rarely such an opportunity. Jiang Hao wanted to agree, but he saw Hong Yuye turn back to look at the old man. He followed her gaze. What if the opportunity arises? Will you take action, Senior? Of course. But what are you looking at, Junior? The old man was puzzled. He saw that Jiang Hao's cultivation realm wasn't very high. He even flew over a little to see if Jiang Hao was any threat. If he had a formidable background, he would naturally make an acquaintance with him. If not, there was no need to be concerned about him. However, right at that moment they sensed a vast aura. Shortly after, a radiance appeared in the distance, and a deafening dragon's roar resounded in the sky. It's here, Jiang Hao said slowly. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and shocked the old man. He regretted rushing forward. The dragon's roar was deafening. 18 rays of light rose into the sky. It was the shadow of a true dragon appearing in the sky. In the middle was a golden, beating heart. 18 true dragons surrounded and protected it. The heart of the ancestral dragon? Jiang Hao was astonished by its grandeur. He turned to the old man. Senior, the opportunity has come. The old man returned to his senses. He looked embarrassed. He forced out a smile. How can I have such fortune? This must belong to some other senior. Jiang Hao shook his head. He also didn't have such good fortune either. He looked at Hong Yuye. She didn't seem that interested in it either. The heart of the ancestral dragon was really just a golden heart. When it appeared, Jiang Hao felt that many forces were coming in their direction. They were all after this treasure. On the island, Mr. Tao sat by the shore. He suddenly turned to look in the direction of the Abyssal Sea. What's going on? What happened? Tang Ye asked curiously. But soon, she also noticed it. 18 beams of light rose into the sky, and 18 true dragons revealed their forms. She was shocked. What's going on? The heart of the ancestral dragon has appeared, Tanya. Are you sure that no one has done anything today? Mr. Tao stood up. No. Absolutely not, Tanya said firmly. Let's go and see. Mr. Tao took a step forward. Tanya followed closely behind, and they soon left the island behind them. On the way, Tanya was quite excited. Mr. Tao, the other forces haven't arrived yet, and the Heavenly Kings are very far away from here. If we make a move, can we seize the heart of the ancestral dragon? Chapter 652 Chapter 652 Something Emerging from the Abyss. Chapter 652 Something Emerging from the Abyss. On the way, Mr. Tao shook his head. Our purpose for this journey remains unchanged. Don't let the benefits blind your eyes. This is a great opportunity. One that we might never encounter again, Tanya said. For us, the ancestral dragon's heart may not necessarily bring benefits. Mr. Tao's pace was slow, but each step covered a great distance. The current troubles are nothing compared to what might come later. We don't need to invite more trouble. Besides, do you really think we are the only ones who have come here? Some people hide in plain sight. They are far beyond your imagination. Who are they? Tanya asked in surprise. Mr. Tao smiled but didn't answer. Tanya rolled her eyes and continued on. After some time, they saw 18 true dragons spiraling in the sky. Among them, there was a golden heart still beating. Is the ancestral dragon still alive? Tanya asked in confusion. There's not much information about the true dragon clan. It's hard to guess. Mr. Tao shook his head. When they arrived, many others had already reached. They were just a bit slower. The aura of the true dragons descended from the sky, and Mr. Tao looked up. He frowned slightly. It seems like they're heading for the Abyssal Sea. They were summoned by something. If we don't intercept them, they'll enter, and we'll have nothing left, Tanya said. They will take action. Mr. Tao pointed to dozens of cultivators in midair. Can they stop them? Tanya felt a bit anxious. Although the 18 true dragons hadn't done anything, trying to stop them seemed insane. They're just phantoms and not as terrifying as you might think. Mr. Tao thought for a moment. But stopping them is indeed difficult. Some people have already tried, Tanya immediately said. At that moment, an elderly cultivator soared into the sky and began using his techniques to create a barrier of spiritual energy to block the true dragons. Everyone below watched closely. The 18 true dragons continued forward and ignored the barrier. Then, with a resounding crash, the true dragons collided with the barrier. Crack! The barrier of spiritual energy collapsed. Seeing this, the elderly cultivator was rather delighted. The true dragons didn't retaliate. They simply continued forward. Below, many people were delighted as well. They thought maybe they could trap the true dragons. It looks like we can wait for more powerful individuals to arrive, Mr. Tao said. If we can stop them, why not just go and seize the ancestral dragon's heart? Tanya asked. Mr. Tao was taken aback for a moment and then smiled. Well, I suppose someone will do just that. Indeed, a person went straight for the ancestral dragon's heart. By the Abyssal Sea, Jiang Hao watched that person, who seemed joyous, as if he believed the ancestral dragon's heart would soon be his. Others were shocked and tried to stop him, but it was too late. Can he succeed? The elderly man asked Jiang Hao. There was no reason. He only said it because Hong Yuya looked disdainful. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded. One of the 18 true dragons moved and swallowed the person who had approached. This both surprised and delighted the onlookers. They were surprised at the formidable power of the true dragon's phantom, but delighted that no one had managed to take the ancestral dragon's heart. With the previous example, no one dared to approach recklessly and could only try to prevent others from advancing. "Why don't you give it a try?" the elderly man asked Jiang Hao curiously. He realized that even in the absence of stronger individuals, he had no chance. Jiang Hao shook his head. He didn't want to throw his life away. As for Hong Yuye, she had no intention of getting involved. Boom! The 18 true dragons moved in the sky. Ahead of them, dozens of powerful figures were laying down formations to block their progress and secure the ancestral dragon's heart. "Notify the heavenly kings," someone said in a low voice. The others also informed powerful individuals to come and fight. The 18 true dragons gently collided with the barrier, and the massive formation began to tremble, but it didn't shatter. The true dragons didn't launch an attack. They were just testing the strength of the formation. Once they weathered the first wave, it became much easier. After several attempts, the formation finally stabilized. "It seems they're trapped now," said Jiang Hao. He could tell that the ancestral dragon's heart was drawn by the aura from the Abyssal Sea. It was an elusive presence that was hard to grasp. But it definitely existed. "Who do you think will obtain the ancestral dragon's heart?" the elderly man asked. Jiang Hao didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to look at the Abyssal. The Abyssal Sea was still a vast pool of nothingness, but there seemed to be something trying to emerge from within. He sensed it from the auras in it. The elderly man turned to look as well. He was quite puzzled. "Senior, what's happening with the Abyssal Sea?" Jiang Hao shook his head. He couldn't answer, nor did he need to. As for this elderly man, he didn't even know him. He had just called him Senior, and now the man insisted on addressing him as Senior too. It was somewhat uncomfortable. However, there was one thing he didn't understand. Senior Dan Yuan paid a lot of attention to the ancestral dragon's heart, so why hadn't his people come here? They might have a chance to obtain it. It wasn't just Senior Dan Yuan. Lu should have been here by now. Why weren't they taking action? Were they all like Hong Yuye? Maybe they weren't interested in the ancestral dragon's heart, but something else. Jiang Hao glanced at the woman beside him and didn't say much. On the other hand, Tang Yu was confused. "Mr. Tao, are we just going to watch?" Tang Yu asked. "Why not? Haven't you noticed that these 18 true dragons are no ordinary beings? It's not easy to avoid them and get the ancestral dragon's heart, Mr. Tao said. It feels like we're handing over the treasure to others." Tang Yu sighed. "No need to worry. They're here." Mr. Tao turned to look into the distance. At that moment, a teleportation formation activated underwater, and a dozen beams of light shot into the sky. Within a breath's time, figures emerged from the light, and each of them made the entire sea area resonate with power. They could communicate with the sea. "Heavenly King Budong is here," Tang Yu exclaimed. "Did he already absorb the benefits he got from the south? He's the first one to arrive. His aura has become stronger." Mr. Tao was also somewhat surprised. Soon, Tang Yu spotted more figures. "Heavenly King Taomu is here too. Heavenly Kings Kur and Mu Longyu are here too. So many Heavenly Kings have already arrived. If they make a move, won't this sea area suffer?" These Heavenly Kings are interested in the ancestral dragon's heart. If not now, then when would they come here? Mr. Tao asked. Tang Yu nodded. Indeed, the ancestral dragon's heart was quite extraordinary. Soon, she noticed that these people were standing in the skies and showed no signs of making a move. Why aren't they fighting each other? Because they're not like you. Chapter 653 Chapter 653 Something Seeks My Help. Chapter 653 Something Seeks My Help. At the edge of the Abyssal Sea, Jiang Hao also noticed the presence of the Heavenly Kings, and their auras were powerful. However, he had never sensed such a presence in King Hai Luo. Even when he first met Mu Longyu, he hadn't felt this way. It seemed that the Heavenly King's strength underwent a significant transformation when they were overseas. They're probably discussing what to do with the ancestral dragon's heart. It's just difficult to reach an agreement since the sea area is not only inhabited by the Heavenly Kings. Jiang Hao wondered if they would come to an agreement. As more teleportation arrays appeared, unidentified, powerful individuals emerged from them. The discussions took time, and the whole atmosphere seemed less friendly. Before long, they ceased their conversations. As time passed, 2 more figures appeared in the sky, but they also remained silent, which only increased the sense of unease. "A storm is approaching," Jiang Hao said to the elderly man beside him. "Stay further away from here. It won't do you any good to linger here." The elderly man expressed his gratitude and quickly moved away. "Senior, what should we do?" Jiang Hao asked. She looked at the abyssal sea. "We wait." Jiang Hao nodded. He could sense that something was struggling to emerge from within. But they didn't have to wait long before a sudden roar echoed through the sky. Boom! A tremendous force swept in all directions and caused the seawater to rush toward the SKV like a reverse waterfall. Blinding lights flashed and something rumbled. The overwhelming force instantly engulfed Jiang Hao. Without Hong Yue's presence, he wouldn't have had time to escape even with the golden ring. He had to use the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman. Otherwise, he wouldn't make it out in time. In the aftermath of such a force, Jiang Hao was unable to see the figures of the people at all. He couldn't even see the battle properly. So, he could only patiently wait for the force to weaken. However, after a short while, he frowned and turned toward the abyssal sea. The aura had become stronger as if something was struggling to break free. Amidst the eruption of boundless power, Mr. Tao retreated to a more distant location and finally saw the person he had been looking for at the edge of the abyssal sea. It was a figure of a scholar. He gazed at the abyssal sea with surging power behind him, yet it couldn't touch him at all. Smiling Sanxing? Is he watching the abyssal sea? But wasn't he supposed to be in the return to Void Realm? How is he blocking those forces? Tang Yu exclaimed. Mr. Tao didn't bother with all the questions. He seemed puzzled. What's in the abyssal sea that had captured his attention? He is not even looking at the ancestral dragon's heart? The enigma of the abyssal sea left not only Mr. Tao perplexed but also Jiang Hao, who could only sense a presence struggling to emerge. Now, that struggle was becoming evident. After observing for a moment, he suddenly frowned. It seemed that the other party was about to struggle fiercely. "It's coming!" Hong Yue, who had been watching Jiang Hao all along, turned toward the abyssal sea. In the next moment, a blue beam of light shot out of it. Boom! The speed was unimaginable, and the strength was astonishing. In an instant, the blue light shot into the sky and illuminated the surroundings. The 18 true dragons came to a halt. They didn't dare move recklessly. Both Mr. Tao and Tang Yu were astonished. The moment the blue light appeared, Jiang Hao instinctively raised his foot to enter the abyssal sea. But he immediately snapped back to his senses. This beam of light seemed to be seeking his help. It hoped he would enter the abyssal sea to rescue it. Is it seeking only my help or calling out to everyone here? Jiang Hao looked at the person beside him. Hong Yue just stared at him in indifference. Do you want to go in? Hong Yue suddenly asked. Senior, you must be joking. Jiang Hao lowered his head respectfully. The abyssal sea is not a place someone like me can enter. Actually, you can. Hong Yue raised her hand and gently pulled up her sleeve. The golden ring was visible on her wrist. Now you can go in. Senior, you're joking, right? What if? Jiang Hao noticed her sharp gaze. I'll go in. He was indeed helpless in front of a powerful individual. He did want to go down and look, but he wasn't the type to act recklessly when he knew it was dangerous. Regardless of what was down there, he wouldn't risk himself for the sake of curiosity. However, Hong Yuye's words reassured him. He didn't want to be careless, though. He had prepared all teleportation methods in case something went wrong. After that, he took a step forward and leaped to make contact with the blue beam of light. Then, he began to fall into the abyssal sea. Mr. Tao, he jumped in. Tang Yu exclaimed. She saw clearly that smiling San Xing had jumped in. The abyssal sea was an endpoint. It was hard to turn back from there. Even someone as great as Mr. Tao dared not enter it. But smiling San Xing had jumped in willingly. Mr. Tao just looked in the direction of the abyssal sea. The blue beam of light was now disappearing. This sudden change didn't stop the powerful individuals, as if such disturbances weren't that unusual here. People would jump in from time to time, and no one paid much attention because nobody ever came out. Hong Yuye, on the other hand, kept her eyes fixed on the abyssal sea and didn't look away. Jiang Hao, who had leaped into the abyssal sea, plummeted. He couldn't use any techniques or spells at all. His strength was compressed within him. It was difficult to move. It would take a long time before he could use anything to save himself. Moreover, his descent was much faster than expected. During the descent, Jiang Hao saw stars. At first, they appeared as faint points of light, then they multiplied into a multitude of stars. Soon, it was as if a galaxy was surging, but the further he descended, the more unsettling it felt. It was as though the galaxy was converging downward. The stars gathered like a vast river flowing downward. He, too, seemed to be in that state and unable to escape the abyssal sea. His powers were suppressed, and his body was under immense pressure. He looked up at the sky and could see the stars winding down and eventually converging below. This won't work. If I keep falling like this, I won't be able to get out of here at all. By now, the blue light was nowhere to be seen. The distress he had sensed from this place had disappeared. It might as well have been an illusion. After waiting for a while, he suddenly saw several floating rocks. Bam! Jiang Hao fell heavily onto one of the rocks. His legs were a bit sore. Looking around, he noticed several people sitting cross-legged. Most of them had weak auras, as if they were resisting the pressure from the abyssal sea. Another corpse has fallen, said a middle-aged man. A corpse? Is he referring to me? Jiang Hao wondered. He didn't pay it much mind and instead approached the edge of the rock to look down. At that moment, he felt something coming up from below as if it had locked onto him. Is this the abyssal sea? Jiang Hao asked the middle-aged man sitting on the rock beside him. The abyssal sea? This is just the edge of the abyssal sea. If you want to see what the abyssal sea truly looks like, you'll have to go further down, the middle-aged man said. Do you know what the abyssal sea is, sir? Jiang Hao asked curiously. The man didn't respond. Jiang Hao turned to look at his side and noticed that the seawater was still rushing downward without an end. Some say there are true dragons down there, while others say it holds the secret to becoming a heavenly king. Do any of you have any clue as to what might actually be there? Jiang Hao asked. As soon as he entered, he had communicated with the golden ring to see if it was still connected to the outside. It set his mind at ease. After he finished speaking, 2 more elderly men suddenly appeared behind him. Each wielded a weapon. Jiang Hao was puzzled. Hand over the storage treasure, one of the men said. Jiang Hao was astonished. These people, who appeared so feeble, wanted to rob him of his spirit stones. I advise you not to struggle. It takes a long time to adapt here, and you're not a body cultivator, so you're no match for us, said the middle-aged man beside him. Of course, we won't be brutal. We'll leave you with something at least. Jiang Hao was speechless. Chapter 654 Chapter 654 The Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. Chapter 654 The Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. Jiang Hao looked at the two men. This was the first time someone had blatantly demanded for his storage treasure. There were many things inside. 110,000 spirit stones were not a small amount. Jiang Hao had never seen anyone below the Return to Void Realm as rich as him. However, he had 2 storage treasures, and they weren't noticeable. They were just normal items he had obtained within the Sect. As for the items that couldn't see the light of day, they were stored in his primordial spirit storage treasure. One of them had the golden rings. Jiang Hao watched the two men and noticed that they had almost no cultivation left. They relied on their physical strength. After that, he observed everyone around him and did not see anyone special among them. "Do you all see the people falling from above when you're here?" asked Jiang Hao. "Cut the crap. Hand over the storage treasure, and don't even think about stalling for time," the elderly man in the gray robe said coldly. "Are you referring to this?" Jiang Hao took out his storage treasure and then hovered near the edge of the cliff. "Can we talk first?" The crowd was speechless. "Why bother, fellow disciple? You won't survive anyway," said the middle-aged man sitting on the rock beside him. "Answer a few questions for me first," Jiang Hao said. "You can ask," the middle-aged man said. "It seems they listen to you," Jiang Hao said with a smile. "Has a young and beautiful woman jumped down from here recently?" "Many young women have jumped down. Who are you referring to?" Jiang Hao wasn't sure. King Hai Luo's lover had jumped down from here. That was all he knew. "I think I remember. Her cultivation realm was quite formidable." "Where is she?" Jiang Hao asked. "She jumped down." The middle-aged man sighed. "She was too impulsive. We didn't have any intention of taking all her spirit stones, but she didn't trust us." Jiang Hao nodded. However, when he asked what was down there, no one could provide an answer. "Can you hand over the storage treasure now?" the middle-aged man asked. Jiang Hao put it away and showed no sign of handing it over. "What do you mean by this?" the elderly man asked coldly. Jiang Hao shook his head. "I'm not used to giving up my things easily." "You're asking for death," the elderly man said angrily. This young man was mocking him. They attacked. Jiang Hao's eyes flickered as he watched their movements. When they approached, he used his fan as a weapon. After dodging a sword strike with a sidestep, he raised his fan and struck at the sword. Clang! The tremendous impact startled the elderly man, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground. Clang! While the elderly man was still in shock, Jiang Hao approached him. "Senior, you've grown old." He then threw a punch. Boom! The elderly man was sent flying beyond the rock. Below was the boundless abyssal sea. Jiang Hao did not pay any attention to him and moved to the second man. With just a few moves, he tossed the second person out of the rock. He had already planned for the situation where he might not be able to use his spiritual energy. He had never learned any martial arts, but he had some skill in hand-to-hand combat. Moreover, he had also learned heavenly blade techniques, so using a fan as a substitute for a blade was not a problem. Most importantly, how could a group of old and weak people be a match for him? Jiang Hao felt nothing when he saw the old man fall. He didn't believe that they would leave him with something. "How are you so nimble?" asked the middle-aged man sitting on the rock next to him. He didn't seem worried about people falling off the rock. Perhaps it was better with fewer people around. Who knows? Jiang Hao didn't want to answer him. With various divine treasures on his body, he naturally had an advantage here. At that moment, 3 young men stood up. One of them said, "He has a secret treasure on him. Perhaps it can help us get out." He wasn't the only one. Everyone was thinking the same. It was the first time they had seen someone so extraordinary here. Many people who fell down here were unable to move freely, but this person had no such constraints. "Why are you staring at me?" Jiang Hao looked at the cliff and smiled. "There are other things more worthy of your attention." "What things?" Everyone was a bit puzzled. After a moment of silence, Jiang Hao said, "It's here." His strange words aroused curiosity in some people, while others became cautious. Before they could question it, a blue light appeared from below. This sudden change shocked everyone. Even the middle-aged man who had been there from the beginning stood up. Their reaction made Jiang Hao puzzled. Hadn't they seen the blue light just now? But now wasn't the time to think about that. He stared at the ground and saw a streak of azure light moving rapidly within the blue light. In just a few blinks, it appeared above the group of rocks. The light gradually dissipated and revealed an azure-blue pearl hovering in the air. It was about the size of 2 or 3 fists. Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl? Jiang Hao guessed. The aura emitted by the pearl was the same as the one he had sensed before. Moreover, this pearl gave him a strange feeling as if there was some inexplicable connection between him and it. As soon as the pearl appeared, everyone was stunned. They had never seen something like this before. In the span of a breath, those who were planning to attack Jiang Hao all rushed toward the blue pearl. This was a rare treasure. At the same time, they felt that this was their hope for an escape. A pearl that could float up from below could easily lead them out of this place. "Step back!" the middle-aged man shouted. However, no one paid any attention to him. "Senior He, don't think too highly of yourself at such a time," said someone. Senior He glanced at the person coldly, and a small knife appeared in his hand. It shot out and caught the person off guard. The young man couldn't even react. He fell to the ground. He clutched his neck and struggled, and blood kept pouring out. The stones were stained red, and the abyssal sea absorbed the blood. Jiang Hao was surprised. He didn't expect injuries to be this severe here. Senior He did not stop and continued to throw knives one after another. One of them was even aimed at Jiang Hao. It was aimed directly at his throat. Jiang Hao avoided the fatal strike with a dodge. Out of curiosity, he reached out and caught the handle of the small knife at the moment it grazed his neck. It was a blade of good quality. It was no wonder it could kill so easily. However, by that time, Senior He had already killed all the people around him. Seeing Jiang Hao catch the flying knife, he narrowed his eyes. He didn't pay Jiang Hao any attention and headed straight for the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. This was their hope for escape. He used all the spiritual energy he could muster and leaped forward. In the blink of an eye, he reached the pearl. However, the moment he touched it, a blue light flashed. Splat! Senior He's entire arm turned into nothingness, and he was sent flying backward. He fell onto a rock and writhed in agony. Chapter 655 Chapter 655 Emerging from the Abyssal Sea and Shocking Everyone. Chapter 655 Emerging from the Abyssal Sea and Shocking Everyone. Jiang Hao felt anxious as he watched the man struggle. The Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl seemed to be even more dangerous than he had anticipated. However, what puzzled him was that since it had already reached this point, why didn't the pearl continue upward? Floating further up would lead it out of the Abyssal Sea. Why would such a pearl be here? Jiang Hao wondered. He wanted to try appraising it, but found that it took a lot of time for his divine abilities to take effect in the Abyssal Sea. He didn't have much time. The Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl moved. The floating pearl suddenly swayed twice, and then started moving toward Jiang Hao. Senior He watched the pearl in terror. He knew that this young man was doomed. However, what he feared didn't happen. The pearl did not touch Jiang Hao but stopped in front of him. Senior He was baffled. Jiang Hao was also shocked. He had just witnessed the horror of touching the pearl. If it had touched him, it would have been disastrous. But as he gazed at the dragon pearl before him, he had a strange feeling that it was inviting him to touch it. Jiang Hao hesitated and extended his hand toward it. Senior, he was astonished. Many things flashed through his mind. This young man had just arrived, and right after, the pearl had also appeared. There must be a connection between the two. He knew that his opportunity to leave this place had come. Without hesitation, he got up and knelt in front of Jiang Hao. I am He Yuran, and I apologize for my earlier behavior, Senior. Please forgive me. I promise to serve you from here on out, even at the expense of my life. Jiang Hao glanced at Senior He but did not respond. Instead, he focused his attention on the pearl. As he reached out to touch it, the pearl moved. It allowed Jiang Hao to touch it. In an instant, the sound of a dragon's roar emerged from the Archean Abyss dragon pearl. The voice was faint yet clear. A blue light radiated from the pearl, and a phantom of a true dragon appeared. It was a small blue dragon that opened its azure eyes and gazed at Jiang Hao. Then, it transformed into a vast dragon and circled around the man before swimming away. Its power resonated with him. In an instant, Jiang Hao felt his strength returning, and he even gained control over the pearl's power. It was an unimaginable force. He looked up. He knew that he could escape this place any time he wished. Senior, please take me with you. I'm willing to do everything. I'll remain loyal to you for the rest of my life, said Senior He pleadingly. Jiang Hao looked at him in doubt but remained silent. Instead, he leaped up. Boom! The rocks shattered as he shot into the sky. A magnificent dragon's roar echoed in all directions. For a moment, Jiang Hao felt like he was invincible. He was willing to be a champion for the world and even dared to contend with the heavens and the earth. This was the intensity of power granted by the pearl. He quickly restrained his thoughts and focused on getting out of this place. At that moment, he felt like a sharp blade forcibly cleaving open the sky of the abyssal sea. The powerful impact made the surrounding seawater halt, and the starry river began to flow backward. Outside, Hong Yuye had been watching the abyssal sea attentively while keeping the golden ring activated. She looked calm and indifferent, but her gaze never left the abyssal sea. It wasn't clear what she was thinking about. She was not known for expressing her emotions. The battle of the heavenly kings did not affect her in the least. Mr. Tao also did not pay attention to the heavenly kings. Instead, he watched the abyssal sea and the heart of the ancestral dragon. Since the earlier outburst of light, the heart of the ancestral dragon had quietened down. However, he sensed a change, as if it was preparing for a confrontation with something. The abyssal sea, on the other hand, remained motionless. Mr. Tao, is Smiling San Xing dead? Tang Yi suddenly asked. Mr. Tao shook his head. That's unlikely. I know a bit about the origin of Smiling San Xing. If he were that easy to kill, he wouldn't be the person he is today. Why? Tang Yi was puzzled. It's hard to explain, Mr. Tao said. They could only wait quietly for further developments. Suddenly Mr. Tao lowered his head to look at the sea beneath them. This is not right. What's wrong? Tang Yi asked. Retreat. Something is about to happen in the abyssal sea. What? Tang Yi was puzzled but followed him as they moved backward. Look at the seawater, Mr. Tao said as they retreated. What's wrong with the seawater? Can you please explain properly, Mr. Tao? Tang Yi asked. It has stopped flowing, Mr. Tao said. Tang Yi finally noticed it. The waves had disappeared. Then, she looked toward the sea farther from the abyssal sea. That area appeared normal. Even the true dragons are getting agitated, Mr. Tao said. Tang Yi felt uneasy. Fortunately, they were retreating quickly. But while Tang Yu was feeling relieved, a beam of light suddenly shone from behind her. A blue light beam extended in all directions and shot into the sky. Immediately afterward, the sound of a dragon's roar pierced the heavens. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed in all directions and caused the seawater to flow backward and shatter the starry sky. Boom! Mr. Tao and Tang Yu quickly retreated while defending themselves. The formidable force affected everyone. The 18 true dragons began to roar as well as if they were confronting something that had caused such a disturbance. However, the roars from the 18 true dragons were nothing compared to the reverberating roar from the Abyssal Sea. The changes compelled the heavenly kings to stop their battle. They all looked at the source of the blue light and knew that something related to the dragon clan had appeared. Once it came out, the ancestral dragon's heart might change hands. They exchanged worried glances and joined forces to suppress whatever force it was. If the Abyssal Sea could weaken the force, it would weaken whatever creature was coming out. There was still a chance. In an instant, several powers descended from the sky. They were intent on suppressing the entity within the Abyssal Sea. Hong Yuye glanced upward. She seemed as though she was about to raise her hand. At the last moment, she sensed something and withdrew her hand. A massive dragon head emerged from the Abyssal Sea and roared in fury. Its roar reverberated through the heavens. Boom! Terrifying power swept across the world and shattered all layers of suppression. The heavenly kings were all shaken. Suddenly there were footsteps. A figure slowly materialized within the power storm. He emerged from the Abyssal Sea and was stepping on the dragon's scales. He stood in midair above the Abyssal Sea and looked ahead. Mr. Tao looked at the Abyssal Sea in disbelief. At that moment, a scholarly-looking man stood with his hands behind his back. He was unaffected by the Abyssal Sea, and the powerful storms couldn't approach him because a true dragon surrounded him. A true dragon protected him. Roar! The dragon roared. It was provoked by the 18 true dragons. Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows and glanced at them. The 18 true dragons all bowed their heads in submission. The ancestral dragon's heart was still struggling and unwilling to submit. Jiang Hao didn't care. He hadn't paid any attention to it or those fighting for it. Instead, he looked at Hong Yu. He approached her. When he moved, everyone became vigilant and stood ready to attack. However, Jiang Hao had no intention to do anything. He just wanted to reach out to Hong Yu. At the same time, Hong Yu walked step by step toward Jiang Hao. As they drew near to each other, Jiang Hao extended his hand. Hong Yu also reached out and took his hand. Jiang Hao turned around and walked alongside her. Then, they both disappeared from their spot. As they vanished, the phantom of the true dragon disappeared, and the blue light dispersed. The sea returned to its normal state, and the starry sky reappeared. The Abyssal Sea returned to its dim and void state. Everyone looked at this transformation as if it were a dream. Mr. Tao, am I dreaming? Tang Yu asked. Was this his goal? Mr. Tao muttered. Even now, he couldn't guess what the person had been up to. Chapter 656, Chapter 656, Xiao Li's Dragon Pearl. Chapter 656, Xiao Li's Dragon Pearl. Jiang Hao was surprised. The Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl turned out to be Xiao Li's pearl. Can a young dragon have such power? Jiang Hao sat on a tree. He knew Xiao Li was extraordinary but not to this extent. He shook his head and didn't dwell on it too much. He was curious about the heavenly thunder. When he appraised Xiao Li before, he was told she was severely wounded by the heavenly thunder. He had just dismissed it. It seemed that the heavenly thunder was no ordinary thunder. It was clear that it had dislodged the pearl from her. Jiang Hao climbed down from the tree and decided to explore the nearby area. Yesterday, he had disappeared into the Abyssal Sea with Hong Yuye, only to arrive at Chaos Stone Island. The objectives of this trip had already been fulfilled, so why stay here any longer? Waiting any longer would prove detrimental. The Heavenly Kings were no pushovers. He realized that the Abyssal Sea was not as easy to escape as he had thought. The Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl couldn't come out because it couldn't activate its accumulated power by itself. It was only after he touched it that the power was activated and allowed it to break free from the Abyssal Sea. In the meantime, on Chaos Stone Island, Jiang Hao handed the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl to Hong Yi. However, the pearl didn't stay quiet in her hands and ultimately returned to him. Only then could he attempt to appraise it. During this time, he also bought September's Spring. He brewed it and drank it. The last time, he had used its power for painting. Now, it improved his mountain sea seal. I wonder who obtained the ancestral dragon's heart. Jiang Hao was curious. He would have to wait for the gathering to find out, but the gathering would also bring him trouble. Lu must have guessed it already. I need to come up with an excuse that won't affect the impression I left behind. Jiang Hao left the matters aside and decided to take care of the final task for now. On Chaos Stone Island, Ran Hui hid behind a broken wall. They had settled down on the island, and no one recognized them or disturbed them. For them, this place was like paradise. However, the good times didn't last. They had barely settled down when someone came looking for them. They told them that they had to pay spirit stones. Later, they learned that working in the city earned you spirit stones. They hoped the person would give them more time. They agreed, but when Ran Hui came out to this place, he heard people talking about them. Look at him. He's got no skills. Does he really have any spirit stones? Definitely not. The middle-aged man shook his head at the young man. Then, why did you set a time limit for them, senior? The young man was puzzled. I heard they have someone backing them, so I wanted to check. There's no background, so we can do whatever we want. That girl with her face covered must be extraordinary. If we take her and sell her, we can get quite a few spirit stones. What about the guy? No need to worry about him. The two of them exchanged a smile. He is just an ordinary person, nothing more. You can handle it, so I won't dirty my hands. Only dead people don't cause trouble. Ran Hui's face turned pale. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well fight these people. With that thought in mind, he picked up a stone from the ground and walked out. But as soon as he stepped out, he noticed the two men were staring in his direction. They smiled mockingly at him. Look, he's actually here. I thought he'd get scared and run away, the middle-aged man said. You didn't think you could hide and we wouldn't know, did you? Said the young man and laughed. Since there's nothing more to play with, let's just kill him, said the middle-aged man. The young man gathered lightning in his hand. Ran Hui, in despair, finally erupted with anger and threw the stone in his hand. The two men laughed. However, the moment the stone approached, it was as if a blade swept through everything. The two figures were dead. They didn't even have time to react. Ran Hui was left standing there. He was bewildered. Friend, we meet again. He heard a chuckle. When he turned to look, he found that it was the scholarly-looking man from the ship. He was fanning himself as he leaned against the wall. The words, unrivaled in the world, flashed on the fan. Immortal Elder. Ran Hui knelt on the ground. It seems that this place is not suitable for you, Jiang Hao said with a smile. There were many cultivators, and it was extremely dangerous for ordinary people unless they lived in the city. Ran Hui lowered his head in sorrow. We have been through so much, but nothing ever changes. We've tried our best and tried to move on. We only hope for a peaceful life, but it seems that is too much to ask for. Jiang Hao listened attentively. Ran Hui composed himself. I'm going to leave soon. Have you thought about what I said? Ran Hui lowered his head. He then got up and invited Jiang to his house. It was a newly constructed thatched house. We built it together and hoped to spend the rest of our lives here. We treat this place as our own home, Ran Hui said. It's quite nice. Jiang Hao nodded. Yes, we think so too, Ran Hui said with a smile. His smile looked desolate. At that moment, Jiang Hao saw a woman pacing restlessly in front of the thatched house. I'm back, said Ran Hui to her. Jiang Hao followed him inside. The woman was very happy to see Ran Hui, but when she saw Jiang Hao, she was puzzled. Do you remember what I said to you before? I told you that I would find you again before leaving. If you're willing, I will help you. If not, I won't bother you. You should think it over. Once I leave, you will never see me again, Jiang Hao said kindly. This was Chaos Stone Island, and he wasn't going to come here any time soon. These two people couldn't come to the Heavenly Note sect either. This was a farewell. The two looked at each other. Finally, they held each other's hand. They knew that if this failed, they would die. The two went inside the house to discuss. Jiang Hao didn't know what they talked about, but when Ran Hui came out, he was ready. If we fail, I hope, Elder, that you can send me on my way too. Jiang Hao lowered his head and nodded. At noon, they stood in an open area with Jiang Hao in front of them. I'm going to start now. The woman nodded. Jiang Hao activated the Heavenly Cauldron ability. In an instant, the surrounding was enveloped in darkness. Jiang Hao used the universe in a palm technique, and purple energy spread out everywhere. The mountain sea seal revolved in the sky. After doing that, Jiang Hao walked slowly to the woman and extended his hand. Heaven Lock. Chapter 657. Chapter 657. Xiao Li, Senior Brother, this pearl is too hard to bite. Chapter 657. Xiao Li, Senior Brother, this pearl is too hard to bite. The Heaven Lock came into effect. It was an incomprehensible technique. Jiang Hao could feel that the woman in front of him was bound by chains, but it wasn't her body or her spirit that was locked. It was something else. Something that couldn't be easily described. Jiang Hao could understand some of it but couldn't put it into words. The Heaven Lock could seal one's talent and also their physical ability. This was the first time Jiang Hao had used it, and he wasn't sure what would happen. Boom! While activating the Heaven Lock, he felt an unimaginable pressure on his body. It was much more difficult than he had expected. The Hong Meng Heart Sutra frantically circulated and tried to resist the force. But the force pressed down on him. It almost broke the Heaven Lock technique. At that moment, Jiang Hao knew that if he stopped the Heaven Lock technique before it took full effect, the woman in front of him would die. He felt the agony and his palm began to bleed. Ran Hui saw this but didn't dare to utter a word. The pain lasted for a long time, and cracks began to appear on the Hong Meng Heart Sutra. However, it still held on. At night, when Jiang Hao felt that he had successfully sealed the woman's talents, a sense of relief washed over him. The immense pressure disappeared, but he didn't stop at that. Sealing a talent was risky because there was always a chance of it leaking out. He was trying to take the talent for himself. Purple energy surged, and the universe in a palm began to contract. The Heavenly Cauldron sealed everything in the vicinity. Soon, the purple energy enveloped the area and turned into a purple bead in Jiang Hao's hand. The woman had fallen into a deep sleep. Ran Hui immediately rushed to her side. It's okay, said Jiang Hao weakly. She's okay. She just fainted. Her ailment should be gone now. Ran Hui knelt in front of Jiang Hao and bowed in gratitude. Jiang Hao nodded. He deactivated the Heavenly Cauldron and disappeared. When Ran Hui looked up, Jiang Hao had vanished. After carrying his wife back to her room, he took off her veil. She was still like how she had been before, but something had changed. It was as if her illness had truly disappeared. Ran Hui was relieved. He touched her cheek. Have the scars faded? Jiang Hao had taken care of them, so they were no longer as noticeable. After resting, Jiang Hao visited the island master's mansion. He spent some time there before leaving. Then, he returned to Madame Gong's mansion the next day. With Hong Yuye, he disappeared from Chaos Stone Island. This departure meant he wouldn't ever return. He didn't even leave behind a trace. At the same time, Ran Hui saw his wife waking up at their house. She appeared different from before. Her scars were very faint and not as noticeable as before. Their life was beginning to improve. The two of them had originally planned to work on the farmland and live as best as they could. But, as they were about to leave their home, a group of people arrived at their doorstep. They were from the city, and it seemed they weren't there to cause trouble for Ran Hui and his wife. Instead, they said that the island needed a scholar, and Ran Hui had been recommended for the position. They had already arranged everything. They just needed his consent. Even if he refused, they were still considered residents of the city, and no one would bother them. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he was back. The courtyard was the same as before. Nothing had changed. As for the general situation in the sect, he would need to ask Ching Chou about it. He also had to check the situation in the Spirit Herb Garden as soon as possible. It hadn't been properly managed in the past few months, and he was worried that his master wouldn't allow him to stay in the garden. This would affect him greatly. He let go of Hong Yuye's hand and decided to check on the spirit herbs in the courtyard. However, Hong Yuye kept staring at him. It made him feel uneasy. "Senior." Hong Yuye frowned. She seemed to be thinking about something. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. He wasn't sure what Hong Yuye was thinking. She had been staring at him for the past few days. It made him feel uneasy. "It's been several months, but it seems my flower hasn't changed at all," Hong Yuye suddenly said. Jiang Hao felt helpless. The flower wasn't growing at all. "Well, think about what to do," Hong Yuye said coldly before fading away. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost mid-November. He had left the sect in mid-August, and the 3-month deadline was fast approaching. He needed to go to the task hall and submit 2,000 spirit stones. With these thoughts in mind, he took out the purple sphere. It appeared empty. The sealing had taken place after Heaven Lock, so he wasn't sure if it had sealed away her talents or not. Hong Yuye had looked at it before, but it seemed like she couldn't see anything in there as well. Unless one knew the Heaven Lock technique, it was hard to determine what was inside. It was also quite a profound art to master, and Jiang Hao was far from being an expert in this field. Currently, there was likely only one person in the world who could give him a definitive answer: the Saint Bandits. However, he couldn't ask for guidance from the Saint Bandits, so the only option was to appraise it. As he was thinking about this, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. When he went outside to check, he found that the spirit beast and Xiao had sneaked in to steal some peaches. As always, the spirit beast was on high alert and immediately noticed Jiang Hao's presence. "Master, you're back." Xiao, who had been eating peaches, choked and shoved the rest of the peaches into her mouth. She turned to look at Jiang Hao and struggled to chew. "Senior brother." Jiang Hao was speechless. He sighed and sat down in a chair under the tree. Xiao looked a bit confused and moved closer to him as she held the spirit beast in front of her as a shield. "Take a seat first and swallow whatever's in your mouth," Jiang Hao said calmly. Xiao nodded and made an effort to swallow the deech whole. Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel amazed. She even swallowed the pit. Once Xiao was seated, Jiang Hao silently activated the heavenly cauldron. He then took out the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. The pearl was large enough to be held with both hands. The spirit beast jumped excitedly when it saw the pearl. "Master, is this a gift for me? My friends did say you'd bring me a gift." Jiang Hao handed the pearl to Xiao. "This is my gift?" Xiao excitedly accepted the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. When she touched it, the pearl shimmered slightly, but there were no further changes. "What is this?" Xiao asked curiously. "Food," Jiang Hao said. "Food?" Xiao was quite surprised. She then asked, "Can I eat it?" "Go ahead." Jiang Hao nodded. Without a second thought, Xiao took the pearl and bit into it. Crack! There was a crisp sound. Jiang Hao was stunned. He hadn't expected Xiao to bite into the pearl. He thought she would swallow it whole. She had bitten the dragon pearl, and it was now damaged. However, at that moment, Xiao's eyes reddened. Her lips quivered as she took out the pearl from her mouth. A pearly white tooth fell from her mouth. She cried, "Senior brother Jiang, this is too hard. I don't want to eat it any more." With that, she placed the pearl on the table and refused to eat it again. Jiang Hao was speechless. He stared at the tooth on the table in confusion. Would a dragon's tooth fall off so easily? He appraised it. Jiang Hao was speechless. Chapter 658 Chapter 658 Lu Xingchen is possessed. Chapter 658 Lu Xingchen is possessed. Milk teeth. Jiang Hao furrowed his brows as he looked at the teeth. Do dragons have milk teeth too? He raised his head and looked at the young girl in front of him. He suddenly realized that Xiao was not much different from a human. "Senior brother Jiang, should we put these teeth on the roof or bury them in the ground?" Jiang Hao was puzzled. "Why would they do that?" Xiao said, "Mother said that baby teeth grow quickly." "Is that so?" Jiang Hao examined Xiao's mouth and noticed that it was her lower teeth. "So, should they be placed on the roof?" In an instant, he flickered and appeared on the roof. He tried to find a good place to plant the dragon teeth. Only then did he return to the courtyard. Xiao was quite excited. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. These dragon teeth should be worth quite a few spirit stones. The only strange thing was that the teeth still looked ordinary even after falling out from Xiao's mouth. It probably couldn't be sold. "Master, give me this," said the spirit beast as it reached for the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. However, the moment it touched it, the spirit beast was sent flying. Xiao looked puzzled. Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention to it and simply picked up the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl and examined it. It seemed that the pearl didn't make Xiao any different. It didn't restore her strength or memory. "Could it be that I'm using it the wrong way?" Jiang Hao muttered to himself. But there was no method he knew of. Should he carry it with him? After some hesitation, he asked Xiao, "Can this become smaller?" "Smaller?" Xiao tilted her head in thought. Then, she grabbed the still drowsy spirit beast and said, "Shrink." As she said those words, the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl emitted a faint blue light. Two thin beams of light extended and floated in front of Xiao. Finally, the beams of light followed her neck, and the pearl shrank in the light. When the light dissipated, Xiao had a nail-sized pearl around her neck. Jiang Hao began to doubt everything he knew about the pearl. Was the dragon pearl a pill of some sort? Xiao, on the other hand, was very happy. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Hao came up with a possibility. The pearl did belong to Xiao, but it wasn't inside her but was a gift from her elders. That made more sense. It made him even more curious about what the heavenly thunder was. Perhaps it was where the dragon clan lived. As for Xiao's appearance in the village, there were two possibilities. She had either mischievously run away or had escaped to this place. Either way, it was a bit troublesome. Fortunately, there was no need to worry too much. He should focus on getting stronger. However, to avoid endangering Xiao, he specifically sensed the pearl and found that there was still a faint trace of aura. He used the Mountain Sea Seal to suppress it, and the aura dissipated. It was not that the Mountain Sea Seal was exceptionally powerful, but the pearl was cooperating. At that moment, the spirit beast woke up and jumped in front of Jiang Hao. "Master, what do I get?" "A few tens of thousands of spirit stones." He didn't say it aloud. He would let it wait for a few days. Now was not the time to cash in the spirit beast. He needed to first understand the situation of the sect. The next day, Jiang Hao stood in front of the immortal peach tree and appraised it. The pearl would have to wait for another day. Almost 30,000 spirit stones. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. The increase in spirit stones was still manageable. If he used 30,000 from the 90,000, he would still be left with 60,000. It seemed like the rabbit would be satisfied with 40,000, leaving 20,000 spirit stones. The rest was a bit much. Jiang Hao left his residence and headed to the law enforcement hall. This time, he had been away for less than 3 months, but it still felt like a long time had passed. There were no visible changes in the surroundings. After a while, in the task hall, the senior at the counter smiled at him. "Junior brother Jiang, you are on time as ever. When are you planning to go out again?" Jiang Hao was speechless. It was probably impossible for him to go out. He wouldn't go out unless Hong Yuye came along with him. He couldn't intervene with Heavenly King Budong. He also needed to contact Feng Hua. Feng Hua would have considerable strength, and finding the main body would be tantamount to seeking death. He was in no rush. As long as Hong Yuye didn't urge him to do it, he could take his own time. Jiang Hao paid 1,000 spirit stones and left 1,500 to be paid over the next 3 months. He had dropped to 89,000 spirit stones. "If there are good missions, I'll have someone notify you, junior brother Jiang," the senior kindly offered as he left. Jiang Hao could only thank her quietly. Jiang Hao looked around but didn't see Xingchen. He wondered what he was busy with again. In fact, he wanted to see in what state Xingchen was. With a sigh, Jiang Hao headed for the Cliff of Broken Hearts. However, on the way, he suddenly felt the aura of a true dragon passing by him. He continued for a few steps before turning back to look. It was someone familiar. Xingchen. However, there was something strange about his aura. The true dragon aura had become more pronounced than before, and there were also 2 other slightly weaker auras. These auras were well hidden, but Jiang Hao had been observing Xingchen for a long time and was extremely sensitive to such things. Not to mention that his perception was far sharper than others. "What's going on? Not only was the aura off, but he didn't even acknowledge me. Is this really Xingchen?" Jiang Hao wondered. However, he had already used his appraisal ability for today. "Senior brother Lu," he called out. The person on the other side didn't immediately stop but hesitated and turned to look at him. "You called me?" He seemed puzzled. Jiang Hao was surprised but maintained a smile. "Yes, I was wondering if you have some time, senior brother. I have a few questions to ask you." "I don't have time at the moment," he said. "In that case, I apologize for disturbing you, senior brother," Jiang Hao said with an embarrassed bow. This was not Xingchen. Only after Xingchen had left did Jiang Hao turn back. He was not mistaken. Xingchen was no longer Xingchen. Has he been possessed? The aura just now was that of a true dragon. Is the true dragon's lingering soul now in control? Jiang Hao was shocked. The last time Xingchen had sowed the seeds of malice, he had given the true dragon more power. And now, it seemed to have overpowered Xingchen. But this true dragon might be weaker than Xiao. Xiao didn't emit any aura, and no one knew she was a true dragon. I wonder if Xingchen is still around. I need to find an opportunity to appraise him. The absence of Xingchen would have a significant impact on him, as no one would inform him of the matters at the law enforcement hall. Some things were no longer as convenient as before. For instance, reporting undercover agents or getting on the list, and so on. In just 3 months it seemed that there were more changes in the sect than he had anticipated. Chapter 659 Chapter 659 Creating a Charm Body. Chapter 659 Creating a Charm Body. Back at the Cliff of Broken Hearts, Jiang Hao continued to think over Xingchen's situation. He wasn't sure if it was real or fake. But would Xingchen really play such a game? This was different from before. He had been possessed. Once he lost control, how could he compete with these three? Sighing, Jiang Hao felt somewhat helpless about having such a person around him. Sometimes it was entertaining to watch, but at other times it was too dangerous. I wonder if I'll be able to see him tomorrow. Finding Xingchen was not easy these days. He could be anywhere. If he left the sect, it would be even harder to locate him. Jiang Hao didn't believe that even the combination of a true dragon, a sorcerer, and a blood demon would be able to hide from the Heavenly Note sect. It felt like even appraisal wasn't enough. He also needed to appraise the sphere that had trapped the charm talent. If he couldn't meet Xingchen tomorrow, he would appraise the purple pearl. However, the immortal peach tree's incarnation was imminent, and the seeds would appear when it happened. Those would also need to be appraised. After returning, there were more matters to attend to than he had anticipated. He hadn't even started on Feng Hua's case. He needed to do them one by one. After dealing with these trivial matters, he would pay a visit to the 100 Bones Forest to check on Bai Yi. In the Spirit Herb Garden, Ching-Cho was delighted to see Jiang Hao. Even though there hadn't been much happening in the past 3 months, he was always worried about something happening. Small matters were nothing to fear. However, if a major incident occurred, they still needed Jiang Hao to oversee it. But with Lord Beast around, things were much better. Has anything happened in the sect recently? Jiang Hao asked. No, but senior sister Ming came to see you. Senior brother Han is also here, Ching-Cho said. Did they mention anything? Jiang Hao asked curiously. He hadn't seen Ming for a long time and felt that she was quite dangerous. The latter was probably there to challenge him, as he was likely on the verge of a breakthrough. No. Ching-Cho shook his head. Senior sister Zhou Chan also came and asked about junior brother Lin Ji. When I told her he was at the mines, she went there. Jiang Hao nodded. In fact, Lin Ji was better off working quietly. It was good if he could stay away from his 2 friends. He felt guilty and inferior when it came to them. But it was different with Lord Beast, who had taught him. He had shown it all his flaws. How is Chu Chuan? Jiang Hao asked. Last time, he came to challenge junior sister Xiao Li, and now he's taking care of his teeth, Ching-Cho said in amusement. Jiang Hao didn't ask further, but instead went to check the situation in the Spirit Herb Garden. The herbs were one thing, but the people there were more important. After a quick check, he didn't find any issues on either side of the Spirit Herb Garden. By the way, senior brother Bu Yi came and said he has some high-grade spirit herb seeds. He hopes to collaborate, Ching-Cho said. Did you accept them? Jiang Hao asked. No one dares to do such orders without your consent. Others don't dare to interfere, Ching-Cho said. Jiang Hao nodded. He didn't dare to accept the seeds without appraising them. Senior brother Bu Yi also mentioned that the previous batch of high-grade seeds will have a new batch in 1 or 2 years, and he hopes to collaborate regularly, Ching-Cho said as he looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao remained silent. Purchasing high-grade spirit herb seeds was easy, but completing them without spending spirit stones was not. He told us to feel free to mention any requirements, said Xingchen. Jiang Hao nodded. We'll see when the time comes. Now that he had reached the return to Void Realm, these spirit herb seeds were not as useful as before. However, he would definitely get a batch of blue bubbles if he received them. Not using spirit stones would be ideal. Without external threats, the spirit herb garden was relatively peaceful. As long as people in the sect didn't cause any trouble, everything was fine. In the past, there were such incidents, but since Jiang Hao had reached the Golden Core realm, no one had dared to provoke him. This was the benefit of advancing in the cultivation world. After a rough inspection of the outer sect's spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao went to manage the herbs. After tending to the spirit herb garden, it was already evening. Jiang Hao returned to his house and hesitated before deciding to visit the 100 Bones forest. He couldn't handle other matters, so he might as well check on Bai Yi. When he reached the 100 Bones forest, Jiang Hao remained outside the valley. But what surprised him was that it seemed like the people were constantly walking out. It's rare to see Bai Yi leaving the valley. Jiang Hao was astonished. He didn't dare to underestimate Bai Yi. He knew that if he was careless, someone as powerful as Bai Yi could sense him. It's quite rare to see Bai Yi leaving the valley. Jiang Hao thought to himself. Although his cultivation was somewhat higher, Bai Yi, who had access to spirit herbs, likely had strong sensory abilities. Jiang Hao had to be careful to avoid being noticed. At that moment, Xingchen came out pushing a wheelchair. In the wheelchair sat Bai Yi, who was still frail. His cultivation had stabilized, and his injuries had mostly healed, but he had not fully recovered. "Senior brother, where are you going this late?" Xingchen asked. Bai Yi looked up at the night sky. "I need to confirm something." "Confirm what?" Xingchen couldn't recall anything important. "Do you remember senior brother Xingchen?" Bai Yi asked. "I do." Xingchen nodded. "His signs are unstable, and I think he's planning something important," Bai Yi said. "What is it?" Xingchen couldn't remember anything significant that was about to happen. "I'm not sure. Success would mean he would rise. Failure would mean disaster." "Do you want to help him, senior brother?" "No, I want to pass this information on to someone." "Who?" "Jiang Hao of the Cliff of Broken Hearts." Xingchen frowned. "What does this have to do with junior brother Jiang? Do you remember the rumors? Jiang Hao practices the blood wish path, and senior brother Xingchen is similar. Stronger individuals absorb weaker ones," Bai Yi said. "So, what are you trying to confirm?" "Senior brother Xingchen's blood wish path." They chatted and walked away. They soon disappeared at the end of the road. It was only then that Jiang Hao came out from behind. He frowned. Senior brother Xingchen. He had almost forgotten about that person. Not just him but also Yinwei. They were all related to the blood wish path. I don't know what these people are up to. If Bai Ye's information is accurate, it could indeed make trouble for me. It wasn't just the blood wish path. It was the fact that senior brother Xingchen's magical treasures were still in his possession, and he had yet to deal with them. Once they were discovered, it could become quite troublesome. But for now, they are still sealed, so there shouldn't be any problems. Jiang Hao retreated to his residence. He had learned something new today. Bai Yi could read signs. In other words, he could foresee good or bad event. Shaking his head, Jiang Hao stopped thinking about it and focused on completing other tasks. Then, he would concentrate on collecting bubbles. The next day, since Jiang Hao couldn't find Lu Xingchen, he appraised the sphere that had trapped the charm ability. Jiang Hao was surprised. He never expected that it would actually work. Even though it required the Heaven Lock technique and had only a certain probability of success, this was still incredible. It was equivalent to stripping away one's original constitution and creating a new one. If this was used on a large scale, it would be chaotic. So, who should he experiment on? Chapter 660 Chapter 660 The Real Genius. Chapter 660 The Real Genius. The charm body was a unique constitution. It could bring numerous troubles. For those who possessed the charm body, living a peaceful life was almost impossible. This was the case for Ran Hui and his wife. Senior sister Yun Ruo was no exception. He had only survived because of the goo poison, otherwise, he would have ended up dead. Even if the law enforcement hall captured her, she wouldn't have been in danger. The Pavilion master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion was not one to mess with. When Yun Ruo died, the law enforcement hall had to do everything in their power to quell his fury. They would never willingly kill Yun Ruo. Therefore, becoming a charm body meant there would be major changes around here, and not necessarily good ones. Testing it on a good person would be akin to pushing them into a fire pit. I'll just wait for now. Jiang Hao sighed and put away the sphere. However, the appearance of a charm body would make the Pavilion master pleased about it, which wasn't a bad thing for him. Otherwise, if that person couldn't restrain himself and chose to self-destruct in despair, the consequences would be unimaginable. But even if there's a candidate, handling this matter will be extremely troublesome. Jiang Hao shook his head and could only wait. The Pavilion master wouldn't make a move against him for now. According to Lu Xingchen, the Cliff Master had negotiated with him. So, even if he went out of the sect, he should be safe. But no one knew if the Pavilion Master would abide by that. So, he didn't want to go outside. He stopped thinking about it and began to focus on his own affairs. That evening, he plucked the peaches and only left one behind. He then arranged an array to infuse the spirit stones into it. 30,000 spirit stones disappeared instantly. There were now 59,107 spirit stones left. A bright light appeared, and everything merged into the final peach. The spirit beast exclaimed, "Master, where will I hang out from now on?" "The bamboo is still here," Jiang Hao said. The bamboo in the courtyard had grown huge. It had grown into something different because it was near divine items. Xiao took care of it. She would water it and everything. The following morning, Jiang Hao woke up from his meditation and found that the peach tree had turned into ash on the ground. When he opened it, he saw a seed with spiritual energy inside. He appraised it. "In 3 days I'll be able to obtain a bubble. I wonder if it will be purple or golden." In the past, they were mostly purple, so it was probably still the same now. If it turned out to be golden, that would be fine too. The spirit beast always gave a golden one. 3 days later, in the middle of November, the sky was clear. Jiang Hao arrived in the courtyard and saw the immortal peach tree taking root and sprouting. He also noticed a purple bubble. Jiang Hao smiled. He checked his interface. "My divine abilities are maxed out, but my cultivation is a bit low." He hadn't increased his cultivation since his last advancement because he had gone overseas shortly after. The main reason was that he had drunk a lot of the September spring tea. Speaking of September spring, Jiang Hao remembered the screen he had made. It was still in his storage treasure. He went to the bathroom, placed the screen properly, and felt that its design was somewhat ordinary. He might have to redesign it when he had the time. For now, he decided to focus on the divine ability. After a while, he finally welcomed a new divine ability. The divine abilities he currently possessed were frequently used. They were all extremely important to him. Who could complain about having too many divine abilities? No wonder Gui always wanted snow god pills. Having a good divine ability is of immense help in battle or for cultivation. Without thinking further, Jiang Hao entered his room, crossed his legs, and started to extract the divine ability. During the process, he felt changes in his body. It was a strange sensation that covered his entire body. It indicated that the divine ability was taking effect. In the southern region, Baizhu waited with Xiao Yi on a mountain peak. "Princess, who are you waiting for?" Xiao Yi asked. "The person I mentioned last time who is good at calculations," Baizhu said and then sighed. "I always feel that the southern region is full of troubles." Xiao Yi didn't quite understand. She felt that the princess didn't seem to like staying in the south. She had mentioned wanting to leave several times. The troubles and calamities had also been repeated many times, but she hadn't seen many disasters in the south. "Is the person you mentioned reliable?" Aoi asked. "They're here. Whether they are reliable or not we'll find out," Baizhu said with a smile. Soon, a middle-aged man arrived. He held a compass in his hand. Some white cranes followed him. "Immortal Baizhu, it's been long," said the middle-aged man and smiled. "Mr. Gu, your white cranes are not very polite." Baizhu glanced at a white crane beside him. The crane on the side shrank its neck in fear. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, was in shock as she stared at the man before her and the white cranes by his side. These white cranes were not ordinary ones. The man wasn't ordinary either. Such a powerful person was being so polite to the princess. "Mr. Gu laughed awkwardly. "I already taught them a lesson. I hope you'll show some mercy." Indeed, they had been taught a lesson. While other guests were okay to mess with, they had to be careful with this one. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how his white cranes would die. Back when the water dragon had met a tragic fate, he had personally experienced it. Even if he ran away, his cultivation would plummet, and his vitality would dissipate. If his white cranes were targeted, they would have turned into a pile of dry bones long ago. "I want to find out about someone." Baizhu got straight to the point. "Tell me their name, Mr. Gu said. "Xingchen," Baizhu said. The compass trembled and starlight appeared. Baizhu took a step back with Xiao Yi. She still felt that there was something wrong with this starlight, but she wasn't as apprehensive as before. Mr. Gu didn't seem to notice anything and just said with a wry smile, "This person is quite complicated. It might be challenging." Baizhu understood. It would be expensive and time-consuming. "Well then, please help me find out about the Mountain Sea Sword Sect that is coming to the south. Have you heard anything about it?" Mr. Gu asked. "A disciple of the Mountain Sea Sword Sect is related to Xingchen. That's not difficult. It'll take about 3 days and I'll send the location to you." Mr. Gu nodded. Baizhu nodded and said, "You're right. Your cranes are indeed polite now." Mr. Gu smiled awkwardly and left. Baizhu let out a sigh of relief and then turned to Xiao Yi. "Auntie Xiao." She finally came to her senses and looked at the princess with disbelief. "Are you the genius of the royal family, princess?" "Of course," said Baizhu with a smile. "I've said it many times, but none of you believe me." Chapter 661 Chapter 661 Meeting Hai Ming and Offering Him a Fruit. Chapter 661 Meeting Hai Ming and Offering Him a Fruit. On the continent beneath the stars, Su Bai stood in front of the burning immortal formation, neither entering it nor letting others do so. He simply waited. No one knew what he was waiting for. Many people approached him, but they couldn't make him interested in other places. It seemed that as long as they informed him of everyone's finds, it was enough. On this day, while Mo Chuan and others were still exploring a new area following the blue-robed senior, They discovered a secret chamber and some documents. While some were searching for other things, Mo Chuan began to read the document. At first, there was nothing special, but the more he read, the more alarmed he became. "What's wrong?" asked the blue-robed senior. "Senior sister, take a look at this and this," Mo Chuan exclaimed. The blue-robed senior took the books with doubt. At first, she felt nothing, but the more she read, the more alarmed she became. She felt as though she had narrowly escaped death. "It's a trap. If we had entered at that time, then—" When she thought of that, her hands trembled. The content of the documents was extensive, but it all boiled down to one thing. The statement about being able to control the burning immortal formation was fake. It was a trap left for them. Once the formation was activated, the heavenly fire would burn all life. Even immortals wouldn't be able to resist. Everything would be incinerated, and a catastrophe would unfold. They had almost entered the burning immortal formation and almost activated it. The horrifying nature of the revelation made it hard for them to stay calm. They exchanged glances and quickly left to find Su Bai. A little while later, Su Bai saw the books. "I expected this. You don't need to worry." "Senior brother, did you already know?" Mo Chuan couldn't believe it. "Why didn't you mention it, junior brother Su?" asked the blue-robed senior. Su Bai smiled. "Don't you already know why, junior brother and senior sister?" The blue-robed senior felt ashamed. They knew that if Su Bai had mentioned it at that time, they might not have entirely believed him either. They would have believed the documents they found and then would have argued with him. Their admiration for Su Bai grew even more. "By the way, the documents mention the Xianyuan sword," Mo Chuan said as he looked at the books. "It seems to contain an accurate burial location." "Where is it?" Su Bai asked curiously. "On the Sun-Moon Peak." Mo Chuan frowned slightly. "There's only a name and nothing else. It'll be hard to find." "It's in the Black Heaven Sect," Su Bai said. "I've been there. They have a Sun-Moon Peak, and the Xianyuan clan is also there. They probably don't know about the Xianyuan sword." The Xianyuan clan had already lost its inheritance, so it wasn't surprising that they didn't know about it. "Want to go check it out?" Mo Chuan asked curiously. Su Bai shook his head. They couldn't leave. Even if they could, there was no need to take the Xianyuan sword by force. Since the Grand Earth Emperor was about to appear, they could leave the sword for him. If someone else tried to take it, they could take it to the Bright Moon Sect. The Clear School Sky might also get involved. After all, that sword was wielded by the human emperor back in the day. They would definitely be interested. Although there were not many records, they all indicated one thing. The human emperor had suppressed everything to ensure the survival of the human race. Jiang Hao slowly opened his eyes. His current spiritual powers had been reset to 0, but he had indeed obtained a new ability. Without much thought, he checked his interface. Indestructible Vajra. Although the name of the ability was interesting, it was unlikely to be genuinely unbreakable. Looking at it now, his body didn't change much. He decided to try using the ability and see what happened after activating it. In an instant, Jiang Hao felt his blood, flesh, and bones changing within his body. Faint golden light emanated from him, although there was no significant change. However, there was a massive transformation inside his body. He took out his heavenly blade and swung it. Clang! Firelight appeared, but his arm didn't sustain any damage. With the assistance of his return to void power, he swung the blade, and it didn't have much effect either. He clenched his fist and felt the increase in strength. His speed should have been enhanced as well. Now, I practically have no weaknesses. Jiang Hao was quite satisfied with this new ability. It made him feel significantly safer. It also provided more attack methods. Although not as powerful as the Heavenly Blade, It only required lifeblood and not cultivation. I feel stronger. I want to test it on someone. Jiang Hao shook his head and sighed. I'm getting ahead of myself. Even if his mental state had improved, this showed how quickly his strength had increased beyond the scope of his mental resilience. Putting away the ability, Jiang Hao thought about where he should test it. He decided to look for Ming. He used to keep an eye on me, but now he's nowhere to be seen. With that in mind, Jiang Hao took out the Thousand Faces treasure fan. Of course, he also had a fruit in his hand. It was the Tranquil Heart fruit. At the flowing waterfall, Ming was instructing some disciples. You've done very well, everyone. Just go back and practice more. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you, Senior. All the disciples bowed. After the disciples left, Ming's face darkened. He looked toward the distant woods. Since you've arrived, why don't you come out for a chat? Is hiding from the world a habit you can't break, my friend? Hiding from the world? How could it be? Said a voice and startled Ming. Ming, you didn't notice I was already behind you? It seems you've grown old. Ming remained calm and turned to look at the newcomer. It was a weak-looking scholar holding a folding fan. On the fan, the words, Smiling San Xing, flashed. The scholar looked at Ming with a friendly smile, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. Who are you, friend? Ming asked. You're quite the actor, Jiang Hao said with a smile. I've come to catch up with you and share some things along the way. I'm not sure what you mean, friend, but if you want to share something, I don't mind, Ming said. Calling someone like me friend doesn't sound right. How can you call me a friend? Jiang Hao looked at him with a big smile. You should call me old man instead. Ming looked at Jiang Hao in indifference. Not funny. Jiang Hao stopped and then took out a Tranquil Heart fruit. These are fruits I bought overseas. They are supposedly quite good. Would you like one? Ming sneered. Enjoy it yourself. In that case, I won't hold back. Jiang Hao took a bite of the fruit. The taste is just okay. By the way, I forgot to tell you that I picked all the fruit from this tree. I also brought the tree back with me. Don't you want to give it a try? Chapter 662 Chapter 662 Killing You Like Slaughtering a Dog. Chapter 662 Killing You Like Slaughtering a Dog. Jiang Hao continued to eat the fruit while observing the person in front of him. The other person remained stoic, without any noticeable change in his face. At times, he even wondered if he had the wrong person. Or perhaps he had been deceived by Madame Gong. But once the bow was drawn, the arrow must be released. Since he had come here, he would treat it as a game. Even if he embarrassed himself, it would be fine. That wouldn't affect Jiang Hao. Soon, he moved to sit at the table. Why don't you come and sit with me? I followed your advice and went overseas. The trip was quite exciting and I learned a lot. I got so excited that I rushed here to share it with you, Jiang Hao said with a smile. I don't understand what you're talking about, but if you want to share something, I don't mind. Ming said while sitting down comfortable. However, his eyes were cold. Smiling Sanxing's name hasn't come up in a long time. You went overseas and returned in such a short time. It doesn't add up. Have we not met before? Jiang Hao asked. The Thousand Faces treasure fan is known by many, Ming said coldly. Jiang Hao lowered his head to look at the fan and chuckled. I see. Then he took 2 Tranquil Heart fruits out of his pocket and set them on the table. The entire tree only had 3 fruits in total. Are you sure you won't have one? Jiang Hao placed the fruits on the table and began eating the second one himself. The taste is just okay, with a touch of spiritual energy but no benefit for cultivation. I don't know why they're so expensive. In fact, Jiang Hao didn't know the price of the fruits, and he didn't ask. If he asked, he might not be able to eat them. How could he make Feng Hua suffer in vain? Since they're so ordinary, I won't eat them. You can enjoy them yourself, Ming said. Well, I kindly invited you, but you don't appreciate it, Jiang Hao said. He sounded somewhat disappointed. Friend, you are not from Heavenly Note Sect, are you? Entering recklessly could lead to problems, Ming said. He sounded friendly, but his words held a threat. Aren't we friends? Would you reveal my presence to the sect? Jiang Hao smiled. After I get caught, I can confess your involvement. We are friends who share good times and bad. Ming furrowed his brow. How could I dare to be friends with someone like you? In that case, will you inform the Heavenly Note Sect that I infiltrated the sect? Jiang Hao asked after taking a bite of the second fruit. Ming thought about it. Friend, please leave as soon as possible. Seems like you consider me a friend. In that case, I'll give you this fruit. Jiang Hao picked up the remaining fruit from the table and handed it to Ming. Keep it for yourself, said Ming coldly. Aren't we friends? Jiang Hao looked a bit angry. I kindly offered this to you, and you refused it. Do you think lowly of me? Will you leave if I take it? Ming asked. Of course. Jiang Hao nodded. Very well. Ming extended his hand as if to accept the fruit. I hope you will leave soon and not return. Just a moment. Before I leave, there's something I want to do, or rather, something I want you to understand, Jiang Hao said as he got up and moved closer to Ming Daoist. He then raised his fan and pointed it at him. At that moment, Ming felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from Jiang Hao's primordial spirit. It immobilized him. He was unable to move. He watched as the fan pointed at his forehead. Swish! A flash of blade-like light cut across his entire body and sent him flying. Jiang Hao unfolded the fan and revealed the words, "Unrivaled in the world." Do you understand what I wanted to tell you now? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. Killing you is like slaughtering a dog. Today I've given you the first gift. There will be more to come. In the future, when you hear the name of Smiling Sanxing, you'll only know darkness. Ah! With that, Jiang Hao disappeared from the spot. Ming felt a sense of dread, yet he remained silent. He clenched his fist. Back in the courtyard, Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Since he wanted to suppress Feng Hua, it needed to be done gradually. He had no other purpose for doing that, except as revenge. Smiling Sanxing's name would strike fear in her. Otherwise, how could they communicate as equals? Feng Hua needed to know that there was no turning back. For that, she needed to be approached with caution. There were still 4 tranquil heart fruits left. The next time he contacted Feng Hua, he would eat them in front of her. He would eat the last one when he visited the Sunset Immortal Sect. That would teach her. I wonder if she's getting anxious. Jiang Hao mused as he shed his disguise. Killing Ming was not an option as he didn't dare to cause a disturbance within the sect. Besides, whether or not he killed Ming had no impact on Feng Hua, as she could simply send another avatar. The first step had already been completed, and now he had to wait for the right opportunity. First, he needed to accumulate bubbles, which was the core of everything. Only when he became stronger would other matters become convenient. Otherwise, if Feng 101 Yue sent a more powerful avatar, it would complicate things, and he would have to avoid her. Half a month later, at the beginning of December, Jiang Hao resumed control of the Spirit Herb Garden. Most people knew that he had returned. During this time, even Lian Qin visited and mentioned that Xingchen might also be a Blood Wish Path cultivator. She wondered if he might target other Blood Wish Path cultivators. Jiang Hao merely smiled and didn't respond. He knew that this was a message passed on to him by Bai Yi. Apart from this, there was nothing else for now. Senior sister Ming Yi didn't appear, and Han Ming was also absent. It wasn't clear if they were too busy. In any case, nobody came to disturb him, which was something he found nice. "Junior brother, you're back?" Miao Tinglian greeted him. Senior sister Miao. Jiang Hao, who was taking care of the spirit herbs, stood up. "You should look after junior sister Xiao more," Miao Tinglian said helplessly. "What happened to Xiao?" Jiang Hao was puzzled. Miao Tinglian sighed. "Lately, she's been acting strange and damaging a lot of things. It seems like she's having trouble controlling her power. If you don't handle this soon, the master will have to step in." Trouble controlling her power? Jiang Hao immediately thought of the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. It seemed like he needed to pay more attention to this. Chapter 663 Chapter 663 Master, Xiao secretly brought me something to eat. Chapter 663 Master, Xiao secretly brought me something to eat. On the outskirts of Madame Gong's residence, a person dressed in a black robe approached step by step. He arrived at a wall near the back door. He stared at it for a moment, then placed his hand on the wall. Soon, a formation appeared. Then, he placed a bottle of pills into it. He waited for a moment, but what he wanted didn't come out. Another moment passed. The pill came out again. The person didn't immediately take it but stood quietly. It was unclear how much time had passed before he picked up the pill and left. He remained unaffected. It seemed like he came and went calmly. No one knew what he wanted to do. "Senior sister Miao, I know about Xiao Li's situation now, but why haven't you left yet?" Jiang Hao asked. He looked around and noticed that senior brother Mu Qi was also nearby. He was searching for some spirit herbs. "How old are you, junior brother?" Miao Tinglian asked. 33, Jiang Hao said. 33? Will you turn 34 in a month? Miao Tinglian asked. Jiang Hao was speechless. Isn't 34 quite old? Miao Tinglian asked again. Jiang Hao didn't know how to respond. But, yes, 34 was relatively old. He had never been this old before. Normal people would already be married with children by that age, right? Miao Tinglian said. Senior sister, do you have someone in mind? Jiang Hao asked. Oh, do I seem that predictable? Come, I'll show you. These are the ones I've scouted from various branches in the sect, Miao Tinglian said as she took out some portraits. Jiang Hao was speechless. Doesn't senior sister Miao practice her cultivation every day? Look at this one, a cultivator in the early stage of the Golden Core realm from the Ice Moon Valley. She's very obedient. When I mentioned you, her face turned red. She's excellent, Miao Tinglian said. Jiang Hao was at a loss for words. How about it? Do you like her? Miao Tinglian asked. Senior sister Miao, I think my cultivation realm is still too low, Jiang Hao said. I need to focus on that for now. Early 30s and already in the early stage of the Golden Core realm, you think it's still too low? Miao Tinglian asked. Then, what am I? How old are you, senior sister? Jiang Hao asked. Mu Qi says I'm still a young maiden like the day he met me, Miao Tinglian said proudly. Jiang Hao was quite surprised. You met senior brother Mu Qi when you were that young? Yeah. Miao Tinglian didn't hide it. It had been quite a long time since she was in her teens. Jiang Hao nodded. But it seemed that Miao Tinglian was the only one who could attract senior brother Mu Qi of the Heavenly Note sect. Let's get back to business. If you think it's possible, you two can meet. I'll arrange it, Miao Tinglian said. Jiang Hao was speechless. It took a lot of effort to persuade senior brother Mu Qi to take her away. At noon, senior brother Bu Yi arrived. He came to discuss the matter of the spirit herb seed. They were top-grade spirit herbs. Jiang Hao examined them and found that they required 3 months for germination, but Bu Ye's requirement was 6 months. It seemed like a normal request. Jiang Hao accepted it without making any additional demands. Bu Yi sighed with relief. As long as Jiang Hao agreed, they could continue their collaboration with the spirit herbs. Everything was going as planned. Members of the Candlelight Pill Pavilion were not concerned about this. Those who were still worried felt that their previous success might have been due to luck. Bu Yi, on the other hand, wasn't afraid of losses. He already felt indebted to Jiang Hao. If Jiang Hao wanted to try something else that incurred a little loss, he wasn't worried about it. This time, the planting wasn't as extensive as before. There were only 105 seeds in total. Jiang Hao spent 3 days planting them, just like before. He was responsible for these as well. Xingchen also discussed Xiao Li's situation with him. Jiang Hao went to check and found that the pearl was nurturing Xiao Li's body, which had disrupted her perception of her own strength. Jiang Hao had to suppress the pearl again. He suppressed it every 5 days and didn't completely seal it so that Xiao Li could gradually adapt. With the pearl, Xiao Li could defeat powerful opponents even if she was just in the Foundation establishment realm. She was safe, but her self-awareness was lacking. It wasn't suitable for her to leave the mountain. 1 month later, around early January, Jiang Hao had been waiting for senior sister Ming Yi and junior brother Han Ming. There were no changes in senior brother Xinchen's situation, but there was no need to worry about it for now. The heart of the ancestral dragon had appeared for a long time now. It should have found its owner. This reunion should have taken place as well. However, it hadn't started yet, so it was likely that the owner had not been decided. After some hesitation, Jiang Hao called the spirit beast. "Master, what are we going to do today?" The spirit beast wiped its mouth and asked. "Is there anything that has happened lately?" Jiang Hao asked. "Nothing." The spirit beast shook its head. "Everything is fine." "That's good." Jiang Hao nodded, then grabbed the spirit beast by the ear and lifted it up. Then, he went inside and tied it up. "Oh, is it time already, master?" The spirit beast was excited. Jiang Hao glared at it and told it that it wouldn't be allowed to eat anything other than spirit stones starting from tomorrow. The spirit beast readily agreed. The next day, Jiang Hao took out 490 spirit stones. "Master, shouldn't we start with a smaller amount?" asked the spirit beast. It was familiar with being tied up now. "Go ahead and eat," Jiang Hao said. The spirit beast could only eat 1 piece at a time. It crunched on the spirit stones happily. After eating half of it, the spirit beast hiccuped and couldn't eat any more. "Master, it seems the spirit stones don't show me respect," the spirit beast said. Jiang Hao looked at it but didn't say anything. It kept eating until late at night when it finally finished all the spirit stones. Jiang Hao sighed. He wouldn't be able to go to the spirit herb garden today. It was quite a loss. However, the situation with the spirit beast was critical. If there was a mistake, he would lose 409 spirit stones in a day, and he couldn't afford that. A month later, the spirit beast began to get used to it. It even began enjoying it. "Master, it's morning. It's time for breakfast." "Master, hurry up. Xiao Li secretly got something for me to eat." "Master, I'm hungry." "Master." As time passed, the spirit beast started eating the spirit stones faster. Over a month later, 81 days had passed. It was almost the end of March. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. During this time, everything had gone smoothly. The growth of the top-grade spirit herbs had slowed down, but it could be compensated with a bit of extra spirit stones, so it wasn't a big issue. After collecting the bubbles, Jiang Hao appraised the spirit beast. It seems to be the last time. It requires over 60,000 spirit stones. With only a little over 10,000 spirit stones left, after supplementing with some top-grade spirit herbs, he would have around 15,000 left. Recently, he had to take care of the spirit beast, manage the spirit herbs, and didn't have much time to earn spirit stones. He needed to start making talismans again. He had become more attached to the spirit beast. That wasn't good. He needed to release it soon. At that moment, he sensed the stone tablet vibrating. It's finally here. Chapter 664 Chapter 664 The One Who Entered and Left the Abyssal. Chapter 664 The One Who Entered and Left the Abyssal. The gathering commenced at midnight, and Jiang Hao made some preparations before entering. Just like before, he went straight to the common area. However, this time, he felt a difference. It seemed that something was glowing. It possibly meant that Senior Dan Yuan had experienced some changes in his cultivation. At that moment, everyone was slightly surprised. They noticed that Senior Dan Yuan appeared to be brighter than before. Had he become stronger? Everyone was curious, but they didn't dare ask. Alter ask one ing ad out tneller tasks, Semer wan yuan turnia to Jiang Hao. Young friend Jing, have you decided what you want? Jiang Hao knew that they had found the true dragon. He nodded. I'd like to obtain information about a person. Senior Dan Yuan asked, whom do you want to investigate this time? Everyone appeared to be asking for information, whether related to the end of all things, the Great Thousand God Sect, or something else. I want information on Elder Yan's daughter, Yan Shang, from the Sunset Immortal Sect. Senior Dan Yuan nodded. The others were curious. The situation was clear, especially to Gui. After that, they began the process of exchanging information. Xing had some recent matters to discuss and thanked Jiang Hao for his warning about the burning immortal formation. However, Jiang Hao waved it off and didn't pay much attention to it. Do you need any information, friend Jing? Xing asked. I'd like information related to the freedom technique, Jiang Hao said. He had considered it. He had only warned Xing, and the reward wouldn't be big for that. So, he decided to ask something he was genuinely curious about, such as the situation with Lu Xingchen. Over the past few months, he had been unable to find Lu Xingchen, and this had affected him. With Lu Xingchen being a genuine disciple of the Clear Sky School and someone who loved drama, he probably practiced the freedom technique. Jiang Hao thought that, from the freedom technique, he might be able to understand Lu Xingchen's condition. Very well. Xing nodded. I can provide that information to you right away. Jiang Hao then saw some records of the freedom technique in the stone tablet, along with the beginning of its cultivation method and information about the freedom body. Jiang Hao was surprised by Xing's generosity, but he remained calm and continued with the exchange. There is a rather powerful person overseas who has escaped to the south. Lu looked at Gui and Jing. This person's name is Wu Yang. He seems to be injured severely. Please tell me if there is any news. Gui and Jing nodded. Jiang Hao couldn't get involved in something like this. All the people at this gathering were very powerful. He couldn't match up to them. He would keep his distance. I have a rough idea about Xingchen, said Gui. I'll keep an eye out. After that, when it came time for casual conversation, Jiang Hao was content to listen quietly because he didn't have much to say. Everyone else had a lot to say. It seems everyone has a lot to say today, Gui said. However, before anyone else could speak, she said, I'll go first. The disciples of the Mountain Sea Sword Sect have come to the southern region, and there are many of them. They have a clear purpose, but I don't know what they intend to do. I found it strange that the end of all things hasn't made much progress recently. It turns out that the disciples of the Mountain Sea Sword Sect encountered them. When facing the Mountain Sea Sword Sect, they had to retreat. Jiang Hao was surprised to hear that the disciples of the Mountain Sea Sword Sect had arrived in the southern region. However, he considered it a good thing because it would delay the end of all things actions. The end of all things, a force that dared to challenge the Bright Moon Sect, had to protect their own. Is it because of the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl that they've come here? Lu asked. It's possible that they're here for something else, Xing said. The Jade Emperor's Sword and the Xianyuan Sword are also here in the southern region. The appearance of a Grand Earth Emperor is imminent, and the Mountain Sea Sword Sect might have detected the aura of the Xianyuan Sword. The divine artifact is in the south? Gui was surprised. She had always thought that the southern region only had dangerous entities, like the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl, and 9 Nether. According to records, it is indeed in the south, and the people from the Black Heaven Sect may have already discovered it, Xing said. Why would the Mountain Sea Sword Sect seek to claim the sword? Gui asked. At that point there was soft laughter from the highest seat, and Dan Yuan said, The sword of the human emperor contains the sword's intent of that era and holds unimaginable power. Naturally, they will want to make use of it. However, it won't happen so soon. If anyone comes, it's probably some impatient disciples taking matters into their own hands. Jiang Hao remained silent. He had known that the Xianyuan sword was in the southern region, but he didn't have the exact location. Xing might know, but he hadn't disclosed it. What happened overseas? Gui curiously asked. The issue with the dragon heart was making a lot of noise earlier, but it had gone quiet recently. Lu glanced at Jing. This left Xing and Gui puzzled. They wondered why Lu was looking at Jing. Jiang Hao was exasperated. The matter with the ancestral dragon's heart has been concluded, Lu said simply. Who obtained it? Gui asked. No one obtained it. Those individuals who took hold of it are using it collectively. But it seems like there hasn't been any information about it lately. Gui was puzzled. Such a significant event should have generated some news. Because another incident overshadowed it and put immense pressure on those powerful individuals, Lu said. This made Xing and Gui even more curious. They looked at Lu and eagerly waited for more details. Even Dan Yuan seemed curious. Lu glanced at Jing. At the time when the ancestral dragon's heart appeared, something else happened too. A person ventured into the Abyssal Sea alone. He wasn't devoured by it. Instead, he brought something out of the abyss. A blue beam of light illuminated the Abyssal Sea, and a true dragon's shadow dominated the world. He disappeared after that. No one knows what he brought out. All we know is that it's related to the dragon clan and exceptionally powerful. Gui guessed who the person might be. Lu nodded. Smiling Sanxing. Chapter 665 Chapter 665 Fear. Chapter 665 Fear. Jiang Hao felt somewhat embarrassed when he listened to Lu talking about him. The story he told differed significantly from what had actually happened. If the truth was revealed, he would indeed have a hard time staying here. Fortunately, it was smiling Sanxing, and that made it somewhat easier for Jiang Hao. However, when Lu mentioned the name, everyone turned to look at Jiang Hao. Don't look at me. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. At that moment, Gui asked the question everyone had been thinking of. Friend Jing, what did you bring out from the Abyssal Sea? Jiang Hao felt that Xing and Lu were both sighing in relief at the question. With Gui around, it was convenient for all of them to ask the questions they all wanted the answers to. It's just a small item. Nothing more important than returning to its original owner, said Jiang Hao. Everyone began to speculate on their own. Because Gue was in the southern region, she was most concerned about these matters. Did returning it to its rightful owner mean that Jing had been planning something related to the Abyssal Sea? Why did this item appear? Was it because the heart of the ancestral dragon would resonate with it? Then, why did the heart of the ancestral dragon appear at all? It was because the Saint Bandit's seal had been broken. But why was the seal broken? It was because the Xianyuan clan was beginning to rise, and the Grand Earth Emperor was about to appear. The Grand Earth Emperor's appearance was due to the emergence of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment and the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. Jing had been involved in both of those events. The only unknown thing was how the Xianyuan clan had risen. But it was certain that someone had helped the Xianyuan clan. Everything was connected. For a moment, Gue was filled with fear. If her speculation was true, then everything was related to Jing. Could he be the mastermind behind everything? All of these events started when Jing arrived in the southern region. In just over a decade, the southern region had undergone earth-shaking changes. At that point, Jing's mysterious persona was becoming even more apparent, at least for Gue. Seeing their surprise, Jiang Hao felt somewhat relieved. It was best not to ask too much. However, he had not lied. He had returned the pearl to its rightful owner. It was already with Shaoli, and it had little to nothing to do with him. "Friend Jing, are you still overseas?" Dan Yuan asked. Jiang Hao shook his head. "I'm already in the southern region." Gui's face changed. That meant Nine Nether was in the south right now. For some reason, she was suddenly less afraid than before. When the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl had appeared in the south, she had been worried. When the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl also appeared in the southern region, she felt that her life was over. But with Nine Nether in the south, she didn't care. If one of the items exploded, everything would be annihilated. In that case, friend Jing, you should pay attention to the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl. You have some affinity with such ancient items, Dan Yuan said with a smile. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. He had already sensed it once, and it seemed to be nearby. He would pay attention to it, even if Dan Yuan had not mentioned it. Regardless, he did not want to take any risk. After the gathering, they talked about other news. Most of the discussion revolved around the Heavenly King, Hai Luo and Shang'an. Xing's words caught Jiang Hao's attention. This made him think of Lu Xingchen. For a moment, he wondered if Lu Xingchen had gotten himself into trouble. The meeting ended. Jiang Hao learned that Gue was planning to search for the Xianyuan sword, which might have something to do with the person she was looking for. Xing and Lu, on the other hand, did not seem to have any intention of doing so. Inside the wooden house, Jiang Hao opened his eyes. He immediately took out a notebook and began recording the freedom technique. The freedom technique could be divided into 3 categories: the technique itself, the free-form body, and some introductions to it. The technique was only described up to the primordial spirit realm, but the free form was complete. The introduction to it provided a more comprehensive study. He wrote down everything. Fortunately, he had a good memory, but he was afraid he would forget it after a while. The freedom technique is indeed remarkable. It firmly believes in one's own path and strengthens one's beliefs and freedom from constraint. It's not suitable for me, but it could be useful for others. If he taught it to someone else, there shouldn't be a problem. After all, Jing and Jiang Hao were related in the eyes of those at the gathering. The main issue was whether the Clear Sky School would intervene. It was their technique, after all. However, the Clear Sky School was in the eastern region and had almost no presence in the southern region. It was challenging to control something from that great a distance. It was just that recently people from the Clear Sky School were in the south. It was troublesome to teach someone else the technique. After that, he read about the freeform. It was about condensing an avatar, which required transferring of primordial spirit. Unlike the Great Thousand spiritual avatar of the Great Thousand God Sect, it could not act independently. The advantage was that it could be nourished by the main body's power. Strengthening the clone would also nourish the main body and ensure that the cultivation realm remained high. Therefore, no matter which body he used, it would not significantly affect his overall strength. Very powerful, but unfortunately, I don't cultivate avatars. Jiang Hao shook his head. He cultivated the Hong Meng Heart Sutra, which didn't need avatars. After that, he read the introduction to Freedom Technique. Most of it was about abilities, and it was impossible to determine Lu Xingchen's level from it. It was only when he saw the section on the gifted that he was alarmed. Many people practiced the Freedom Technique, but only a few were suitable for it. Those who could cultivate a freedom spirit were extremely rare. The freedom spirit was unrestrained, vast, limitless, and extremely rare. Everyone who cultivated the freedom spirit was a disciple of the Clear Sky School, not because only they could do it, but because they were chosen by the sect. The Clear Sky School didn't conceal the freedom technique. Anyone who had received the knowledge could cultivate it. However, those who cultivated the freedom spirit were easier to keep an eye on. Jiang Hao was stunned. It seemed that the freedom spirit was related to the Clear Sky School. So that's how it is. Jiang Hao was surprised. In that case, could Lu Xingchen have a freedom spirit? That's why he was able to suppress those remnants all along. If he were to combine it with some treasures, he would be even more powerful. But I'm not sure if Lu Xingchen really has a freedom spirit. If he does, how could there be problems with his spirit and aura? Jiang Hao shook his head. He couldn't find an answer. But the probability of him having a freedom spirit was high. After that, Jiang Hao began recording the details of the gathering. There wasn't much, but it was evident that the southern region would face issues in the future. For now, it seemed unrelated to the Heavenly Note sect. So, he could focus on growing spirit herbs. At the 100 Flowers Lake, a figure in red and white sat in a pavilion and gazed at the moonlight. There was a cup of tea beside her. After some time, she finally said, "Is there any news?" Baiji, who had been waiting for a while, respectfully said, "We've found a target." "You found Feng Hua?" Hong Yuya looked at Baiji. "The situation with Feng Hua is more complicated than expected. We've only found some of their avatars so far. We haven't located their main body. However, we received information from overseas that due to internal conflicts in the Heavenly Tower, a powerful individual sought refuge in the southern region. We plan to capture him and obtain more information from him," Baiji said. Chapter 666 Chapter 666 Time is truly a delicate blade. Chapter 666 Time is truly a delicate blade. The people from the Heavenly Tower? Asked Hong Yuye. Yes, according to the information overseas, he was a strong contender qualified to compete for the master position, but he was defeated. So, he had no choice but to escape to the southern region. Our people have already identified his location, and the leaders of various branches have set out. Once we catch him, we will be able to obtain more information about Feng Hua and the end of all things. These forces were already investigating the situation regarding the Heavenly Note sect. Hong Yuye nodded. Is there anything else? It seems that the Grand Earth Emperor is about to appear. Recently, people from the Mountain Sea Sword sect have arrived in the southern region. They greeted us and mentioned that someone would come to visit in some time. It seems to be related to Kendo. They should be here in goodwill, Baiji said. What did Kendo say after watching Heaven Lock? Hong Yuye asked. He said that the most important part of Heaven Lock cannot be exposed, and he hopes that we can keep it sealed. This object can turn the world of cultivation upside down, Baiji replied. At first, she was quite shaken when she heard about these things. She had never imagined that Heavenlock was so terrifying. She would naturally consider Kendo's words. However, she couldn't dare to take back the command she had received from the Sect Master, which was to hand Heavenlock to Jiang Hao. In addition, she suspected that Jiang Hao might have seen the most important part of Heavenlock. The unusual actions of Insha, along with the demands of the Saint Bandits member Nangong Yu, all indicated one thing. The Saint Bandits paid great attention to Jiang Hao, or more precisely, the person behind him. Regarding Heavenlock, there's no need to worry too much. Let's just go with the flow, Hong Yuye said calmly. Recently, the sect has found some traitors, but their agendas are quite ordinary. There is an elder who was bribed by the Sunset Immortal sect, but he hasn't acted yet. We haven't made a move either. We're currently looking for an opportunity to uncover the Sunset Immortal sect's involvement. Jiang Hao recently went out. He seems to be seeking an opportunity to improve his cultivation. He's just one step away. Although he often has some involvement with the spies, it's only suspicion, and we can't find any concrete evidence. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower hasn't shown any changes. It seems that the people targeting it have completely gone into hiding. Hong Yuye gazed at the teacup on the table with a slight frown. The Grand Earth Emperor is about to appear? She suddenly asked. Yes. Baiji nodded. Send some people to the Black Heaven sect, Hong Yuye said. Baiji was puzzled. Why did they need to send people when the Grand Earth Emperor was about to appear? Who should they send? As she hesitated, Hong Yuye dismissed her. In the end, she could only bow and leave. After leaving, Baiji frowned. Does the sect master have some plan, or was that just a casual remark? When the Grand Earth Emperor appears, should we send people there because his appearance will bring about an omen and offer benefits? That should be the case. Let's make the arrangements. They should handle it on their own. For now, our top priority is to capture the Heavenly Towers members. In the wooden house at the Cliff of Broken Hearts, Jiang Hao finished writing down everything. At the meeting, Dan Yuan's tasks remained focused on the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl and the Heavenly Fragrance Dao Flower. Xing didn't make any transactions. Lu wanted to find Wu Yang, and Gui had finished her transaction and only needed to keep an eye out. The ancestral dragon's heart had been jointly accepted, and Smiling San Xing had earned quite a reputation. The Mountain Sea Sword sect might have sensed the appearance of the Xianyuan sword. The Black Heaven sect might have, too. Looking at his notes, Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. Since there's nothing for me, I should focus on improving myself. For him, staying quiet was the right thing to do. While the outside world might be exciting, it wasn't safe, and he couldn't accumulate bubbles. What a shame! If only I could go to the mines. Jiang Hao chuckled and began to meditate. He needed peace of mind and to begin cultivating high-quality spirit herbs. 150 spirit herbs were left, and it was time to cultivate them carefully. The matter with the spirit beast had been concluded, so there was no need to be distracted by it. However, there were only 2 months left for the spirit herbs to grow, so he might need to spend some spirit stones. Jiang Hao checked his interface. Halfway there, it seems that the next step for advancement is not far off. With the boost from the high-quality spirit herbs, his cultivation had indeed increased significantly. Now he had over 10,000 spirit stones, which he could actually use for cultivation. I wonder if Senior Brother Buyi is still around. Jiang Hao observed the spirit herbs. Their quality was acceptable. Satisfied with what he saw, he decided to have Ching Chou find the people he was looking for. Then, he went to take care of the spirit herbs. During this time, there had been a stir in the sect for some reason. They had begun selecting outstanding disciples from various branches, but no one knew the purpose of it. One thing that was certain was that there would be benefits involved. Many senior and branch masters would be accompanying them, so the opportunity was rare, and many people were striving for it. Miao Tinglian came to ask him if he wanted to participate, but Jiang Hao politely declined. He didn't believe this kind of thing was without danger. So, he continued to cultivate spirit herbs. In some time, he would be able to advance to the middle stage of the return to the Void Realm. There was no more significant benefit than this. One day, Jiang Hao finally saw the person he wanted to meet. It was junior brother Han Ming. He looked as young as he did at 18, but his aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. With his tall and slender body, he exuded a formidable aura when wielding a sword. His eyes shone brilliantly. He was not at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. "You're truly amazing," Jiang Hao said in praise. 16 years ago, when Han Ming had just started, he was at the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Now, he had quietly grown into a formidable Golden Core realm cultivator. Time was indeed a delicate blade that had sculpted Han Ming into such an outstanding individual. "Senior brother Jiang, we meet again," Han Ming said politely. "Junior brother, you're too polite. It's an honor to meet you after your advancement." Jiang Hao smiled. Han Ming didn't beat around the bush and stated his intention. "I'd like to challenge you, senior brother Jiang." Chapter 667 Chapter 667 Beaten to a Pulp. Chapter 667 Beaten to a Pulp. Inside the courtyard of the Candlelight Pill Pavilion, a young man sat at the highest spot. He was explaining the path of alchemy and occasionally touched upon the path of cultivation. The listeners gathered below were mostly disciples from various branches. Their cultivation realms were decent, but their talents were not that exceptional. To make further progress, they needed someone to teach them diligently. The senior disciple before them was undoubtedly doing just that. "Junior sister Xiaolan, although your aura is stable, you've been unable to make a breakthrough for a while. It's not due to your lack of talent, but because there is a hidden problem within you." As he spoke, he took out a pill and handed it to her. "Take this and consume it. It won't be long before you can attempt a breakthrough. However, you must be extremely cautious. Even if someone guides you through the process, success in cultivation relies entirely on the individual. Don't rush it." The woman who had been listening below was shocked. She accepted the pill and expressed her gratitude. As the lecture came to an end, the audience reluctantly departed. The man seated at the top, who had been gentle and warm, now appeared indifferent. It was as though nothing could stir his emotions. "How is the investigation going?" he suddenly asked. "We haven't found anything concrete, but his behavior does match." A man appeared in the corner of the courtyard. "We spread the information about the Blood Wish path. Initially, I merely intended to use him as a scapegoat, but he seems to have reversed the roles. He made more people willingly sacrifice their blood for him. For a moment, I couldn't comprehend whether he was a practitioner of the Blood Wish path or not. There is also another force working in the background, clearly leveraging this reputation. If it's him, then we need to be cautious," the man said in concern. "No matter what, his strength is real. If you want to devour him, senior brother Xingchen, it won't be difficult." The man lurking in the corner of the courtyard said, "If he practices the Blood Wish path, he will be a great supplement for me. If he doesn't, he's still a delicious morsel." "Do we continue the investigation?" "Let's continue. We'll see when he advances. If he does so in the next year or two, he's most likely a practitioner of the Blood Wish path. A very talented one at that. Then, we will need his assistance when the seniors of the sect go out. However, we must find a way to enter Devil's Denver. We'll have to wait for the next sect mission." "What do you plan to do with the blood pool, senior brother Xingchen?" "Let's go to the northern region. We founded our own sect, so there's no need to stay in this place." The southern region appears calm on the surface, but there are hidden undercurrents. Okay, we will follow your orders, Senior Brother Xingchen. If there's any change in Jiang Hao's cultivation realm soon, let me know. I will contact him, but the rest of you need to be patient. Understood. After the shadowy figure in the corner disappeared, Chen finally looked up at the sky and let out a deep sigh. No one knew what he was thinking. At the Cliff of Broken Hearts, Jiang Hao readily accepted Han Ming's challenge. This duel was a long-awaited event, not only for Han Ming but also for Jiang Hao. After returning, he had been waiting for Han Ming to become a Golden Core Realm cultivator. Han Ming didn't disappoint. Senior Brother Jiang, did you go out recently? Han Ming asked. Yes. As you suggested, I went out to hone my skills. However, the effect was minimal. It was nowhere near as good as what you've achieved, Jiang Hao said with a smile. He had no ill feelings toward Han Ming. Despite the constant challenges, Han Ming always acknowledged his defeat without any resentment. He had never made any underhanded moves. Han Ming was an excellent junior. Furthermore, his talent was extraordinary, and he had matured with age. He excelled in various fields. Han Ming sneered. Where do you want to have our duel? Let's go somewhere more isolated, Jiang Hao said. They quickly arrived near the wooden house. Here will do, Jiang Hao said. All right, I won't hold back. Han Ming firmly grasped the hilt of his sword. He had already pictured this many times, and this sword had been kept secret for a long time. Based on past experiences, his victory or defeat would likely be determined in the first move. Losing the first exchange would mean failure. Thus, he created a remarkable sword technique that would make Jiang Hao realize the danger of relying on luck. I'm going to attack, Han Ming said as a warning. Come on. Jiang Hao nodded. The half-moon blade was already in his hand. However, in the next moment, Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes. Han Ming's aura suddenly surged forward with the power of thunder. In that instant, he saw a breathtakingly brilliant sword technique. Clang! The sword and the blade clashed. In the blink of an eye, Han Ming appeared behind Jiang Hao. His sword was still in his hand, but his arm was dripping with blood. Jiang Hao's grip on his sword had resulted in a small crack. A few strands of hair had fallen from his head. Staring at the fallen hair, Jiang Hao was filled with shock and realized that he had been too serious in this fight. He had nearly struck too hard. Even though Jiang Hao was only in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, if he had attacked too forcefully, it could have been extremely dangerous. Fortunately, the injury was minor. Han Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood. You're truly extraordinary, Junior Brother Han Ming. Jiang Hao turned around. Being considered for the position of a top disciple was no trivial matter. He was the most hard-working and talented person Jiang Hao had ever seen. Jiang Hao had no concept of how others performed, but Han Ming had grown under his watch. He had witnessed every stage of Han Ming's journey. Han Ming grasped the sword and looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief. Middle stage of the Golden Core realm. I just got lucky, Jiang Hao said modestly. Han Ming looked at him bitterly, but he quickly regained his determination. Then, he turned and left. Jiang Hao watched him silently. Han Ming didn't need his help. He was a person who could walk his own path. He had a bright future ahead of him. At that moment, Jiang Hao had officially reached the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. The next step was to see when Han Ming would advance to the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Shaking his head, Jiang Hao went to the Spirit Herb Garden. After attending to his tasks, he inquired about Chu Chuan's whereabouts. It had been a while since he last paid attention to him, and it was time to check up on MM. Perhaps in a few more years he would be ready. Why are you looking for Chu Chuan today, Senior Brother? Asked Xiao Li in a hushed tone. I just want to check on him, Jiang Hao said. Is there something wrong? He was beaten to a pulp by Xiao Li this morning, said the spirit beast while munching on a carrot. Jiang Hao nodded. He wasn't surprised. However, when he saw Chu Chuan, he couldn't help but be astonished. At this moment, Chu Chuan lay on the bed. It seemed as though his bones were broken. He turned to Xiao Li and noticed she was looking outside with the spirit beast cradled to her chest. What happened to Chu Chuan? Jiang Hao asked. He said that you, master, don't have a lady. Xiao Li said you did have a senior sister by your side. Xiao Li was upset. They started arguing. And then, Chu Chuan suggested fighting to determine who was right. Then, this happened, said the spirit beast. At this point, Chu Chuan looked at Jiang Hao. He couldn't even move a finger. Jiang Hao was speechless. Chapter 668 Chapter 668 He would eventually leave the mountain. Chapter 668 He would eventually leave the mountain. Why are you at odds with Xiao Li? Jiang Hao used quite a bit of power to heal Chu Chuan. It's nothing. Senior sister Xiao Li is too heavy-handed sometimes, said Chu Chuan softly. After all, the one who had used force was still present in the room. Jiang Hao shook his head. Let's go. Take a walk with me. What about me, senior brother? Xiao Li asked. It's lunchtime. Go eat something, Jiang Hao said to her. Xiao Li immediately ran to the cafeteria with the spirit beast. Bye, senior brother. Watching her run away, Jiang Hao smiled. Then, he stepped out of the room, and Chu Chuan followed closely behind. They walked to the mountaintop. Jiang Hao asked, How's your cultivation going? I went to the Devil's Den, and I'm about to reach the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, Chu Chuan said excitedly. Jiang Hao nodded. Indeed, Chu Chuan was on the verge of advancement. Within the next year or two, he should be able to successfully enter the late stage. It was quite impressive. He was only 22 at the moment. However, the gap between him and Chu Jie was still huge. Chu Jie was already at the Golden Core realm. Are you still practicing the 100 revolution of the heavenly note? Jiang Hao asked and looked down at the river below the mountain. Yes. Chu Chuan nodded. How does it feel? Jiang Hao turned to him. Huh. Chu Chuan was puzzled. There were no issues so far. I'll teach you a new cultivation method and a set of blade techniques, Jiang Hao said. After obtaining the freedom technique a few months ago, he had already understood how to cultivate it. He had also modified a small part of it without a worry for future deviations. After a while, Chu Chuan activated the freedom technique, and a gleam of light shone in his eyes. He was delighted. This technique was better than the 100 revolutions of the heavenly note and more suitable for him. How did you obtain it, senior brother? Don't ask too many questions. If someone asks, just say you found it yourself, Jiang Hao said. Understood. Chu Chuan nodded. This method is called the freedom technique. It's relatively safe to use, but still be a little cautious, Jiang Hao said. Chu Chuan listened attentively. The freedom technique suited Chu Chuan but wasn't entirely perfect for him. Nevertheless, it was better than the 100 revolutions of the heavenly note. This might make it easier for him to catch up with Chu Jie. She was outstanding, not just in talent but also with powerful forces supporting her. It would be incredibly challenging for Chu Chuan to catch up by himself. Senior brother Jiang, what cultivation realm do you think Chu Jie is in now? Chu Chuan suddenly asked. Jiang Hao looked at him. Very high. How high? Chu Chuan asked. He was almost as tall as Jiang Hao now. He was full of spirit and vigor. He was in stark contrast to the dark kid Jiang Hao had seen before. Xiao Li wasn't even as tall as his shoulders. It was no wonder he felt confident and challenged Xiao Li sometimes. Jiang Hao didn't answer him. Just keep trying and aiming high. That's all for now. Let's go. I'll teach you the blade technique. Jiang Hao headed toward an open space. Only Chu Chuan could learn both the freedom technique and the blade techniques at the same time. Lin Ji cultivated the techniques of the Bright Moon Sect, and the treasure within him resonated with it. The freedom technique didn't suit him. The modified blade techniques also weren't suitable for Lin Ji's spiritual essence. They were more fitting for the indomitable Chu Chuan. Have you considered the consequences of getting involved in combat? Jiang Hao asked. I have. Chu Chuan nodded. What did you think about it? Jiang Hao asked. Chu Chuan hesitated. I've thought about success and about failure, but I've never considered giving up. Jiang Hao looked at him and didn't say anything. He began instructing Chu Chuan in the modified blade techniques, which he split into 9 forms without naming them. He could only teach the basics and the first form. The rest needed further study. Chu Chuan wasn't a quick learner, but he remembered everything. Do I have to use a blade in the future? Jiang Hao shook his head. No. Use whatever you feel is comfortable for you. This is for your self-defense. Huh. Chu Chuan was puzzled. What do you mean, senior brother Jiang? Jiang Hao looked at him. If you want to follow in Chu Jie's footsteps, you can't stay in the Heavenly Note sect forever. This place will only limit your development. At some point in time, you'll have to leave the mountain. Chu Chuan was taken aback. He had always considered this place as his home and never thought of leaving. However, sometimes leaving was the only way forward. Don't worry too much about it for now. The 4 regions will be your stage, and you can always return to the Heavenly Note sect. Someday you will make a name for yourself in all 4 regions, said Jiang Hao. Chu Chuan was the most likely to attract trouble. He might even be the first to leave the sect. His path couldn't be confined to the Heavenly Note sect, as it would hinder his growth. Jiang Hao turned and left. Chu Chuan hadn't fully processed everything he had heard, but it didn't bother him. He eventually left the mountain. It was inevitable. He understood that his world shouldn't be confined to the Heavenly Note sect but should flourish in all 4 regions. This was what made Chu Chuan different from Lin Ji. While the former was ambitious, the latter wished for a quiet life. As for Xiao Li and the spirit beast, they were carefree. The next day, at the entrance of the spirit herb garden, Chou informed Jiang Hao that senior brother Bu Yi was satisfied with the herbs and hoped for further cooperation in the future. Jiang Hao smiled. Are there any problems with your cultivation? He asked. Chou's talent was average, and his progress wasn't as fast as Chu Chuan's. He needed careful guidance. Yes, there are a few, Chou said earnestly. Later that day, Jiang Hao spent most of the time explaining problems in cultivation to Chou. He guided him from the afternoon till late at night. Don't rush it. Take it slow. It's crucial to steady your mind. Step by step, with a solid foundation, there is hope for you to reach the Golden Core realm, Jiang Hao said. I will heed all your instructions, senior brother Jiang, said Chou gratefully. For others, reaching the Golden Core realm was within easy reach, but for him, it was a distant dream. However, it seemed like he really had a chance now. It was all thanks to the guidance that Jiang Hao had provided him with. Jiang Hao just shook his head. It was a minor matter to him. The other person had helped him quite a bit. With that, Jiang Hao returned to the courtyard after spending more peaceful months than he had anticipated. Sitting under the peach tree, he took out the tranquil heart fruit. He was deep in thought. I should find a time to contact Feng Hua. It's been so long. She probably wants to see me. But I can't be hasty. I have to wait for Hong Yuye. Feng Hua would play mind games with him, and he lacked the knowledge of formations to defend himself without Hong Yuye around. It required a considerable amount of energy, especially when the person kept stalling for time. If he was discovered, it would be a disaster. Since he wanted to hurt the person, he couldn't reveal his weaknesses. There was no rush. He could focus on selling talismans to earn spirit stones during this time. Jiang Hao took out his half-moon blade. It already had a crack on it. I've lost a few thousand spirit stones already. Jiang Hao sighed. It was time for a new half-moon blade. The next day, Jiang Hao arrived at the marketplace, set up his stall, and waited for buyers. After a while, he saw a man standing approach his stall. The man looked skeptical. It was senior brother Duan Guan. Jiang Hao was speechless. This senior had a lot of spirit stones, but he was often rude to Jiang Hao. Chapter 669 Chapter 669 Wait 100 years. If 100 years I ascend T enough, 200 would be. Chapter 669 Wait 100 years. If 100 years I ascend T enough, 200 would be. Duan Guan looked at the talismans on Jiang Hao's stall. You have the heavenly sword talismans too? Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. Are there any other talismans? Duan Guan asked. For now, I don't have any at the same level. Jiang Hao shook his head. He hadn't learned them yet. However, it wouldn't be difficult for him. He had learned from me Lingue for a long time, and these talismans wouldn't pose a challenge for him. You're wasting your talent, Duan Guan said coldly. You think you have some talent, but you don't focus on honing your skills. Sooner or later, you will find it difficult to progress in talisman making. By then, you won't even be able to set up a stall. Jiang Hao remained calm. He wanted to see what more this senior would say. However, Duan Guan had already left. He took away all the talismans and left behind 600 spirit stones. Senior brother Duan Guan was indeed rarely wealthy. Every time he met Jiang Hao, he would buy everything that was in his stall. Later, he went to look at a blade. It was long, jet black, and had a slight curve. It could cut through anything effortlessly. It was made of a material that could corrode flesh and blood. How much is this blade? Jiang Hao liked it very much. 7,000 spirit stones, said the stall owner. He was a middle-aged man. The material is exceptional. If it weren't for the fact that the forging could have been better, it would cost more. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. It was a decent blade but was only at the golden core realm. He felt that 7,000 for it was too expensive. After bargaining for half a day, they settled at 6,700 spirit stones. Jiang Hao sighed. He still had a long way to go in the golden core realm, and it wouldn't hurt to have a good weapon. Judging by its hardness, it could rival even treasures at a higher realm. The stall owner warned him that the blade could be wiped with cloth, but shouldn't be touched with bare hands. Jiang Hao didn't mind. This level of power wouldn't affect him. After that, he bought some tea. He deliberately bought a more expensive variety of it. He chose the ancient spirit tea, which cost him 5,000 spirit stones. Now, he only had 6,876 spirit stones left. He felt that spirit stones weren't easy to come by and was reluctant to spend more. He also realized that he had run out of the silver moon petals. He bought 2 packs, which cost him 2,000 spirit stones. With that, he returned to his house. He had less than 5,000 spirit stones left, and he needed to earn more as soon as possible. The days of having over 10,000 spirit stones seemed so far away. He couldn't believe he had actually had that many spirit stones before. I thought senior sister Ming would come to visit, but it seems I won't see her for a while. The only thing that remained was a visit from senior sister Ming. But she didn't come. He could only put it aside for now. Now, I only have to wait for Hongyuya. Before she arrived, he wanted to improve his cultivation realm. The outside world would likely be in turmoil. the disciples from Clear Sky School were coming, as were those from the Mountain Sea Sword Sect. The Grand Earth Emperor was about to appear. It was sure to cause a storm. The Heavenly Note sect was remote enough not to be affected. That was exactly what Jiang Hao wanted. At this moment, the stone tablet suddenly vibrated. A gathering. He looked at it. It wasn't a call for gathering. Instead, it was information about Yan Shang from the Sunset Immortal Sect. I should just accept it. I can look at the details slowly. Jiang Hao didn't expect the message to reveal her true identity, but having this information was useful. However, the content of the message surprised him. The first sentence was, "One of the avatars of Feng Hua." It seems that this information is more detailed than the previous one. Jiang Hao couldn't help but be amazed. When investigating Feng Hua earlier, they hadn't found this particular avatar. Looking at the information, Jiang Hao was quite surprised. The information revealed that Yan Shang was perfect. As one of the top disciples of Sunset Immortal Sect, she was exceptionally talented. She was already in the middle stage of the Return to Void Realm at just 200 years old. She was considered a remarkable genius. Furthermore, she was friendly and kept a low profile. The elders and seniors adored and admired her. There was nothing negative about her in the information. She had never harmed anyone, and she never had conflicts with others. Her favorite things were provided generously by the sect. However, she obtained everything through her own abilities and was admired by everyone. Even though Jiang Hao hadn't met her in person, there were legends about her throughout the sect. Some even boldly claimed that Yan Shang might compete for the position of the next sect master. The information was limited, but it mentioned Feng Hua's concern for this particular avatar. It wasn't as detailed as the information on Shangguan Qingsu. They probably were from different sources. There were mentions of protective spells around her, both within and outside the sect. There were also some life-saving treasures at her disposal. These details are sufficient. However, her cultivation realm is higher than I expected. It's troublesome. If it were convenient, he'd prefer to visit her himself, but it wasn't possible for him right now. A regular middle-stage Return to Void Realm cultivator might be able to hide, but this was Feng Hua he was talking about. She wasn't an ordinary Return to Void Realm cultivator. It was uncertain whether he could get close to her. I can only ask Gui for help in delivering a message. He had an idea. It might not be possible for him to visit the sect and pass on a message, but there were others in the southern region who could do it. The problem now was to come up with a way to ask for Gui's help. Gui was still after Xingchen. If he could find him for her, perhaps he could trade with her. But getting in touch with the Mountain Sea Sword Sect isn't that easy. He could only wait for a proper opportunity. Perhaps there was a way to contact them. In the following days, Jiang Hao returned to his usual calm, but it seemed that the grand competition within the sect had reopened. Many people were vying for opportunities. News also quickly spread that the Black Heaven sect was about to come across something big, and the sect wanted a piece of the pie. This surprised Jiang Hao, but he didn't pay it much mind. He didn't need any opportunities. One day, Jiang Hao received a communication talisman to meet his master. There was something his master wanted to ask him. Shortly after, Jiang Hao reached Ku Wuchang's courtyard. This time, there is a fixed list of people for the visit to the Black Heaven sect, and your name is on it. However, it's difficult to take you out of the sect because of your status in the law enforcement hall. Ku Wuchang looked at Jiang Hao. If you want to go, I can help you figure something out. I'll be accompanying you on the journey anyway. Jiang Hao lowered his head and didn't know how to answer for a moment. He didn't want to go. It was too dangerous. There were people who wanted to kill him, and more importantly, the appearance of the Grand Earth Emperor would undoubtedly bring trouble. A slight slip could lead to a disaster. You don't want to go? Ku Wuchang asked. Jiang Hao nodded. I'm sorry to disappoint you, master. It's all right. Ku Wuchang shook his head and didn't say anything. Jiang Hao left. He looked back at his master's house and sighed. His master was very kind to him, but going outside was dangerous for him. No one within the sect harmed him, and he could peacefully manage the spirit herb garden. That was enough for him. In 10 or 100 years, all troubles would disappear. People and their hatred toward him would fade away. Even if 100 years wasn't enough, 200 years would do it. The people who hated him would eventually let go of their grudge. Chapter 670 Chapter 670 The Heavenly Note Sect Should Explain Themselves. Chapter 670 The Heavenly Note Sect Should Explain Themselves. Back at the Spirit Herb Garden, Jiang Hao continued to tend to spirit herbs peacefully. He didn't need to worry about much nowadays. He just needed to handle changes that occurred in the garden, and nothing more. This included occasional friction in collaboration between the spirit herb gardens from other branches and outstanding payments by disciples. Although it wasn't as bad as before, there were still some issues. For now, Xingchen was handling them, and they weren't serious enough for Jiang Hao to get involved. One inner sect disciple was enough to take charge of the spirit herb garden. Thankfully, Xingchen didn't contend with him. Time passed, and half a month later, in mid-June, Jiang Hao heard news that the sect master had gone on an expedition and returned, but her condition didn't seem to be great. They also brought back some people, but Jiang Hao didn't know who they were. This news caught Jiang Hao's attention, but since Lu Xingchen wasn't around, he couldn't find out more. He decided to visit the Lawless Tower for more information. It's been a while since I visited Zhuang Yuzhen and the others. The sect kept Zhuang Yuzhen because of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. He might still be able to contact Senior Dan Yuan. However, because he refused to divulge who had sent him, he remained stuck on the 5th floor. Heavenly King Hai Luo chose to stay on the 5th floor. As for Nangong Yu, her intentions were uncertain. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao arrived at the Lawless Tower. Unfortunately, he didn't encounter any familiar seniors who could tell him about the people brought back. Once he reached the 5th floor, he heard Nangong Yu's voice. Heavenly King, when will your master come? It's been months. Isn't he going to question you anymore? She asked. Ridiculous. Since when did this king need a master? Disciple Zhuang, when will Heavenly King Hai Luo's master come and visit? Nangong Yu asked. He'll come when he remembers us, Zhuang Yuzhen said. Zhuang Yuzhen had some experience with this matter. When Jiang Hao entered the room, he thought that these 3 seniors seemed to be getting along well. They had been talking, but as soon as Jiang Hao entered, they all fell silent. Nangong Yu appeared nervous. She wasn't sure why she felt frightened by this person. It must be the influence of the other 2. In the past, no matter who came, Heavenly King Hai Luo always responded with a stinky attitude as though he was invincible. But when this person appeared in front of him, his whole demeanor changed. It's been too long, said Jiang Hao and bowed politely. These people were seniors, after all. It was best to be polite to them. Indeed, Zhuang Yuzhen said. I have a question I want to ask you, Nangong Yu immediately said. In return, I'll tell you a secret. Jiang Hao looked at her. He wasn't interested in this secret. It could bring trouble. His current lifestyle suited him just fine. 100 more years with such peace would be perfect. Once he got involved in secrets, trouble would come knocking one after the other. Why aren't you saying anything? If you want to know something, you can ask or request something, Nangong Yu said. She was slightly irritated when she saw Jiang Hao's indifferent face. Senior, if you have any questions, you can ask Senior Sister Insha. She knows everything, Jiang Hao replied helplessly. He knew what Nangong Yu wanted to know, and senior sister Insha was the right person to provide that information. No. She can't speak about it. She can't reveal anything to anyone, Nangong Yu said. Jiang Hao was surprised. That must be the reason why she had been hounding him with the question relentlessly. But if senior sister Insha couldn't say anything, then revealing the secret about what the Saint Bandits did would be counterproductive. Others might not know as much about the Saint Bandits and their goal, but this person definitely did. It was better not to mention anything about Heavenlock. I don't understand. A secret is no longer a secret if you don't say it out loud. Who knows if it's true or not? Just say it outright, Heavenly King Hai Luo said dismissively. Is it still a secret if you say it out loud? Nangong Yu asked in disdain. You are ignorant, Heavenly King Hai Luo said. Nangong Yu was speechless. Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention to their bickering. Instead, he approached Zhuang Yuzhen and asked if anything had happened at the Lawless Tower lately. Zhuang Yuzhen was always calm and calculative. He must have kept an eye on things. I heard that someone from the Heavenly Tower was captured, and they're likely on one of the upper floors right now, Zhuang Yuzhen said as he pointed toward the ceiling. Jiang Hao was surprised. It was someone from the Heavenly Tower, but he didn't ask further. He asked about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and how Zhuang Yuzhen had learned about it. From an anonymous person, Zhuang Yuzhen said. His repose was the same as before. Jiang Hao didn't ask further. He knew that the information had no impact on him, but Hong Yuye would take action. He didn't mention anything about Chu Zhong. After so many years in the tower, Zhuang Yuzhen seemed to have settled down and no longer cared about it. As for his cultivation realm, he remained at the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. Heavenly King Hai Luo was still in the late stage of the same realm. Nangong Yu had fallen to the early stage of the primordial spirit realm as well. It seemed that Heavenly King Hai Luo had the best control over his cultivation out of the three. We're currently facing a problem, Zhuang Yuzhen suddenly said. What happened? Jiang Hao asked. He hadn't heard any news about these people lately. Senior sister Insha and the others couldn't inform him about it, and Lu Xingchen was nowhere to be seen. We are at an impasse. This situation doesn't benefit anyone. So, your people have made a suggestion, Zhuang Yuzhen said earnestly. They've proposed a method for restoring our cultivation. It involves going out every month to teach disciples or help the disciple who seeks guidance. The number of problems we solve will correspond to how much we can improve our cultivation as a reward. How is that calculated? Jiang Hao asked. The people of the Lawless Tower have the final say, Heavenly King Hai Luo said with a sneer. Jiang Hao didn't find it surprising. The Heavenly Note sect was always like this. Zhuang Yuzhen and the others would make contributions, and the sect would decide how much to reward them based on their mood. Have you agreed to this? Jiang Hao asked. Not yet, but we'll probably agree in the future, Zhuang Yuzhen said. You'll agree? The Heavenly Note sect truly doesn't regard us as human beings. They keep exploiting us. When we become worthless, we'll be disposed of, Nangong Yu said coldly. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. She was right. The Heaven Note sect constantly exploited the captives in the Lawless Tower. When they've lost their cultivation realms, they were sent to the mines to work. After they advanced, they were once again sent to the Lawless Tower. It was a vicious cycle. Zhuang Yuzhen paid no attention to Nangong Yu. He believed that she would understand in the future. If you reveal everything you know, the Heavenly Note sect might consider contacting the Divine Corpse sect for you, Jiang Hao said. And then, Zhuang Yuzhen shook his head and chuckled. What would I, as a primordial spirit realm cultivator, do when I return? Jiang Hao frowned. With his corpse heart, it wouldn't be difficult for him to restore his cultivation realm, unless he knew that his corpse heart was already lost. With a sigh, Jiang Hao decided not to ask any more questions and got up to leave. Wait! Nangong Yu hurriedly said. Are you practicing the Blood Wish Path? I know a secret about the Blood Wish Path. Jiang Hao still didn't stop. Nangong Yu was anxious. Blood Pool. The Heavenly Note sect has a blood pool. Chapter 671 Chapter 671 Maybe Feng Hua 1IT find it bitter. Chapter 671 Maybe Feng Hua 1IT find it bitter. Nangong Yu thought that after mentioning the blood pool, Jiang Hao would at least pause and ask her about it. However, he didn't stop at all. He simply left. He turned a deaf ear to her words. This surprised and frustrated her, and left her at a loss for words. Jiang Hao had already disappeared from her sight. Moreover, within this tower that suppressed almost everything, sounds couldn't travel too far. Why didn't he stop and ask me about it? Nangong Yu asked. Why would he stop? Asked Tai Luo. Isn't he curious? Nangong Yu asked. I told you. A secret is only useful when revealed. If you don't hint at it, he won't be interested. You should have spoken up earlier. Now you'll have to wait for a few months till he visits again. The Heavenly King laughed. If your luck is bad, you might have to wait for years. Nangong Yu was speechless. How could this be? Saying a secret out loud would make oneself worthless. According to the Heavenly King, if she didn't speak up soon, she might not even have the chance to speak again. After leaving the Lawless Tower, Jiang Hao sighed. Blood pool. He had no idea what that was. It did remind him of someone, though. It reminded him of the blood demon in Lu Xingchen's body. However, the blood pool was probably related to the blood wish path and nothing else. After all, Nangong Yu had just mentioned it a moment before. Knowing more just complicates everything. For now, he couldn't do much. Whether it was Xingchen or the blood pool, he couldn't easily confront them. Who could he even turn to for advice? Xingchen had changed due to possession. With his current state and the sudden appearance of the blood pool, Jiang Hao felt he was going to face some trouble in the future. When he returned to his courtyard, he saw the spirit beast hanging from the peach tree. It was bruised and swollen. Xiao was asleep at the table. He also noticed a young woman in a red and white gown sitting across from her. She was sipping tea and gazing at Xiao. Jiang Hao didn't know what was going through her mind. He sighed. He hadn't expected Xiao to meet Hongyu yet. He couldn't help but worry that she might have said something inappropriate again. He was anxious but didn't know if he should say anything. Did you give the pearl to Xiao? Hongyu asked as she turned to look at him. It seemed to suit Xiao quite well, so I gave it to her temporarily, Jiang Hao said. The truth was that the pearl belonged to Xiao. Hongyu chuckled. Have you contacted Feng Hua? Not yet. My cultivation realm is still low and I need your help, Jiang Hao said honestly. What's your current cultivation realm? Middle stage of the Golden Core realm, Jiang Hao said. I see you're going to advance soon, Hongyu said. I was just lucky, Jiang Hao said. Ha ha ha, Hongyu glanced at the man in front of her. Let's get started then. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and set up the formation. He then brought a chair and assumed the appearance of a scholarly young man. Hongyu laughed. It seems you do care about your appearance. It's just to put up a convincing performance as smiling Sanxing, said Jiang Hao sheepishly. Do you have a strong desire for revenge? Hongyu asked. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. My strength and power are too low, so I don't really care for revenge. Hongyu gazed at the man in front of her but remained silent. Jiang Hao had everything ready and activated the formation. Soon, a black figure appeared. It was shrouded in a black robe and was relatively short in stature. As soon as the figure appeared, Jiang Hao smiled. Feng Hua, it's been too long. What do you mean? Feng Hua asked. Her voice sounded like a man's. Nothing. Jiang Hao chuckled. Did you go overseas? Feng Hua asked. Yes, Jiang Hao said. Have you found out anything? Feng Hua asked. Naturally. Do you know the most important thing that I discovered? Jiang Hao smiled. Without a doubt, you found what you wanted, Feng Hua said with a smile. That's right. I must thank you for this. If you hadn't provided me with this information, I wouldn't have gained much on this journey. Jiang Hao opened his fan and gently fanned himself. It's nothing. I'm happy to assist a fellow disciple, Feng Hua said politely. By the way, I've acquired something remarkable on this trip that I'd like to share with you. Jiang Hao said as he took out a fruit. It was the fruit from the tranquil fruit tree. It's said to be an extremely expensive fruit, and I had to go to great lengths to obtain it. In the end, I managed to bring the whole tree back, said Jiang Hao as he took a bite. However, before Feng Hua could respond, Jiang Hao put the fruit in his mouth. By the way, did I mention it to you last time? I thought I had eaten them all, but when I checked, there were actually 3 left. Unfortunately, my friend didn't eat them, so I had to eat them myself. It might not be too bitter for you, Ms. Feng Hua. Feng Hua smiled. My friend, you got it wrong. Oh right, thanks for the reminder, Jiang Hao said. After finishing one, he asked Feng Hua, do you want one? Oh wait, you can't have one. Jiang Hao continued to eat the second one. This is the last one. I'm going to eat it. Jiang Hao looked at the other person in front of him and lifted the fruit to his mouth. However, he took it out again. Maybe I should just keep it, Jiang Hao said. But before the other person could respond, he hurriedly put it in his mouth. Ugh, he spit it out in disgust. These taste terrible. Thankfully, it's all gone now. Feng Hua watched him. Do you have any more questions, disciple? If not, I wish us another pleasant cooperation as we did last time. I don't have any. Jiang Hao smiled. Our cooperation has been pleasant. By the way, I have one more thing to say to you. What is it? Feng Hua curiously asked. This counts as the second gift. Look forward to the third one. It will definitely be your favorite, Jiang Hao said with a smile as he closed his fan. Then, he deactivated the formation. At the Sunset Immortal Sect, on a mountain peak surrounded by spiritual energy, a woman in a rainbow-colored dress sat at the edge of the mountain. She gazed at the rugged mountains ahead with a thoughtful expression. She seemed lost in thought. Senior Sister Yen. A young woman landed next to her and greeted her respectfully. The woman snapped out of her reverie and looked at her junior with a smile. Why did you come here, Junior Sister Louis? I received a message that said you might be heading to the Black Heaven Sect soon, and I thought of accompanying you. They say there might be a significant opportunity at the Black Heaven Sect, and the elders don't want you to miss it, Junior Sister Louis said. The Black Heaven Sect? That's fine. Many people are going there, right? Yen Shang asked. Yes. Almost all the major sects are sending their representative. Even the demonic sects are participating. Demonic sects. The Heavenly Note sect. We have quite a bit of history with them. There might be some discussions. In that case, let's go and see, Yen Shang said. Chapter 672, Chapter 672. Don't you want this era to belong to you? Chapter 672. Don't you want this era to belong to you? Near the Black Heaven Sect, Princess Baizhu, accompanied by Xiao Yi, continued their journey toward the Black Heaven Sect. Princess, how can you be sure that person is in the Black Heaven Sect? Xiao Yi asked. I'm not certain, but exploring it might be a good idea. I heard there are opportunities there, and you might benefit from it as well. As for the people from the Mountain Sea Sword Sect, there's no need for us to search for them. They'll come to the Black Heaven Sect themselves, Bai Zhu said with a smile. Xiao Yi didn't question her words. So far, the princess hadn't shown her true power, but the information she received was always accurate. However, she still wanted to see for herself what it was like when the princess was in action. Before they could discuss further, Xiao Yi brought up another matter. Prince Bai Yu was asking when you would be returning to the palace. Why is my second brother suddenly looking for me? Bai Zhu was puzzled. He probably thinks Imperial City is safer now, especially after the purges that took place recently, Xiao Yi said. During those events, there were traitors, and many people were implicated. Numerous individuals were thrown into jail, and most of them had their cultivation stripped off and were exiled. With the sudden reduction in the number of people, various regions became chaotic. Some were even trying to create conflict. The princess staying out of the city was somewhat dangerous, especially considering that she was an ordinary person. Bai Zhu was a typical example of such a person. She was older and couldn't even find a husband. It's because of the recent Great Purge that I don't want to go back. The stench of blood is too heavy there. Bai Zhu shook her head. You can tell him that we're on a sightseeing trip and we'll return in some time. Don't let him worry too much. Xiao Yi could only nod her head. She couldn't do much when it came to the princess. Fortunately, this time, she was accompanying the princess. In the past, she wandered around on her own. Suddenly, Bai Zhu stopped and looked to the side. Xiao Yi was about to speak, but they saw several flying swords appear. Each sword emitted a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Mountain Sea Sword Sect. Bai Zhu was surprised. She hadn't seen members of this sect so far. The north and south were very far apart, and with her cultivation realm, she couldn't travel far. All these people are extraordinary. Xiao Yi could sense their power. Let's follow them and find out what's going on with Xingchen, Bai Zhu said with interest. Finally, she could find out more about the situation. Are you going to ask them? Xiao Yi was a little puzzled. Of course not. Let's see where they're headed. We'll follow them and then make contact with one or two of them to ask about it. It's easier for them to answer with fewer people around, Bai Zhu said with a smile. Xiao Yi nodded. After talking with Feng Hua, Jiang Hao tidied up his surroundings. He collected the chair and the formation, and he transformed back into his normal appearance. He stored the fan in his storage treasure. Sister-in-law. As Jiang Hao was about to explain everything to Hong Yuye, Shaoli suddenly woke up. She was groggy. This surprised Jiang Hao, and he was taken aback. Shaoli had a brother and sister-in-law at her parents' place, said Jiang Hao hurriedly. Hong Yuye raised an eyebrow. Her gaze shifted from Shaoli to Jiang Hao. What is her brother called? Does her sister-in-law treat her well? Well, I don't know much about that, Jiang Hao said in a hushed tone. Shaoli's family matters are private, and don't get involved too much. Hong Yuye was calm. Jiang Hao didn't know what she might be thinking. The Grand Earth Emperor is about to appear, she suddenly said. In the Black Heavens Sect? Jiang Hao asked. He had only speculated before, but now that Hong Yuye had spoken, it meant that the Grand Earth Emperor was undoubtedly going to make an appearance. Aren't you going to check it out? Hong Yuye asked. It's too dangerous. Jiang Hao shook his head. Where on earth is safe for you? Hong Yuye asked while rising from her seat and heading to the corner. She pulled out the cracked half-moon blade he had impaled there in the corner. The question had been on Jiang Hao's mind for a long time. Where on earth was safe for him? It seemed that there was no safe place for him. The 4 regions and the overseas regions each had their own challenges. He had been to the east, traveled overseas, and finally felt that the Heavenly Note sect was where he most wanted to stay. Although there were dangers here, he had the strength to defend himself. He thought about it for a long time. The Heavenly Note sect is much safer. Are you planning to hide here your whole life? Hong Yuye put away the sword. Jiang Hao lowered his head. I still have a very low cultivation realm. I haven't thought that far ahead. He had been on the path to become stronger, avoid danger, and solve crises. He hadn't thought much about the future because the present was what mattered most. After a long silence, Hong Yuye asked Jiang Hao to carry Xiaoli away on his back. Jiang Hao carried Xiaoli and walked to her house. Hong Yuye walked alongside him. Senior, what will happen when the Grand Earth Emperor appears? How would that compare to the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Jiang Hao asked on the way. There's no comparison. The current Grand Earth Emperor will be different from the previous ones. Hong Yuye shook her head. Jiang Hao understood that the commotion caused by the Grand Earth Emperor might not be as loud as the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, but the event would be less susceptible to attacks. But the Grand Earth Emperor is associated with something, Hong Yuye said. The Human Emperor's sword? Jiang Hao asked. The Xianyuan sword was the weapon of the previous Human Emperor. The 9 Nether of the fallen Immortal Clan and the Saint Bandits of the Heavenly Spirit tribe had both lost to the Human Emperor. You don't use a sword? Hong Yuye asked. Only occasionally, Jiang Hao said. He had the primordial heavenly blade, so he didn't really need to be interested in any other sword. Besides, he couldn't control high-level swords. Hong Yuye walked alongside him. They continued down the path by the river. Hold onto the Xianyuan sword, and you might leave a mark on this era. Hong Yuye turned to the person beside her. Jiang Hao shook his head. He walked lightly so as not to wake Xiaoli on his back. I don't need to leave a mark on this era. The Human Emperor represents that era. It's his time, Hong Yuye said seriously. Don't you want this time to remember you? I have no such ambitions, Jiang Hao said without hesitation. Hong Yuye smiled. When I was your age, my ambitions almost reached the heavens. You had extraordinary talent, while I'm just an ordinary inner disciple of the sect. I can't compare to you, Jiang Hao said respectfully. Is that so? Hong Yuye said plainly. The two fell silent and continued on their journey. They moved away from the river. Xiaoli's house was still some distance away from their current location. Aren't you worried about being seen? Jiang Hao asked. Hong Yuye looked at him but didn't say anything. She appeared skeptical of the question. How old is Xiaoli? Hong Yuye suddenly asked. 23, Jiang Hao said. If you go by her parents' words and consider her age in human years, she's around 23. In all these years, she hasn't grown at all, Hong Yuye said as she gazed at Xiaoli on Jiang Hao's back. That's true. Her weight, height, and mental state haven't changed. Jiang Hao nodded. He occasionally checked on her and had also asked the spirit beast about it. Over a decade spent with Xiaoli seemed like the blink of an eye. Xiaoli was truly a member of the Dragon Clan. At the Lawless Tower, Insha looked at the two prisoners in front of her in confusion. One appeared to be elderly and was clearly a formidable figure from the Heavenly Tower. The other, in his 30s, was not found in their records. Who is this person? Insha asked. I don't know, said a fellow sect member beside her. According to the information, it seems his surname is In, but for more details, we'd need you to investigate, senior sister Insha. Insha inspected them for a moment. She then frowned. He's not human. Like Nangong Yu, he belongs to the Heavenly Spirit tribe. Chapter 673 Chapter 673 The Blood Wish Alchemical Path. Chapter 673 The Blood Wish Alchemical Path. When they reached the jujube tree, Jiang Hao tried one. It was sweet, which meant that it had been well taken care of. The jujube tree belonged to Xiao Li's family, and Ching Chou had brought it back for her. It had been well cared for, and Xiao Li, who was a glutton, never ate them all at once. You haven't eaten these before? Hong Yuye asked. After placing Xiao Li back in her room, they sat under the tree. No. Jiang Hao shook his head. He rarely visited Xiao Li, and it was usually the spirit beast who kept her company. Which form of the heavenly blade are you at? Hong Yuye stood beneath the tree and looked up at the moon. The fourth form, Jiang Hao said. The fifth form was still elusive. It was difficult to learn and required further study. After mastering the no-regrets technique, he would need to move on to the fifth form. Xianyuan's sword is about to appear. What do you think will happen if someone else obtains it? Jiang Hao asked. Such extraordinary items could be powerful when used wisely but devastating if misused. The sword contained the sword intent of the human emperor, and its power was unimaginable. It won't matter. Hong Yuye looked at Jiang Hao. The human emperor was recognized by the heavens, the human race, and many other races. Even his enemies respected him. His sword can't be used by others. Even if someone tries to use it, they won't be able to do it at all. Those who can use that sword are recognized by the sword itself. Suddenly, Hong Yuye's face turned serious. If you were the Grand Earth Emperor, would you use the sword of the human emperor? Maybe, Jiang Hao said. Do you think you'd be matching the sword, or the sword matching you? Hong Yuye asked. The sword only became the sword of the human emperor because of that person, not because anyone could use it. For Jiang Hao, none of that really mattered. He shook his head. I've never thought about these things, but it's better to use the sword. Since it is powerful, it would be a pity not to use it. Then, what about the thing you said before? To wear the crown, one must bear the weight? Hong Yuye asked. It was clear she wanted to know why Jiang Hao was concerned about the sword's power even though he had the strength to use it. Jiang Hao lowered his head. There are some things I absolutely don't want to do. He didn't want to neglect his responsibilities in exchange for power. That was a line he didn't want to cross. Many things needed to be done, and Jiang Hao knew that he couldn't do them. It wasn't an easy path, but he respected people who could achieve difficult things. He didn't want to be a hindrance to them. If it was possible, he would try to help them instead. So, even if the Xianyuan sword was placed before him, he wouldn't try to use it. Hong Yuye looked at Jiang Hao. Finally, she took a bite of a white jujube. It's not as sweet as the peaches. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, felt that they were similar in taste. Hong Yuye glanced at Jiang Hao, and her figure began to fade. The Xianyuan sword is about to appear and needs the core array of the burning immortal formation. As her words faded away, Hong Yuye completely disappeared. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. As for his fourth half-moon blade, he no longer cared. Every time he changed blades, he had to deal with them disappearing with Hong Yuye. He glanced back at Xiao Li's residence and left. On the way, he thought about Hong Yuye's words. It seemed that the Xianyuan sword wasn't as easy to obtain as he thought. It required the core formation runes of the burning immortal formation. Only one person had come across such a formation. That was Xing from the gathering. Xing received information about the human emperor's sword at the secret location and also encountered that formation. It seems that the two are indeed closely related. I wonder if the secret location has any connection to the fallen immortal clan. Xing has never talked about the origins of the secret location, but from his words, it seems that the Bright Moon Sect may not be aware of it anyway. Jiang Hao doesn't know how the burning immortal formation could be connected to the Xianyuan sword. While he was still thinking, he sensed a wave of blood-red aura. A blood wish path aura. In an instant, he sensed the direction it was coming from. They're not hiding. They're coming straight toward me. There's no murderous intent, so it doesn't seem like they want to harm me. Finally, a young man approached him with a friendly smile. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and used the daily appraisal ability. Those who used the blood wish path were often dangerous and shouldn't be underestimated. After reading the feedback, Jiang Hao was surprised. It was really senior brother Xingchen. Whether he practiced the blood wish path or not, he would become a part of Xingchen's breakthrough. Moreover, Xingchen wanted to create the blood wish alchemical path, and it would involve sacrificing all those he cared about. Many thoughts raced through Jiang Hao's mind. By this time, Xingchen had already reached in front of him. "Junior brother," Xingchen said with a smile. Jiang Hao pretended to be puzzled. "I don't think I know you, senior brother." This person posed a threat, but he was unsure of how to resolve it at the moment. He couldn't make a move here. He would have to do that in Devil's Denver. Before Xingchen found the blood pool, he needed to get there first. To obtain information about the blood pool, he needed to go to the Lawless Tower once again. Nangong, you had mentioned it before. This reminded him of Yinwei, and he was unsure whether Xingchen was connected to Yinwei in some way. If that was true, the trouble would be even greater than he had anticipated. The blood wish path had been convenient for Jiang Hao till now, but he hadn't expected to attract such trouble so quickly. The root cause of everything was probably the blood pool, but he didn't know what kind of blood pool had given Xingchen the confidence to act so boldly and decide to massacre people within the sect. Xingchen smiled. "I am Xingchen from the Candlelight Pill Pavilion." Jiang Hao bowed. "Greetings, senior brother Xingchen. Would you be willing to take a walk with me, junior brother? I have some questions about certain spirit herbs that I'd like to ask you," Xingchen said. "Of course." Jiang Hao nodded. He couldn't refuse because he didn't want to raise suspicions. Whether he practiced the blood wish path or not, it didn't matter. Either way, he wouldn't be let off the hook. What he needed now was to ensure that his cultivation realm was enough to not be questioned about it. Chapter 674 Chapter 674 Blood of Great Power. Chapter 674 Blood of Great Power. Your insight into spirit herbs is quite unique, junior brother. Xingchen smiled as they walked. Jiang Hao shook his head to tell him that it was just a coincidence. They walked for some time and discussed various aspects of growing spirit herbs. They mainly focused on the ones provided by senior brother Buyi, which had boosted Jiang Hao's reputation. The talk was normal, but Jiang Hao soon noticed that the discussion veered deeper into cultivation technique. These were not deep and profound insights, but rather subtle details of handling spirit herbs to ensure their optimal growth. It was a knowledge that few people could acquire in their entire lifetime. He's quite knowledgeable about spirit herbs. Why is he only an inner sect disciple? Jiang Hao wondered. Judging by senior brother Chen's abilities and knowledge, he shouldn't be just an inner sect disciple, unless he was deliberately concealing his true strength. Just when Jiang Hao thought the conversation would continue along the lines of spirit herbs, Chen suddenly asked, "I heard that you practice the blood wish path?" The question startled him. Fortunately, Jiang Hao remained calm. "Senior brother, you must be joking," said Jiang Hao. "I'm not," Chen said. Even when discussing this topic, he didn't make Jiang Hao uncomfortable. The entire sect, and even the other sects, believe that you practice the blood wish path. Junior brother, you must have noticed that many people are keeping their distance from you. Jiang Hao shook his head. "I really didn't notice anything like that." He explained that he had drawn some attention because of his work in the spirit herb garden, but people had quickly stopped paying attention to him after that. Xingchen nodded. Then, junior brother, you should pay more attention. It's not only a rumor within the sect but also outside. The major sects all believe that you practice the blood wish path. You are in a difficult situation now. Jiang Hao lowered his head. Thank you for letting me know, senior brother, but I'm currently being punished by the sect and cannot leave. Chen nodded. It's better for you this way. It won't be easy for them to find you. Jiang Hao agreed. After a while, the two parted ways. Junior brother, take care and thank you for clearing my doubts, Chen said before leaving on his sword. His arrival and departure were both brisk, and he had been very open during their conversation. Their interaction had indeed felt pleasant. Jiang Hao, however, couldn't help but wonder whether Chen had formed an opinion about him being a practitioner of the blood wish path. Several days later, in the middle of June, while tending his stall, Jiang Hao overheard some gossip. It was said that the sect had recently uncovered some infiltrators who were targeting the practitioners of the blood wish path. I remember that one of these spies was full of resentment when he was caught. He said he wanted to find Jiang Hao from the Cliff of Broken Hearts and kill him. Just who is Jiang Hao? I've heard this name several times now. Is he truly accomplished in the blood wish path? I don't know. I've only heard that he's an inner sect disciple at the Cliff of Broken Heart, and he's achieved quite a few merits within the sect. Jiang Hao found it strange. Why were people still targeting him? Later, he learned that someone had discovered the spies some time ago. It was Chen who had discovered them. Chen had taken care of the issue before coming over to visit him. Jiang Hao was cautious. He didn't tell me but helped capture spies. That is a very strange way to win my favor. If Jiang Hao didn't know the fact that Chen was planning to sacrifice him in the blood pool, he would have thought Chen was a decent senior. Jiang Hao began his preparations for the upcoming mission to Devil's Denver. He was waiting for the mission to start while continuing with his daily life. He tended to the spirit herb garden, crafted talismans, and provided guidance to Xingchen for his cultivation. During this time, he visited the Lawless Tower and asked about the blood pool. Nangong, you had mentioned it before. The blood pool was said to be located deep within Devil's Den, and was formed by the gathering of ancient powerful beings. It was filled with boundless power. Nangong, you also shared information on how to locate the blood pool, which wasn't very complicated. However, it was challenging to gain access to the location. Jiang Hao made his preparations for the mission to Devil's Denver. At the same time, the sect's selection process was coming to an end, and the departure was scheduled for approximately 1 month later. By mid-July, just 3 days before the mission to Devil's Den, the sect began to gather its elite disciples who were going to the Black Heaven sect. Senior brother, aren't you going? Xiao asked as she held the spirit beast. No. You take care, Jiang Hao said. Xiao, a true disciple, was expected to go, and so was Chu Chuan. Lin Ji was busy in the mines, and Xingchen didn't have the qualifications to participate in this trip. Senior brother Jiang, I heard you can come with us if you want. Chu Chuan was puzzled. The longer he stayed at the Cliff of Broken Hearts, the more he found it strange. It seemed like senior brother Jiang Hao wasn't interested in anything else. Jiang Hao didn't explain his situation to Chu Chuan. Instead, he said, you remember to stick close to Xiao and the others. Although Chu Chuan was quite talented, he was still ordinary when compared to Xiao. If they encountered danger, he might not be able to protect himself. After all, the Grand Earth Emperor's knowledge was extensive. Being a Foundation establishment realm cultivator among powerful individuals was dangerous. When they leave, the sect would be left with fewer branch masters and disciples. I wonder if someone will take advantage of it. The Heavenly Note sect has angered quite a few people, and this would indeed be a good opportunity for a surprise attack. Perhaps the reason Senior Xingchen felt that time was running out was because of this. Once they made their move, the sect may be unable to respond immediately due to a lack of people. The attackers would be able to escape. Regardless, Jiang Hao had to act first. In 3 days, Devil's Den will open. I'm almost prepared. Chapter 675 Chapter 675 The Birthplace of the Heavenly Fate. Chapter 675 The Birthplace of the Heavenly Fate. Misfortune Pearl. There was only 1 day left before the Devil's Den mission. Jiang Hao sat cross-legged in his room and thought about it. He wondered if he should accept the mission this time. In theory, he didn't need to explicitly accept the mission, but if he entered the place without informing anyone, it might turn out to be dangerous. However, he indeed hadn't left the sect, and he didn't know how the law enforcement hall would react if they discovered his absence. Jiang Hao wanted to ask, but he didn't know who to ask because Xingchen had long since disappeared. Sometimes, an undercover agent was indeed important. He had relied on several undercover agents and spies in dangerous situations. Senior Sister Ming and Xingchen had frequently given him useful information. They had helped him numerous times. Now that there were fewer undercover agents in the sect, it was almost inconvenient. After much hesitation, Jiang Hao decided to enter Devil's Den secretly. He didn't accept the mission. It was unlikely that this trip would take too long. If he sensed that it was taking too long, he could come out and accept another mission. The round trip wouldn't take much time. On the day of the mission, he continued to manage the Spirit Herb Garden as usual, and he also listened to Ching Chao's report on recent events. There were some situations in the Outer Sect's Spirit Herb Garden, but nothing that required his immediate attention. So, he didn't need to worry too much. At noon, Jiang Hao left the Spirit Herb Garden. At the Lawless Tower, Nangong Yu questioned Hai Luo. "I've revealed the secret. Why haven't I received what I wanted yet?" Nangong Yu asked. Heavenly King Hai Luo gave her a sidelong glance. "Wait a bit longer, and you'll appreciate my guidance." Nangong Yu chuckled. "You're just trying to stall for time, aren't you?" Heavenly King Hai Luo remained indifferent. "Who do you think you are? A cultivator at the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. Bah! You think I need to stall for time to deal with someone like you? I could defeat you with one hand. Even if you join forces with old tattered hair here, I would defeat you with my pinky." "You little scum," Zhuang Yuzhen said lazily. He didn't wait for Heavenly King Hai Luo to respond. "Is the blood pool you talked about the same one as the one I'm thinking about? You know about it?" Nangong Yu was surprised. "Is it really that blood pool?" Zhuang Yuzhen asked in disbelief. "I'm not certain, but there's a good chance it's the same blood pool. Otherwise, why would it be so difficult to find?" Nangong Yu said. "Do you know about it, Heavenly King Hai Luo?" Zhuang Yuzhen asked. Hai Luo chuckled but didn't answer him. Nangong Yu said, "If it's indeed that blood pool, it will have a significant impact here, especially on the blood wish path. Once the fusion is successful, no one knows what will happen." While they were talking, Insha arrived with several black-robed people. All of them were members of the Lawless Tower. They were escorting 2 pale-faced men. Heavenly King Hai Luo looked at the newcomers in surprise. "Isn't that the teaching master from the Heavenly Tower? What is he doing here?" At that point, an elderly man looked toward the second prison cell in astonishment. "Heavenly King Hai Luo?" "Yes. It is I." Heavenly King Hai Luo nodded. "Is this really the Heavenly Note sect? It seems you don't even know who captured you." Nangong Yu chuckled. "It's complicated." The old man sighed. "They ambushed us and later they tortured and interrogated us about some overseas matters. They didn't leave us with a choice. I thought I would die if I had no value." "Is that so?" Zhuang Yuzhen asked. We've been here for over a decade and it's been quite decent. As long as that person didn't beckon them closer, everything would be fine. At that moment, Nangong Yu stared at the man on the other side very carefully. Heavenly Spirit Tribe. Who are you? The man asked. Stop catching up. Walk ahead. You'll have plenty of time to catch up later, said Xiao. You can try anything you like, but I'm not going to tell you anything, said the man in disdain. The man beside him sneered. I've lost my cultivation realm already. What do I have to fear? Xiao and the others didn't say much but looked at them rather strangely. Heavenly King Hai Lua looked at them as though he was reminiscing about his past. This left the two men puzzled. Once Xiao and the others left, the old man asked, Why were the three of you looking at us like that? The fifth floor is different from the others, Zhuang Yuzhen said. Indeed, it's different. Here, you have Heavenly King Hai Luo, Nangong Yu said. She hadn't gained anything and was half dead anyway. To this day, she hadn't ever seen Hai Luo's power that he claimed was so great. Heavenly King Hai Luo? The old man was astonished. He, who is more qualified than me here? Heavenly King Hai Luo sneered. The old man nodded. But he was still puzzled. Is the fifth floor really that exceptional? They noticed that the captives here were well taken care of. Compared to the ones on the lower floors, they looked like they lived a decent life. Zhuang Yuzhen didn't say much and turned to Nangong Yu. If someone were to control that blood pool, would it have that much of an impact? I don't know. We have people responsible for the blood wish path. They have more information. I'm not responsible for that, Nangong Yu said. Which blood pool are you talking about? The man from the heavenly tower asked. What do you think? Nangong Yu asked. Could it be that blood pool? The man from the heavenly tower looked shocked. You know about it? Nangong Yu was even more surprised. How would you know that blood pool? Overseas people have been searching for it for a long time with no results, said the man from the heavenly tower. Which blood pool are you talking about? Asked the young man. Then, he introduced himself. I am Xingchen, a disciple of the Mountain Sea Sword Sect. Mountain and Sea Sword Sect. Zhuang Yuzhen and the others turned to look at him. It was even more difficult for them to escape from here now. The Heavenly Note Sect had managed to capture someone from the Mountain Sea Sword Sect. So, everyone should stay put and face their deaths together. He betrayed the Mountain Sea Sword Sect, said the old man in explanation. He then introduced himself. I am Wu Yang, gatekeeper of the Heavenly Tower. The Heavenly Kings know about me. So, which blood pool is it? Xingchen asked. I think it's better if the Heavenly King could provide an answer, Nangong Yu said. Heavenly King Hai Luo glared at her. Who do you think you are? I don't need to listen to you or answer your questions. If I'm not mistaken, this blood pool contains blood from numerous powerful individuals from ancient times. The most frightening thing is that this pool is very likely the birthplace of the heavenly fate Misfortune Pearl, Wu Yang said. Chapter 676, Chapter 676, Meeting Lu Xingchen again. Chapter 676, Meeting Lu Xingchen again. At Devil's Den, Jiang Hao stood deep in the forest and watched a senior in the distance, who was splitting up with the others as they entered. He found that strange. They split up as soon as they came in. This area wasn't too deep inside, so there shouldn't be a need to separate. He had wanted to see if he could locate senior brother Xingchen and then make his move. This way, he could finish it all at once. When he had just entered, he noticed that the array here had a certain chance of detecting him. It was different from ordinary arrays. It was an array of Devil's Den, after all. The people inside might know that an uninvited guest had arrived, but whether they would inform the others was unknown. Regardless, he didn't have much time to spare. He needed to either find Senior Xingchen as quickly as possible or find the blood pool. It was difficult to find people, but he could find the blood pool more accurately. The blood pool didn't seem to be in a fixed location. Instead, it required the establishment of an array to resonate with it and create a pathway to reach it. One needed to be close to the blood pool for this to be effective. Finding the blood pool involved 3 steps. Firstly, using an array to detect the aura of the blood pool. Secondly, using fresh blood to dye the array red and create resonance. Finally, using a special method to establish a pathway. After that, it depended on the person's abilities. If he couldn't enter the blood pool, Jiang Hao would have to search for senior brother Xingchen. He had made other preparations, so no matter what the outcome was, he would be able to escape safely. After a short while, the array appeared on the ground. After activation, it indeed had the aura of the blood pool. It seems I can start here without going deeper. Jiang Hao didn't know what was in the depths of Devil's Den. Hong Yuya hadn't made that clear. But as soon as he looked ahead, he saw the stars flowing backward and falling, and because of this, he dared not approach. Once he made sure that he could proceed, he used his blade to cut himself, and then the blood dripped onto the array. At that moment, the array seemed to come to life. It guided the flow of blood and resonated with something deep within the earth. When the blood covered the entire array, Jiang Hao began to establish a pathway. A red light exploded, and a blood mist enveloped the surroundings. However, after a while, a crimson path appeared. Jiang Hao took a step forward and walked in. At the same time, the power he had left outside also exploded. It erased his traces. His blood was incinerated by the purple flames. Jiang Hao continued forward. Nangong Yu didn't know the way to the blood pool, but she knew it was extremely difficult to get inside. People from the Saint Bandits had mentioned it, so it was likely to be true. As he walked further and further, the blood mist got thicker. Fortunately, the mist dissipated on its own and created a path for him. However, he didn't know what would appear on this path or whom he might encounter. The deeper he went, the denser the mist became. Jiang Hao saw some bones on the path, along with damaged magical treasures. The blood stains on the ground became more pronounced and turned moist. It felt like he might enter the blood pool if he kept moving forward. Sure enough, blood began to flow on the path. Although it was only on the sides, it gave him the feeling that he was about to walk into a sea of blood. The endless blood mist felt like a black cloud pressing down on him. It was ready to envelop him at any point. He felt as though he would soon become a part of the blood pool. Jiang Hao took a step and felt that he was stepping on something gelatinous. He lowered his head and saw blood. The path was about to be covered entirely by blood. Jiang Hao stood still and hesitated. He wondered if he had taken the wrong path, or if the only way to reach the blood pool was to enter it. After some hesitation, he continued walking forward. Slowly, the path beneath his feet completely turned into blood. He could feel that the deeper he walked, the denser the blood became. The blood mist continued to disperse, and after a long while, a human figure appeared in the blood mist. Jiang Hao was startled when he saw the figure. The mist was now thin enough that he saw the person's face clearly. It was a man with a stubble. He was standing on the surface of a pool made out of blood. His aura was vast and indestructible. It was hard for Jiang Hao to clearly sense anything. He used the daily appraisal ability without hesitation. Astronomical Academy? Jiang Hao was surprised. How could someone like that be here? It appeared that he was still alive. However, one thing was certain. This place was likely the blood pool. Jiang Hao was walking above the blood pool. His plan had failed. The blood pool wasn't at all like what he had thought. It wasn't a pool of water where he could lie and wait. At this point, He couldn't wait for senior brother Xingchen. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes. He looked at Jiang Hao. The blood water surged, but it only churned for a moment before settling down. How did you get here? The man asked in a hoarse voice. Jiang Hao frowned. I used a passage to come here. He didn't lie to this person because he didn't sense any danger from him. Furthermore, he could activate the golden ring and leave. It was his escape route. Gu Jin looked at the man in front of him and chuckled. You seem quite young, but you're very confident. I don't understand what you mean, senior, said Jiang Hao. Gu Jin didn't dwell on it much either. He stretched his muscles and looked down at the blood water. He looked melancholic. I haven't seen a living person in many years, especially a young one. Why are you here, senior? Jiang Hao asked. Why are you here? Gu Jin asked in return. I'm here to see the blood pool. I came to see it too. I was arrogant and thought I could find out about the origins of the blood pool's formation, but I overestimated myself. All disasters and hardships are here. I came too early. Gu Jin shook his head with regret. Jiang Hao frowned. He didn't understand what this person was getting at. Still, he made a mental note not to explore the origins of the blood pool. Which sect or school do you belong to? Gu Jin asked. I'm just a wandering cultivator, Jiang Hao said. Nowadays, he had assumed the identity of Smiling Sanxing, so he naturally wouldn't reveal his affiliation with the Heavenly Note sect. A wandering cultivator? I can see that you don't want to tell me the truth. Gu Jin smiled. Let's play a game then. If you win, I'll give you something. If you lose, you'll stay here with me. Thank you for the offer, senior, but I'm not very much into games. Jiang Hao declined his offer with a shake of his head. In that case, answer 2 questions for me. I don't have much knowledge to do that either. How about I teach you a technique that can suppress all things? I don't think I'm the right person to receive something like that. You're quite stubborn. Do you know who I am? Do you know what I can give you? I don't know, but I didn't come here looking for opportunities. I came here to look for someone. Gu Jin looked at the man in front of him in amusement. I can sense that 2 people have approached the blood pool through unconventional means, but they are only getting close and cannot enter the true blood pool. Is one of them the person you're looking for? As he spoke, images appeared on both sides of the blood pool. On the left was Xingchen, who was walking around the blood pool but hadn't reached the edge yet. On the right was a man standing in a shallow part of the blood pool. His whole body was covered in blood. He was absorbing fresh blood from the pool. This person was none other than Xingchen, who had gone missing. I've observed both of these individuals for a while. They are somewhat interesting, but they are too far away, and I can't communicate with them, so I'm not very interested. Besides, I don't think they'll be able to reach this place even in 100 years, which makes it even less amusing to me, Gu Jin said. With a smile. Chapter 677 Chapter 677 Starting today, you are Gu Jin. Chapter 677 Starting today, you are Gu Jin. Jiang Hao had expected senior brother Qianchen's arrival, but he was surprised that Xingchen was here. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that this wasn't the real Xingchen. His aura was blood-red, and he seemed to be using the blood pool's blood water to enhance his cultivation. This was most likely the blood demon's ability. So, the blood demon is here to restore itself? Jiang Hao guessed. Even from a distance, he could see that Xingchen's cultivation realm was improving rapidly. To the 3 remnant souls, Xingchen was too weak, and they were eager to boost their strength. He's just 1 step away from Soul Ascension Realm. In a short time, Xingchen had ascended from the Golden Core Realm to the Soul Ascension Realm. It should be because of the Blood Demon's method. This man has been possessed by the blood demon, Gu Jin said with a smile. Both of these individuals are unique, particularly the blood demon. He has been here for quite a while and seems very eager to enhance his cultivation realm. Do you think the blood demon's possession has been successful? Jiang Hao asked. This person's situation is very complex. Gu Jin thought for a moment. Not only is he possessed by the blood demon, but he also has the dragon and the sorcerer within him. What surprises me is that these three beings coexist in the same body without competing with each other. It's quite unusual. Jiang Hao was amazed by Gu Jin's insight. Do you think there's a chance of survival for someone possessed by these three entities? Why don't you tell me? Do you want to play a game with me? Gu Jin asked again. Before Jiang Hao could refuse, Gu Jin said, My presence here means that I'm blocking your way. If you want to proceed further, you'll need to defeat me. We have the same cultivation realm, so we'll fight on equal terms. If you win, you can continue forward and receive a gift from me. If you lose, you tell me how you came in. How about it? Jiang Hao looked at Gu Jin. He could assess Lu Xingchen's condition on his own. He needed to find senior brother Xingchen as quickly as possible, and there was no need to waste time here unless Gu Jin could tell him how to reach senior brother Xingchen. Is he the one you're looking for? Gu Jin asked as he looked toward senior brother Xingchen. Is there any way, senior, that I can get over there? Jiang Hao asked. There's no way. Gu Jin shook his head. At least not here. But if you go deeper, you might be able to use a secret technique to reach different places. Do you know this secret technique? I'd like to learn it. Do I really have to fight with you, senior? Jiang Hao asked. Of course. Gu Jin nodded. Why do you want to fight me, senior? Jiang Hao was curious. At that moment, a blood-red light emanated from Lu Xingchen as he advanced. Moreover, the blood water in the blood pool continued to flow into him. It was uncertain what realm he would ascend to next. On the other side, senior brother Xingchen had finally arrived at the blood pool and was establishing a connection with it. Blood wish path? That's quite rare. This is the first time I've seen someone using blood wish path to come here. Once integrated, it should be quite remarkable, Gu Jin said. He shifted his gaze back to Jiang Hao. It's been many years since I've seen people, and I don't think there are people who can enter and leave freely in this place. However, your condition is exceptionally strange, and I think you will be able to leave. So, I want to give you something, but I don't want to give it to a weakling. So, I want to fight you to see if you're capable. Why don't you leave, senior? Jiang Hao asked. I can't. Gu Jin lowered his head and sighed. This place is a prison, and I am the warden guarding a prisoner. A prisoner? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Yes, my body is the prison. I am the guardian, and the prisoner is the evil within my heart, Gu Jin said. Jiang Hao looked at the man before him. Is there a way you can leave this place? Only if I understand the truth. I need to understand the truth of heaven and earth. What do you think the truth is? Gu Jin stared at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao frowned. At that moment, blood-red light appeared again. It meant that Xingchen was on the verge of success. Jiang Hao had no intention of delaying any further. His folding fan transformed into a long knife. Senior, please forgive me. Finally decided to make a move? Let me be clear. Although I've suppressed my cultivation realm, I'm not an ordinary person in the same realm as you. Don't claim later that I took advantage of you, Gu Jin said with a smile. Jiang Hao lowered his head and swung his long knife. Boom! The half-moon blade descended. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. A single finger had blocked the long knife. The strike was impressive. I almost couldn't block it, Gu Jin said with a smile. Rumble! Power surged from that single finger and pushed Jiang Hao back. However, he wasn't discouraged. He was shocked by the power contained within that single finger, as well as Gu Jin's incomprehensible control over it. This meant that Gu Jin's cultivation realm was astonishingly high. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to defeat such an opponent. Jiang Hao sheathted his half-moon blade. The primordial heavenly blade appeared in his hands. He felt strangely excited. As smiling Sanxing, it was always a treat to encounter a worthy opponent. Senior, get ready. He used the third form of the heavenly blade, Meteor. Jiang Hao transformed into a blade of light and charged straight at Gu Jin. This time, Gu Jin frowned. If Jiang Hao was a fierce beast before, this time, he was an ancient, powerful creature. He was much stronger than Gu Jin had expected. Boom! A single blow sent Gu Jin reeling backward. However, he quickly began to counterattack, and Jiang Hao did the same. Rumble! For a moment, the two of them created a storm on the sea of blood. They would disappear and reappear in a blur. Jiang Hao was surrounded by radiant blade intent, while golden characters revolved around Gu Jin. The blade light collided with the golden light. Boom! The two of them were sent flying, and a purple aura rapidly covered Jiang Hao. He launched another attack. The heavenly blade descended and forced Gu Jin back. Jiang Hao used the reappearance of the hidden spirit ability. The majestic aura surged around Jiang Hao and shot forward like a giant wave crashing toward Gu Jin. He then used the second form of the heavenly blade, Mountain Suppression. The giant wave of energy seemed to contain the weight of 10,000 mountains. The mountain sea seal appeared and blended with the force of 10,000 mountains. At that moment, the vast force, which was like a tidal wave, swept through the blood mist and shook the surroundings. The attack targeted Gu Jin. Gu Jin, who had initially believed he had a chance to win, froze in disbelief. Was this really someone in the middle stage of the Return to Void Realm? Boom! The blade came to a halt right above Gu Jin's head, and a giant wave surged behind him without end. Senior, you've lost, Jiang Hao said. I know. You don't need to remind me. Gu Jin felt uneasy. He had originally thought that he could win as long as he put in enough effort. But who would have thought that he would be defeated after just a few strikes? So, will you give me the secret technique now? Jiang Hao extended his hand. Gu Jin raised his hand. The words Gu Jin appeared in the palm of his hand. Following that, the words floated toward Jiang Hao's hand. I'm giving you this. As long as I remain here, no one will dare to question your identity as Gu Jin. In the Astronomical Academy, only a few people will be above you. Quite interesting, isn't it? Jiang Hao looked surprised. What do you mean? Chapter 678 Chapter 678 It's too late. Chapter 678 It's too late. What do you mean, Senior? Jiang Hao asked as he looked at the thing in his hand. It must be some form of identity rune for the Astronomical Academy. Did that mean he had been recruited to the Astronomical Academy? Do you feel wronged for serving the Astronomical Academy? Gu Jin asked with a smile. I'm not capable, Senior. Jiang Hao shook his head and sighed. Your greatness is beyond my reach, and your knowledge is beyond comparison. Impersonating someone like that will surely bring disaster. Why make it difficult for me, Senior? Gu Jin burst into laughter. He was surprised by the words he heard. Don't worry, even if you don't say anything, they won't dare to test you. And they might even misinterpret your words and derive real wisdom from them. It might even lead to breakthroughs. So, don't pay too much attention to it. I gave this to you just to bring some new shade to the Astronomical Academy. They haven't seen any changes there for a long time. Without change, there is no growth. Gu Jin sighed. The path of cultivation is about understanding certain principles. The more you know, the easier it is to progress. That's why I never understood what the absolute truth was. Jiang Hao felt that there should be a way to remove Gu Jin's identity from his body, but for now, he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he asked for the secret technique. There is no secret technique. You'll understand as you go. Whether you can find the one you are looking for depends entirely on luck, Gu Jin said with a smile. Jiang Hao lowered his head and didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he turned and walked further inside. The further you go, the more you'll endure, and what you see and hear will be mixed with the disasters of the era. A slight misstep can lead to being trapped in a cage. You should think carefully about it, Gu Jin said as a warning. Thank you for the warning, Senior, Jiang Hao said without looking back. Time was running out. As Gu Jin watched Jiang Hao's receding back, he suddenly asked, "What is your truth?" Jiang Hao paused for a moment. The truth is under the heavenly blade, and nothing more. Gu Jin was momentarily stunned. Then, he smiled. Youth was a wonderful thing. Watching the figure continue on its path, he asked, "How old are you?" Jiang Hao didn't pause this time, and Gu Jin didn't mind. "I touched you during the exchange. So, I know your appearance is fake. I can vaguely guess your real age from your vitality. If my guess is correct, you are somewhere between 30 and 40 years old. Is that correct?" Jiang Hao stopped and turned to look at the man behind him with a smile. "Senior, aren't you going to ask for my name?" "I won't ask." Gu Jin shook his head and smiled. "Because whatever I hear will be a lie." Jiang Hao chuckled and shook his head. Then, he continued on his way. Gu Jin watched Jiang Hao and his eyes lit up with enthusiasm. A return to Void Realm cultivator in his 30s, with an incredibly powerful strength. Even his mental state is extraordinary. Only a few have such talent. I've done my best to tie him to the Academy. Whether the Academy can hold on to him in the end will depend on their fate. From the moment he saw Jiang Hao, he had planned everything. He was so young. The person might be extraordinary to be able to enter this place so easily. His cultivation technique was indeed unusual. Gu Jin slowly closed his eyes. He had done everything he could for the Academy. Now, he could focus on the battle against the blood pool. Jiang Hao walked on the surface of the blood pool. He remained vigilant about the changes in his surroundings. As he went deeper, he could feel something affecting him. He even heard miserable cries and pleas for mercy. After the voices appeared, some images began to emerge. Many people were being captured, and blood was converging from all directions. This was the bloodshed caused by man-made conflict. Soon, he also heard curses, each one falling on his ears and manifesting upon him. But in an instant, the curses formed and then began to disintegrate. Jiang Hao was astonished. It was this powerful. As the curses appeared, he took out the pearl. Instantly, the curses disappeared. And the illusions and sounds vanished with them. It was the heavenly fate misfortune pearl capable of suppressing all curses. When he took out the heavenly fate misfortune pearl, he felt that the entire blood pool seemed to react strangely. It seemed to be keeping its distance from him. It seems that the heavenly fate misfortune pearl has a restraining effect on the blood pool. So, where is Senior Xingchen? Jiang Hao looked to the left and the right. Logically, Senior Xingchen should be on the left, but his exact location was unclear. For now, he could only head toward the center. The further he went in, the thinner the fog became, and the more he could see and hear. There was the sound of the wind. Then, he heard a faint conversation. "You can't continue like this. This body is suitable, but introducing this blood will destroy its inherent value." The voice was low but familiar. Jiang Hao recognized it immediately. It was Lu Xingchen. "Is he nearby?" Jiang Hao looked to the right but saw no one. "Don't worry. The blood here contains the power of many strong cultivators, and I can filter out the harmful things. I can even advance 2 minor realms. There won't be any issues. If the filtering is good enough, I can use my true dragon power to temper this body and raise it by 2 minor realms. At that point, give me the blood, and I can use witchcraft to enter the return to void realm. After that, I'll go find the essence of plants and trees, and I can continue to improve. Good. Let's raise this body to a sufficiently high realm as soon as possible. It will help us deal with problems better. Jiang Hao was surprised. It was the same voice but with different tones. It sounded like 3 people talking to each other with the same voice. Is it the blood demon, the true dragon, and the sorcerer? Jiang Hao immediately thought of the 3 remnant souls. For now, their top priority was to raise Lu Xingchen's cultivation realm. According to what they said, they needed to ascend to the return to void realm inside the blood pool before leaving. After that, they would continue advancing elsewhere. Following this path of advancement, Jiang Hao felt that he might be surpassed soon. But wouldn't such rapid advancement have any negative consequences? It was too fast. He could only observe and act accordingly the next time he encountered Lu Xingchen. It made him feel anxious. He couldn't afford to be overtaken. Lowering his gaze to the blood pool, Jiang Hao sighed. Whether it was Senior Xingchen or the blood demon, they were both using the blood pool to enhance their cultivation realms, and he seemed to have no idea how to utilize it. Although he felt regretful, he didn't mind. He already had enough opportunities. He didn't need these and wouldn't push for them. At that moment, a voice sounded from the side. It was Senior Xingchen. I didn't expect the blood pool to exceed my expectations, but it's fortunate that I've established some connection. This should be enough. It's time to leave. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. Time was running out. At the same time, outside Devil's Den, some people gathered together. They had captured many fellow disciples and were now entering Devil's Denver. We haven't found Jiang Hao from the Cliff of Broken Hearts. It looks like Senior Xingchen will have to take matters into his own hands. Let's put that aside for now. Our senior should have succeeded by now. This is the final step. Let's go. We have no way back now. We must assist Senior in successfully establishing the Blood Wish alchemical path before the sect react. This time, we have to play our part. Chapter 679 Chapter 679 Do you regret it? Chapter 679 Do you regret it? Jiang Hao stood on the blood pool and looked in the direction where he heard Chen's voice. He couldn't help but sigh. The other person had completed the task, which meant his plan had failed. It's time to leave. It seems we can't wait for the task to be completed. Under normal circumstances, these people would surely wait for the mission to be completed. However, these were not normal times. Chen had chosen a path that was in opposition to the Heavenly Note sect, and the sooner he completed it, the better. Jiang Hao looked at the blood pool and sighed. He thought of going inside to see if there was a way to find Senior Chen, as he seemed to have a certain connection with the blood pool. As he walked further inside, Jiang Hao felt that the blood pool became clearer. The changes were suppressed by the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. After about an hour, Jiang Hao felt ripples in the blood beneath his feet, like a tide rising and falling. This change puzzled him because it had remained still before. After making sure that his golden ring was activated, he walked toward the source of these ripples. The deeper he went, the larger the ripples became. Jiang Hao looked deeper and felt something eerie. Where he stood, the blood pool was covered in a blood-red hue, while the area beyond the ripples seemed to lack the crimson color. It appeared gray in an overcast sky. This meant that he was approaching the source. Jiang Hao recognized the large green sphere in the sky. It was the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl that the end of all things was after. I didn't expect it to be here, and it seems to be trying to absorb the blood pool, he muttered. What puzzled him was why the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl couldn't absorb the blood sea. Logically, it should absorb flesh and blood. The fact that the blood pool remained relatively unaffected was strange. Jiang Hao turned back. The Earth Extreme Silent Pearl was probably in a sealed state, but it would be best to keep a distance from it. During his observation, he glanced down to the edge of the blood pool and saw that it extended down for hundreds of feet. This was no longer a pool. It was a blood sea. I found the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl, but this was not good because once the end of all things found it, the Heavenly Note Sect would become the center of a storm. He might be in danger. I need to find a way to contact someone from either Bright Moon Sect or Clear Sky School and urge them to take it away. These two sects were reliable. The only concern was whether they would destroy the Heavenly Note Sect to ensure the safety of the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl. The probability of that happening was quite high. Jiang Hao sighed. If that were the case, going there would be akin to asking for disaster. He needed to find a way to obtain the pearl before the end of all things and give it to Xing for safekeeping. However, obtaining it was not an easy task. The real entrance was definitely not here. I should ask Hong Yuye about it when I get back. Jiang Hao began searching the area to see if he could sense the connection between the blood pool and others. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. He realized that he had been in the blood pool all along. It was difficult for him to sense connections with the blood pool. To do that, he needed to enter the blood pool. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate. He held the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl and entered the blood pool. As soon as he entered, he felt the blood water transmitting information and merging with him. This was due to the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. In just a few breaths, Jiang Hao sensed 3 connections related to the blood pool. One was weak. It was likely Senior Xingchen. One had a strong presence. That must be Lu Xingchen, who was controlled by the blood demon. The last one felt vast and close. It was likely Gu Jin. With that confirmed, Jiang Hao left the blood pool and quickly headed toward Senior Xingchen's location. Entering the blood pool had changed his perception of the surroundings, and he could even influence the blood pool's changes. It seemed that he was gradually gaining control over the blood pool. In Devil's Den, a group of people in black robes had captured many disciples, and these captives were looking at the black-robed individuals in surprise. "Are you all insane?" A disciple at the late stage of Foundation Establishment Realm shouted angrily. "Senior Brother Su Feng, there's no need to struggle. We brought you here and we've thought about the consequences," said a black-robed woman calmly. They were currently standing in front of a forest and waiting for someone to come out. "Senior Sister Liang Yu, are you trying to destroy everything, including yourselves?" Qi Yang asked. He was unwilling to accept what was happening. They had never expected that their senior sister, who had always been close to them, would actually turn against them. She even claimed she needed them for a sacrifice. "Junior Brother Qi Yang, given the current situation, there's no need for more words. You don't understand us," Liang Yu said. "Do you remember Jiang Hao? Your friend from the outer sect?" "I remember," Qi Yang said. "We intended to capture him this time. He is truly exceptional and ranks at the top with remarkable achievements, and his rapid cultivation progress is astonishing. At such a young age, he has already reached the middle stage of the Golden Core Realm, and we need such a genius," Liang Yu said with a sigh. Both Su Feng and Qi Yang were taken aback. They remained silent. Naturally, they had been keeping an eye on Jiang Hao's progress, even though they didn't discuss it openly. "It seems like you do regret it. Who would have thought that the person everyone tried to ignore like the plague back then would now be on an important journey? We can only look up to him, Liang Yu said with a wry smile. Fortunately, I met senior brother Xingchen. Otherwise, I might have just died somewhere. At that moment, a streak of blood-red light appeared, and Liang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother Xingchen is here. Chapter 680 Sworn to protect Senior Xingchen. Chapter 680 Sworn to protect Senior Xingchen. Once Jiang Hao sensed the presence of senior brother Xingchen, he quickly chased after him. Unlike others, he was not affected by the blood pool. He moved faster than usual. The blood pool actively cooperated with him. This made Jiang Hao suspect a connection between the heavenly fate misfortune pearl and the blood pool. It was not merely one-sided like he expected. He couldn't find an exact answer to this mystery, and he didn't have time to think about it right now. After some time, he finally caught up with senior brother Xingchen. He had left the blood pool, and it appeared that he was returning to Devil's Denver. When he looked back, all he saw was endless blood mist, as if it was a seal covering the blood pool from below. As for why the blood pool had a connection to the heavenly fate misfortune pearl, he couldn't come to any conclusions. Maybe even someone like Gu Jin didn't know. Next time, he might have a chance to ask him. If he could fully control the blood pool, it might be possible to let senior brother Xingchen go, but he didn't dare to attempt something like that. People change. Even if he didn't mean any harm right now, he might not be so forthcoming next time. When Qi Tian was in despair, he genuinely wanted to sacrifice his life. He was willing to risk it all. However, after Jiang Hao fulfilled his revenge, he was not willing to cooperate at all. Qi Tian was weak, so Jiang Hao didn't need to worry about him. But Gu Jin was different. He was very powerful. He couldn't be reckless. After some thought, Jiang Hao noticed that the blood mist was beginning to dissipate. He found himself standing in a forest surrounded by blood-red clouds. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and a mist of blood filled the air. "You won't get away with killing your fellow disciples like this," said Qi furiously. "I know you've been wronged, but the path I need to take requires me to do this," Chen said with regret. "I didn't want to lay a hand on you, but forging a new path always demands sacrifice. It's human nature. You and I are just a part of the big picture. I can't stop now. We've worked hard for so many years and hidden for so long. It was all for today, and no one can stop us from succeeding." "No one can stop us," said a group of black-robed individuals loudly. "You're insane. All of you are insane. This is the Blood Wish Path. Senior Sister Liang Yu, you've fallen into a trap," Qi Yang roared. "I know. I've always known that this is the Blood Wish Path, and I willingly embraced it. Senior brother Xingchen never forced me," Liang Yu said seriously. "You've been corrupted," Qi Yang said insistently. "Enough. She won't listen to us," Feng said. From a distance, Jiang Hao watched this unfold. His gaze was fixed on Qi Yang. "It's been so many years," he murmured silently. Qi Yang had been his friend in the outer sect, but they had grown distant over the years. They hadn't seen each other in over a decade. He hadn't avoided him, nor had he made any special efforts to find him. The sect was vast, and they didn't run into each other. Meanwhile, outside in the forest, Xingchen sat cross-legged and meditated. He was surrounded by blood. A few blood gourds beside him oozed blood. The blood encircled him and gradually merged with one another. Jiang Hao knew that Xingchen had begun the process, and he intended to complete it. "Qi Yang, it's your turn." Liang Yu brought Qi Yang closer to Xingchen. "Senior sister, you won't get away with this," Qi Yang roared. "You don't need to worry about that," she said and struck out with her palm. Bam! As her palm descended, a blade of light swept through and severed Liang Yu's arm. Blood gushed out. Everyone was shocked. A mocking laughter echoed all around. I've seen something quite interesting here. Who is it? Liang Yu and the others looked around warily. Who is this? The laughter sounded from all directions. Lift your heads and look up at the sky. I'm right here. They looked up and saw a figure standing in midair. He was holding a long blade in the dazzling sunlight. The blade light whizzed down. Boom! The group was pushed back, but no one was harmed. A figure with a large shield blocked the attack. Oh! Jiang Hao was surprised. There were indeed powerful individuals here. A man in the early stage of the return to Void Realm stood before the group. Fellow disciple, please don't meddle in our affairs. He wore a black robe and his aura was restrained. His return to Void Realm's aura gradually manifested. Jiang Hao found it hard to believe that such a powerful individual was influenced by Xingchen. Don't let him get close. Don't let him disrupt Senior Xingchen's plan, said the return to Void Realm cultivator. At this moment, formations appeared around them, and storms formed. It provided both defense and offense. Dozens of powerful individuals around them jointly maintained the formation. Fellow disciple, we have a formation, and our cultivation realm isn't weak. Why do you want to challenge us? What do you want? Can't you just go your ways, Siani man Askia? Jiang Hao pointed at Xingchen. Can I have him? No, said all the black-robed individuals. Their auras surged. In that case, I won't hold back, Jiang Hao said. He didn't intend to waste words with these people. He moved through the air. His blade's killing intent spread. Boom! The blade intent collided with the formation. Crack! The formation shattered. With the long blade in hand, he continued forward. He used the first form of the heavenly blade, Moonslaying. The individuals maintaining the formation were pushed back, and Jiang Hao went straight for the large shield. Boom! The moonlight penetrated the shield, which broke with a crack. The defense artifact was obliterated. The man was also sent flying. At that moment, Xingchen stood before them. The moonslaying technique continued to descend on them. Just as it was about to strike Xingchen, senior sister Liang Yu shielded him by throwing herself in front of him. She took the full force of the attack. Jiang Hao looked at her in surprise. Why are you doing this? Don't you dare disturb senior brother Xingchen, Liang Yu said as she spit out blood. Jiang Hao looked at her. Do you know that he intends to sacrifice you too? After he is done with others, it'll be your turn. I know. I don't care. Liang Yu roared and struck out with her palm. Boom! Jiang Hao retreated. At the moment he retreated, everyone shielded Xingchen, and they confronted Jiang Hao. We pledge to protect senior brother Xingchen with our lives, the return to Void Realm cultivator shouted. You'll have to kill us first if you want to harm him, someone else said. Jiang Hao looked at them and laughed. Then, he waved his hand and sent the remaining disciples flying backward. They all fainted with the impact. Qi Yang was among them. Since that's the case, I'll do you a favor and let you die at the hands of your senior brother Xingchen, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Just as they felt relieved, Jiang Hao said, and then I will kill your senior brother Xingchen to avenge you. How about that? Aren't I being good to you? Ha ha! Chapter 681 Chapter 681 It's you. You hid yourself very well. Chapter 681 It's you. You hid yourself very well. Why do you insist on targeting senior brother Xingchen? Asked the man with the large shield. Why? Jiang Hao chuckled. Because it amuses me. The group of people were speechless. Don't you think you're taking this too far? Why are you targeting us? We didn't do anything to offend you, someone said. Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh. He pointed to the disciples who had fainted. What about them? Did they offend you? Why were you planning to kill them? It's their good fortune to pave the way for Senior Xingchen's path. Not everyone has that privilege, someone said. I see. Such an honor indeed, said Jiang Hao. Just when they thought Jiang Hao understood, they suddenly saw a beam of moonlight. Whoosh! The person who had just spoken had their heads separated from their body. At that moment, Jiang Hao slowly lowered his sword. Well, I've been studying the heavenly blade lately. It's your supreme honor to be my test subject. Jiang Hao looked at the others. You all agree with me, right? The crowd looked at each other. They were afraid to speak. Do you not agree with me? Jiang Hao waved his sword again. Whoosh! Another person's head was severed from their body. The blood was incinerated. Xingchen didn't have a chance to absorb it. I agree. I agree, someone said. Jiang Hao smiled. That's more like it. Friend, why argue with us here? The Heavenly Note sect is under attack. Many are being called to defend it. There are plenty of opportunities outside for someone of your cultivation realm. The man in the Foundation establishment realm tried to persuade him. Why not go out of the sect and take a look? Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat. Someone is attacking the Heavenly Note sect. I can't stay here for long. If a fight breaks out, it will create problems at the Spirit Herb Garden. Jiang Hao was about to make his move. However, someone acted before him. At that moment, Xingchen stood up in the midst of the blood. He was surrounded by countless rivers of blood. In an instant, these rivers of blood surged and pierced through the black-robed figures. The black-robed people turned to look at Xingchen in surprise. One of them shouted, Senior, you must succeed. The man in the Foundation establishment realm whispered, I truly wanted to join you, Senior, in founding a sect. Xingchen looked at them with emotion. He felt sad to do this. He wanted to let go of the blood rivers in his hands. Let's do it, said the Foundation establishment realm cultivator. We've come so far, we can't give up now. We can't fail. Xingchen looked at the others. In the end, his face darkened. I'm sorry. Then, he started to extract the blood from the disciples. This left a bloodstone monument in front of him. It bore many names. Jiesheng from the Candlelight Pill Pavilion and Dong Lu from the Ice Moon Valley were two names visible. Dozens of names were engraved on the monument. Although I can't take you with me to create a sect, I will succeed and leave your names to be remembered for eternity. These people watched as their blood was absorbed by Xingchen. They dedicated themselves to this great cause without any resentment. Jiang Hao observed from a distance as he saw Xingchen absorb the blood and merge it with other blood. The names continued to appear. When all the black-robed people fell, the process of blood fusion neared its end. However, it was still missing something. At that moment, Xingchen looked at Jiang Hao. Do we have a grudge against? Perhaps, Jiang Hao said casually. Xingchen lowered his head. Actually, I'm lacking one more blood vow. Do you want me to help you? Jiang Hao asked. Xingchen shook his head. No, because you're not my blood vow. Then, is it going to fail? Jiang Hao asked. No, it can't fail. Xingchen shook his head. May I know who you really are? For you to enter the Heavenly Note sect so openly, you must not be your true self. Jiang Hao looked at the person in front of him and smiled. He activated the Heavenly Cauldron and also the Mountain Sea Seal. Jiang Hao put down the fan and his appearance changed. Senior brother Xingchen, it's been too long, Jiang Hao said softly. He looked calm and indifferent. Xingchen was momentarily stunned, but then he felt relieved. It's you. You hid yourself so well. Do you think I am part of the Blood Wish path? Jiang Hao asked. He hadn't received an answer before, but now, he could ask. You knew why I was looking for you back then? Xingchen was surprised. Jiang Hao nodded. Yes. That is why I came to find you. I see, Xingchen said. A change of mind can make a world of difference. Then, he shook his head. Junior brother, you are not part of the Blood Wish path. Why? Jiang Hao asked curiously. Profound practitioners of the Blood Wish path are impossible to discern, but you are indeed not one who practices Blood Wish path. It's just my intuition. Is there anything else you want to say, Senior? The heavenly sword appeared in Jiang Hao's hand. From the moment he restored his appearance, he had decided that he would kill this person. Just one last reminder. Within the sect, there are people paying attention to the Blood Wish path, and you may have caught their eye, Xingchen said as a warning. I know. They're the Saint Bandits, said Jiang Hao. Xingchen was surprised, but he didn't say anything. He looked at the blood around him. I'm only one person away from success. I cannot fail, so. Blood started to ooze from Xingchen's body. Since they trusted me this much, how can I let them down? I promise to leave their names to be remembered for eternity, and I am the best practitioner of the Blood Wish path here. Jiang Hao was ready to take action. He noticed that Xingchen's vitality was dissipating. However, the blood had completely merged together, and the earth was flowing with it. In this state, it seemed as though Xingchen had gained some sort of enlightenment. He began inscribing characters on a bloodstone monument created from the merged blood. The faster he wrote, the more blood he consumed, and the thicker the aura of death became. Jiang Hao watched without intervening. After a long time, Xingchen made the final stroke, and he laughed. It's done. It's really possible. I've been preparing for hundreds of years for this. I prepared for this moment when I first joined the Heavenly Note Sect. Finally, I've accomplished it. Congratulations, Senior, Jiang Hao said as he looked at Xingchen. His vitality was about to fade away. Xingchen looked at the stone monument and wrote down his name. Xingchen of the Candlelight Pill Pavilion. He then looked at Jiang Hao. This is the best ending for me. Even if I were to live, I wouldn't escape very far. The Heavenly Note Sect may lack in other aspects, but it doesn't fall short in bearing grudges. They would still find ways to kill me even if I flee to another sect, since I've killed so many of the sect's disciples. Chapter 682 Chapter 682 Forced to leave the sect. Chapter 682 Forced to leave the sect. Jiang Hao was well aware of the grudge against the Heavenly Note Sect. He had waited in front of other sects for many years to find traitors. Someone like Xingchen, even if he hid in the Immortal Sect, the sect would probably find a way to send someone in to kill him. They would find him even if it meant using the Heavenly Essence Soul Modeling Mirror. There was no escape for him. With such a divine artifact, there was nowhere to hide. So, what was the point? Junior brother, you wouldn't understand. Creating a new alchemical path is an extraordinary achievement. Xingchen smiled. You've come to the wrong sect then, Jiang Hao said. Xingchen could escape to another sect, and he didn't intend to die there. At least he wouldn't be relentlessly pursued. No other sect can compare to the Heavenly Note Sect. Besides, they don't have the blood pool. At the final moment, the fusion of the blood pool is necessary to determine my path. If I have time and enough blood, I will merge the power within the blood pool. Then, my strength will skyrocket. Maybe I can try to resist, escape from here, go to a distant place, live a few years of the life I've always wanted, and try my own alchemical path. At the very least, I want my path to be known throughout the world. But I know you won't let me do that, junior brother, said Xingchen. He didn't have enough blood. It just happened that Jiang Hao had killed 2 people and burned their fresh blood. but that was how he had managed to survive until the end. Otherwise, the person in front of him would have already taken action. Jiang Hao fell silent for a moment. Was there an attack on the Heavenly Note sect because of you? Yes, Xingchen said. I provided information about the vulnerabilities within the Heavenly Note sect to the Heavenly Saints sect and the Blood Shadow sect, as well as the Sunset Immortal sect. They might take action, or at least they can contain the sect. This will give me more time. Jiang Hao lowered his head. The Heavenly Saints sect and the Sunset Immortal sect both had a beef with him. If the sect were to lose, it would be disastrous for him, especially during these past few days when those who had gone to the Black Heaven sect hadn't returned yet. The sect was very vulnerable right now. Senior brother, you are truly far-sighted, Jiang Hao said. What are your plans for this alchemical path? I want to leave it to a few selected individuals from the Candlelight Pill Pavilion, Xingchen said. Do you have spirit stones with you? Jiang Hao asked. I have some alchemical pills and herbs in my residence, which require certain techniques to enter, said Ilan Nen. Good. Jiang Hao nodded. He asked for the list of names. Chen gave it to him and disappeared completely. He felt some relief as well as regret. For the sake of safety, Jiang Hao unleashed his power and erased his tracks. Even the stone tablet was incinerated, but he remembered its contents. He also re-engraved the stone tablet and added the names and a brief explanation about their origins. This way there will be no mistakes. After ensuring there were no hidden threats, Jiang Hao approached Qi Yang and the others. He looked at their storage treasures and then disappeared from the spot. These people were only at the Foundation establishment realm and very few spirit stones. It was better to check Xingchen's residence to get more spirit stones. If he got them, he would help with the task. If not, so be it. When Jiang Hao reappeared, he was in a wooden house. It was now the second day. The spirit beast was not in the courtyard, and Jiang Hao noticed that the peach tree had blossomed. After watering the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, he made his way to the spirit herb garden. When he arrived, he saw disciples from the Law Enforcement Hall. All cultivators above the Golden Core realm are to proceed outside the sect to provide support. Jiang Hao had just arrived. The disciples saw him and sensed some communication talismans flying toward him. Junior brother, you now have temporary permission to go outside. The sect is in dire need of your assistance during this crisis. Jiang Hao received the talisman. It was hard for him to believe that the sect had reached such a state. However, the fact that it hadn't been breached yet indicated that the attack wasn't as fierce as he had imagined. Understood. He couldn't refuse, but he managed to stall for some time. He told them he needed to prepare some things. When he returned to his residence, he left behind a second teleportation formation. Since the previous one had been used, he wouldn't be able to return if he encountered any danger today. After taking care of these matters, he went outside the sect and began gathering with other disciples of the sect. In cases like these, those with a high cultivation realm automatically assume leadership roles. Jiang Hao, at the middle stage of the Golden Core Middle Realm, was among quite a few juniors. As he watched people gathering, Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh at how well Xingchen had chosen his timing. There were hardly any people paying attention to other matters at the moment. However, he had orchestrated this. It was indeed remarkable. It was a crazy idea but was done very meticulously. It was a pity that his opponent had underestimated one aspect. Otherwise, the plan might have actually succeeded. Which branch are you from? Asked a primordial spirit realm cultivator. I'm Jiang Hao from the Cliff of Broken Hearts, said Jiang Hao. Middle stage of the Golden Core realm? You'll team up with junior brother Yu and others to investigate the surrounding areas, said the primordial spirit realm senior. Jiang Hao made his way to junior brother Yu's team. The team was led by a cultivator at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. It was a group of 5 people, with 3 men and 2 women. Juniors, follow me, Yu Dehong said politely. Jiang Hao and the others nodded in agreement. Their senior appeared to be around 28 years old, and he had a solid cultivation in the late stage of the Golden Core realm. He had experienced life and death situations and was a reliable leader. Remember, if you encounter any issues, escape and wait to regroup, said Yu Dehong kindly. We are currently on patrol. If we see anyone being hostile, it means the attackers plan an ambush. There is no need to stay and die there. Just regroup and report your findings. If you discover anything, leave immediately and avoid stirring up trouble. Senior brother, are you being too lenient? A young man asked. If it's possible, we could totally stay and take them down to gather more information. Indeed, as cultivators, we should fight, said a short-haired woman. Jiang Hao looked at them. They were all in the Golden Core realm, and their auras were quite powerful. It meant that they had good talent. They also possessed remarkable magical treasures, and their status and positions were quite high in the sect. Yu Dehong felt somewhat embarrassed. Juniors, you have some good insights, but we are ultimately on patrol. Our main duty is to do our job properly, rather than get caught in the fray. The other 2 didn't say much, but their disdain was evident. Jiang Hao looked at the other cultivator, who was a woman. She was in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. She looked nervous and kept glancing at the other seniors beside her. Jiang Hao sighed quietly. He realized that this team was quite disorganized. It was no wonder they were only given patrol duties. However, even on patrol, he was worried about leaving the sect. After all, quite a few people were keeping an eye on him, and they could show up at any moment. But the distant explosion of power distracted him. In front of the sect, powerful cultivators constantly engaged in battle. The storm caused by the erupting power never seemed to cease. This was the main battlefield between the 2 sides. Let's hope nothing dangerous happens, Jiang Hao thought to himself. Chapter 683 Chapter 683 Forced to take action. Chapter 683 Forced to take action. On the first day of their patrol, there were no problems. The absence of disciples from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion in their group put Jiang Hao at ease. Otherwise, he would need to remain vigilant at all times, which was quite troublesome. However, it wouldn't take long for others to find out that he was outside the sect. Someone was bound to come looking for him. The influence left behind by senior brother Xingchen was even greater than he had expected. He had thought that killing senior brother Xingchen would resolve the issues, but it turned out that killing him would have been in vain. I can take the first watch, Jiang Hao said. The others had no objections. So, Jiang Hao moved to a more remote location, while the rest of the team meditated in hiding. They didn't light a fire to avoid being detected. Suddenly, a light appeared. It emanated from the short-haired woman. Jiang Hao frowned because this place was outside the sect. The light could compromise their location. Once someone notices it, they might approach their group. Jiang Hao walked to her, and Yu Dehong followed suit. Junior sister, may I ask why there is such a conspicuous light here? Yu Dehong asked. The woman was from the Ice Moon Valley, and she was fairly young. It's my magical treasure. It helps me enter a state of meditation and enhances my cultivation, Shimin Ling said. Is that the cleansing dust bell? I've heard that it can indeed enhance your cultivation, but you should be able to conceal the light. Have you tried that? After all, the light is too conspicuous. If someone notices it, they might approach us and put us at risk. It would also disturb your meditation, said Yu Dehong kindly. Jiang Hao could tell that the main purpose of this treasure was the emitted light, which also had functions like warding off insects and dust, as well as creating a pleasant fragrance. Its effect on meditation was minimal. Ximen Ling glanced at Yu Dehong. With a reluctant nod, she put the magical treasure away. Jiang Hao stepped back and returned to his original position to keep watch. During the midnight shift, Yu Dehong took over the watch. Senior brother. Thank you, junior brother, you've worked hard. Yu Dehong felt helpless. I hope you don't overthink this, junior brother. We are all fellow sect members, and it's normal to have differences due to our different backgrounds. I understand and I admire you for being so patient, senior brother, Jiang Hao said politely. He could tell that this senior had some unique abilities. We may have to be on this mission for several more days, so be careful, junior brother, Yu Dehong said to him. Jiang Hao nodded. After that, he returned to the group. As soon as he arrived, he saw Ximen Ling take out a sachet. While the fragrance was faint, it was still distinctive. Jiang Hao glanced at Yu Dehong. He had noticed it too. This time, Yu Dehong didn't say anything but set up a barrier to prevent the scent from spreading, which resolved the issue. Jiang Hao had to admit that if someone else led this team, it might have already led to conflict. It wasn't easy to manage people in such circumstances. If Yu Dehong had been prideful with a powerful technique, it would have been an entirely different story. The night went by peacefully. During this time, Jiang Hao had gathered some information about his companions. Yu Dehong was from the Flowing Waterfall. Ximen Ling was from the Ice Moon Valley. Lu Wen was from the Thunder Fire Peak. Ning Shuang was from the Misty Cloud Peak. Let's go. This time, we will be investigating the western area. It's difficult to communicate with other sect members in this area, so we must be very careful, Yu Dehong said. Jiang Hao saw that Ximen Ling and Lu Wen seemed somewhat disdainful of this senior's approach. If anything happens, it'll be because of these two. Jiang Hao didn't underestimate Ning Shuang either. She appeared obedient and meek, but no one knew what she might be thinking. Last night, he had appraised Yu Dehong and found no issues with him. He was a decent senior. He hadn't appraised the other three. He wanted to save his ability in case they ran into some other danger. The daily appraisal ability always came in handy, so he couldn't waste it. After waiting for some time, Jiang Hao frowned. He waited a bit longer. Senior brother Yu. Yu Dehong's heart sank as he looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao pointed to the left. After a careful scan, Yu Dehong did indeed sense something. He then looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. Jiang Hao had sensed it even earlier than he had. Soon after, a figure entered their line of sight. Peak of Foundation Establishment Realm? Lu Wen exclaimed. It appeared that the person was middle-aged, with torn clothes and some injuries. It seemed like they had fled to this location. We can capture this person and see if they have any information, Ximen Ling said. Wait. This person is a bit unusual. You should know that this route is close to the sect, so why would anyone take this path? Why would they do it in such a noticeable way? There's a possibility that he's leading us into a trap. We should observe first. Be cautious and suppress your auras, Yu Dehong said. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. He could see that the person seemed to be at the peak of the Foundation Establishment Realm, but was really at the late stage of the Golden Core Realm. What do you all think? Lu Wen looked at Jiang Hao and Ning Shuang. I think senior brother Yu's assessment is correct. This person must be concealing their true cultivation realm, Jiang Hao said. Ning Shuang looked around. I agree. Let's listen to senior brother Yu. Since Jiang Hao and Ning Shuang both agreed with senior brother Yu's suggestion, the other two had no choice. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao and the others kept their eyes on the stranger. The person leaned against a rock. When he saw no one around, he removed his defensive robe and began inspecting his injuries. He even set his magical treasures aside. Lu Wen and Ximen Ling didn't hesitate. Even if the person had concealed their cultivation realm, they believed that at such a close range, they could successfully ambush him. Yu Dahong tried to intervene, but it was too late. Jiang Hao had a bad feeling about this. Lu Wen and Shimen Ling's swords quickly closed in on the Foundation establishment cultivator's back. Just as they thought they were about to succeed, the person turned around and smiled. "I finally see you." At the same time, his aura rapidly ascended to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Late stage. The two attackers tried to retreat, but it was too late. Even Yu Dahong was astonished. Jummer Brotner Jlang and Jummer Sister Ning, UB0 Tien run and nide. "I'll try my best to stop him. If I can't handle it, I'll try to catch up with you later," said Yu Dahong and rushed forward to provide support. With one cultivator at the late stage of the Golden Core realm and two at the middle stage, they should have been able to handle one opponent at the late stage, but Jiang Hao looked into the distance. Just as he had expected, it was an ambush. Other people were coming to assist the enemy. Should they flee or not? The two at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm weren't worth saving, but he felt that senior brother Yu was decent. With a sigh, Jiang Hao gave up on escaping. He took a step forward. He used the 1,000 demonic tones technique. At that moment, the Golden Core cultivator's palm struck Lu Wen and Shimen Ling. Boom! A powerful force struck them and injured them severely. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Yu Dahong appeared to engage in the fight. When he saw an opening, he launched a lethal attack. As long as he came into contact with the opponent's defense, he could quickly close in for direct combat. However, the opponent seemed to have seen through his plan and dispersed his defense. He narrowly avoided the attack. Yu Dahong thought that this opponent was highly skilled and had great courage. It was impressive that this person had dared to disperse their defenses. But just as the opponent felt that he could win, he heard a voice devoid of emotion. Demonic sound slash. Boom! The demon sound surged and then, a long sword appeared near the Golden Core cultivator's neck. It moved with the speed of thunder and severed his neck. Swish! It was quick, precise, and ruthless. Yu Dahong and the others watched as the enemy's head separated from his body, and Jiang Hao's figure came into view. He held the long sword and appeared aloof. The scene sent shivers down their spines. Jiang Hao ignored the Golden Core opponent and turned to look at them. "Go quickly. Maybe you can still make it." It was too late now. Their reinforcements were arriving. After taking their storage treasure, Jiang Hao immediately left. Yu Dahong also rushed ahead with his team. Jiang Hao had sensed the danger faster than any of them. So, if he said there was more danger, no one disputed it. However, the sword strike just now was so stunning that it remained etched in their minds for a long time. The person before them seemed even more remarkable than they had anticipated. Chapter 684 Chapter 684 Meeting the Master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Chapter 684 Meeting the Master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. "This way," Jiang Hao said as he led the way. Yu Dahong and the others followed him. Jiang Hao was the most perceptive, so they had to let him lead. However, the constant change of direction made it difficult for those behind him, especially the injured Shimen Ling and Lu Wen. Ning Shuang, at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, also struggled to keep up. Fortunately, Yu Dahong helped her, or she would have fallen behind. Jiang Hao was unusually fast for someone in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Many people could use the 1,000 demonic tone to a certain extent, but no one else could use it like this. They never thought that the technique could be this powerful. Jiang Hao didn't slow down. He continued to move quickly and change directions constantly. Why are we taking such a roundabout way? Ximen Ling asked. If we don't, they'll catch up, Jiang Hao said. But we haven't found anything. Are you just trying to drag this out because of your newfound fame? Ximen Ling asked coldly. She wasn't the only one thinking this way. I also checked. There's no need to take such a roundabout way. We can return to the Sect. Are you doing this to show off? I remember you used to boast about your accomplishments. Is this your way of achieving them? Said Luwen. Jiang Hao glanced at them but did not say anything. Got nothing to say? Ximen Ling said. If that's the case, you might as well go on your own. We can find our own way back. Then, we'll split up, Yudahong said. Jiang Hao didn't stop for even a moment and continued moving forward. There were indeed stronger pursuers behind them, and he needed to lead his group to safety. It was a bit complicated but not impossible since the pursuers had not detected their presence yet. Ximen Ling and Luwen, who were left behind, were somewhat worried, but they relaxed when they didn't run into trouble. It looks like there aren't any problems, Ximen Ling said. We can go back. We'll leave immediately when they arrive, Luwen said. As they were about to leave on their flying swords, some figures suddenly appeared in the vicinity. I thought it was a trap, but it seems like it's not, an elderly man said. Just in time. We can't use these two to find others. The power of the peak of the Golden Core realm and the early stage of the primordial spirit realm oppressed the two. In the face of these formidable individuals, Luwen and Ximen Ling trembled in fear. They couldn't even move. Please. We're just. Someone slapped Ximen Ling and sent her flying. Did I ask you to speak yet? The two were silenced. They were overwhelmed by fear. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao suddenly stopped. He sighed. Senior brother, you'll have to fend for yourself. Yu Dahong was stunned. Then, he understood what Jiang Hao meant. Of course, junior brother, you've done your best. If you can escape, please do, he said with a smile. Jiang Hao lowered his head. He hadn't expected that leaving the two behind would compromise their location. Now, the range of his abilities was not sufficient to take everyone with him. It wasn't long before many people appeared in the vicinity. There were 2 people at the late stage and peak of the Golden Core realm, and 2 others at the early and middle stage of the primordial spirit realm. Facing these powerful individuals, Yu Dahong had no intention of fighting. He was utterly powerless. Jiang Hao lowered his head and breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared they were weaker than he had anticipated, which made the situation much more manageable. However, it seemed that these people did not recognize him, so his journey outside was not as dangerous as he had initially thought. At least, they were not constantly watching him closely. These two have told us everything. You have to help us enter the Heavenly Note Sect, said the elderly man as he pushed Luwen and Ximen Ling forward. They were covered in injuries, and they looked helpless. The sect is not easy to enter. Senior, I hope you understand, Yu Dahong said respectfully. It's fine. You can enter with your identity tokens. They explained it very clearly to us. The man pointed to Luwen and Ximen Ling. Yu Dahong sighed. Jiang Hao continued to sense his surroundings and found everything to be fine. He intended to do something about this situation. However, when he was about to act, his eyes narrowed. He immediately retracted all his powers and became alert. An aura much stronger and terrifying than his own was approaching. In just a few breaths, he felt a gaze on him. The gaze fell on him like the scorching rays of the sun. When he looked up, he was stunned. Behind the primordial spirit realm cultivators was a man who had appeared without anyone noticing. He was middle-aged and wore a white and blue robe. He had deep eyes. He seemed somewhat melancholic. He was the master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. This was a person Jiang Hao had wanted to avoid at all costs. What are you looking at? the elderly man asked Jiang Hao. The others looked back as well and were horrified. The people who turned back instantly exploded into pieces. There was no exception. When only half the number of people remained, they trembled in fear, and no one dared to look back. "When did this place become a gathering place for the Blood Shadow Sect?" said a deep voice. Boom! 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 Everyone who had surrounded Jiang Hao's group exploded into pieces, including Lu Wen and Shimin Ling. Each explosion sent a shockwave through Jiang Hao's heart, but he remained calm. Once the people around him were all dead, Jiang Hao said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior." Yu Dehong and Ning Shuang also regained their senses and bowed. They had seen this person before. The master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion approached Jiang Hao slowly. Jiang Hao had already considered his options. Once this person made a move, he would attempt to escape. With the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl in his possession, he should be able to prevent Nine Nether from attacking him. As for what kind of changes the Nine Nether would bring, that was no longer something he needed to consider. However, in the span of a breath, Jiang Hao saw the person appear in front of him. "Are you afraid of me?" asked the deep, terrifying voice. "Senior, you must be joking," Jiang Hao said. "Why do you think I showed up here?" asked the master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Jiang Hao kept a cautious eye on the person in front of him. "Senior, I assume you are here to support the sect." "Do you think I'll kill you?" asked the master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat, but he dared not show too much emotion. He shook his head. "Of course not, Senior. No need to bow to me," said the master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion as he looked at Jiang Hao. At that moment, an invisible force began to lift Jiang Hao's hand. Jiang Hao did not accept this gesture of respect. "As a senior of the sect, it's only appropriate for me to pay my respects," Jiang Hao said. "You should be more confident in yourself," said the pavilion master calmly. "You are highly regarded by many, and your death would greatly affect me." With that, the pavilion master walked toward the battlefield of the sect. Chapter 685 Chapter 685 The Enemies Have Arrived. Chapter 685 The Enemies Have Arrived. Jiang Hao let out a sigh of relief only after the master of Heavenly Joy Pavilion had completely disappeared from their sight. Meeting him here was something he had never expected. If he had made a move, his chances of survival would have been slim. Any method could have backfired, no matter how well prepared it was. The strength of that person was beyond his understanding. When he looked over to the side, he noticed that senior brother Yu Dehong and junior sister Ning Shuang had both fainted at some point. It must have been because of the pavilion master. He surveyed the area and found 2 storage treasures, which counted as a gain. After stowing the items, he woke his 2 fellow disciples up. They were somewhat disoriented. They thought they were in danger but soon realized that a branch master had appeared to save them. They looked around but didn't see anyone else. They didn't know how they had fainted. When they saw the pavilion master walking over to Jiang Hao, they understood that some things were better left unknown. "Senior brother, what should we do now?" Jiang Hao asked. "Let's go back," Yu Dehong said. "We need to report the situation." He hesitated and asked, "What do you think we should say about you?" He was asking Jiang Hao if he wanted his actions to be known. "Just report the truth, senior brother," Jiang Hao said. He had done everything within the scope of his abilities. Even if it was a little exaggerated, it wouldn't matter. This way, he could let others in the same realm know that he was not to be trifled with. For those who were stronger, he would avoid provoking them, and if there were any problems, his true abilities would be sufficient to deal with them. He would feel safer that way. With his cultivation at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, it was unlikely that he would provoke someone he couldn't handle. The master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion was an exception. Very well. Let's go back. Yu Dahong breathed a sigh of relief. This way they wouldn't have to worry about anything. Ning Shuang didn't voice any objections and followed the two of them. In no time, they returned to the command center of the sect. Yu Dahong went in to make his report, while Jiang Hao and Ning Shuang waited outside. Senior brother, you're amazing. You might have achieved some merits this time, Ning Shuang said. Jiang Hao nodded and told her he just got lucky. How much longer will this battle last? Ning Shuang asked in concern. Given that even the Golden Core realm cultivators were asked to assist, the entire matter didn't bode well. Jiang Hao just shook his head. He didn't know, but with the master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion here, they might have a change. Indeed, the outermost battle in the afternoon began to tilt in their favor. The Heavenly Note sect started to suppress the enemy. What was happening inside was unknown to Jiang Hao, as the power fluctuations there were too strong for him to approach. Their mission began to change. They appeared to be preparing to launch a counterattack. They also added 2 more people to the team. The 2 newcomers were both at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. They were a little injured. It seemed that they had also been attacked. I'm Qian Yu from the 100 Bones Forest. Greetings, seniors. And I'm Qian Shi from the 100 Bones Forest. It's an honor to make your acquaintance, seniors. Jiang Hao and Ning Shuang also introduced themselves. After that, they shared some information about their origins. These 2 were the only survivors from their previous team, which meant they were strong enough to have survived on the battlefield. The 2 sisters looked somewhat alike. They might have been siblings. The next day, the 5 of them set off once again. Jiang Hao had appraised Ning Shuang the night before and found out that she was pretending to be clueless while secretly holding on to a magic treasure. She intended to let others fight while ensuring her own safety. She would only use her magic treasure in a desperate situation. At other times, she would ask others for help and protection. Jiang Hao wasn't surprised by this. If she were truly that naive, it would be troublesome. It meant that she was smart and wouldn't just drag them down. As for the other 2, he would have to wait and see. Senior brother Yu Dahong instructed them to follow his orders. However, if a fight broke out, he emphasized that they should listen to Jiang Hao. This took the 2 sisters by surprise, but they nodded in agreement. They were better than the previous 2 teammates. I heard that senior brother and senior sister were surrounded by some primordial spirit and golden core cultivators? Qian Yu asked curiously. Yes. Ning Shuang nodded. How did you manage to escape? Qian Yu asked again. We didn't manage to escape. We were saved by a branch master, Ning Shuang said. But the seniors were amazing. We managed to run for a long time before we were caught. Haha, it was just good luck. Otherwise, we would have died already. Yu Dahong laughed and then changed the topic. So, what happened to you 2? Your team had 10 people and you are the only survivors. It must have been difficult for you. The 2 women's faces darkened. It was because we had a traitor in our team. Most of the disciples were unable to return. If it weren't for that traitor, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Their voices were filled with anger and hatred. Yu Dahong decided not to press them further about it. Jiang Hao observed the 2 women carefully. The others were talking and joking along the way. In the evening, they finally approached the battlefield, which meant they were likely to encounter more enemies. It's difficult to go back from here. We need to be cautious, Yu Dahong said. That's true. It's very difficult to return from here. It is inevitable to avoid an attack in this area, said Qian Yu. Jiang Hao lowered his head and sighed. He then glanced at Ning Shuang. He was trying to guess what she was thinking. There's someone ahead, said Qian Shi, who was usually very quiet. What? Yu Dahong was startled. Just as he was about to walk ahead and check, Jiang Hao grabbed his shoulder. When he turned around and saw Jiang Hao, his heart sank. It meant that Qian Shi was lying. Jiang Hao's action surprised Qian Yu and Qian Shi. "Senior brother Jiang, what's the matter?" asked Qian Yu. "May I ask you a question, junior sister?" Jiang Hao looked at the two women. "Of course, senior brother, please ask," Qian Yu said politely. "Let's say there was a day when your cultivation was hindered and advancing became difficult, and you needed a significant number of pills and spirit stones to advance further. If someone found you and said that if you agreed to give them your location, they would provide 3 times the amount of spirit stones and pills, along with profound techniques and magical treasures, would you agree?" Jiang Hao asked solemnly. Qian Yu was taken aback. "The past is better left unspoken. I'm afraid I must insist that you do look back on it," said Jiang Hao. "Then, I have a question for you too, senior brother," Qian Yu said. "Ask away," said Jiang Hao. "If, let's say, the same thing happened to you, and you were offered the same deal, would you agree to it?" Jiang Hao lowered his head. He knew that enemies had arrived. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.